Yo, blood clot. Yo, man got fucking man am pulling moonies on the stream and all that, man. Like, try to ruin the little flow, man. I be like, you get me? But again, let's start with the anthem again. You tell you about G Block, tell you about G Block. I'm at the G. Bandy Gaza, you say like over there. No coke with no sex, Gaza can't put it up in like a carpet. Who know you keep a minute, you mad? Straight gunshot in would again. Not a pussy bird. Teacher right, the Gaza come on me. One, two, three. Nobody can fuck on the Gaza. No boy around you, the informer. Let me tell you about it. Let me tell you about the J Block. Yo. Hey, listen, I ain't even adding no one yet, man. Because man just bummed it straight away, cuz. Type in the chat and let me know it's you before I add you in it. So, yeah, everyone's gonna have to type in the chat now and let me know it's them. This party business around here, so. You get me? Half of it not doing nobody business. Some boy. Yeah. Big up, Snipes. Trust me. Yeah, man. Big up them. Old tight Jungle Jesus, man. One of the day one that's come on, you know how we do, brother. I'm a G-Block, girls, I'm gonna say, oh, yeah. But, yeah, got it. You thought you was added to the stream with it, you pussy, yo. Man showed his dick, you know. Kind of party man business is this? Yo, that is fishy. Yeah. That's gay, cuz. No, I'm somewhere. Why would you want to do that anyway? Show your body on a live stream. I need that business. Anyway. Yeah, if you want to join, bro, you have to leave a comment in the chat, bro. You're on now, bro. What you saying? What you saying, G? Let me pull up in my spot, and then I'll be able to send out the link properly. Kind of little monologue one chat. You get me? You know what? Come back, boy, around here, bro. Get me? I'm gonna come on YouTube and show their bike in that. See you, dickhead? You know what? Man didn't even put you on screen, cuz, and you're flashing your bits like a bike, man. After some boy. Yeah, man. Nobody can fuck on the Gaza. No pussy can stop on the Gaza. No boy around here, the informer. Jeez. Yeah, man. Some man are funny still, bro. Like, man, I come around, wanna come around, man, and show their body and that, bro. It's like, yo, really? Really? Time in the studio, yeah? Fucking gay, bro. Fucking gay, man. Like, if you want to be a bite, man, that's up to you still, man. But we're just not promoting it around here. You get me? Around Yassa. See over Yassa? Yassa left that alone, brother. Brother, left that alone. Trust me. Yeah, man. But big up Scattered Minds, Old Tight Flames, Old Tight, who else was on? Old Tight AC was in the building. Old Tight, Nuavian Sniper was in the building. Just try and get them man to jump onto this one again. I fucking sent a million links out already. And this little bite, yo. Man, we're in two streams, you know. Back to back. About your business. But, yeah, alright. Let me send out the link in the, WhatsApp. 'Cause, yeah, man, I fucking sent a million links out already. And this little bite, yo. Man, we're in two streams, you know. Back to back. About your business. But, yeah, alright. Let me send out the link in the, in the WhatsApp. 'Cause, yeah, man, I fucking sent a million links out already. And this little bite, yo. Man, we're in two streams, you know. Back to back. About your business. But, yeah, alright. Let me send out the link in the, in the WhatsApp. people them. The batty man can't come back now still. Yeah, we back now. We back now, Scatter, bro. So when you're ready, jump in, man. You get me? Yeah, big up, man. Like Nasser as well, man. Big up yourself, bro. Yeah, man. Trust me. G block in this bitch. God, some man try to come on the screen and show their batty and dick and all that cut. The mad thing. Yes. You man missed it, but I fucking see it, man. You know, you get me? What the hell's going on? Yeah, man. That brother's definitely not Gaza, man. He's in something different. He's in something different side, man. Yeah, it's the man that's doing the bumming that's doing the thumbs down, man. Yeah, so anyone that's giving thumbs down already, yeah, that's the brother that's doing the batty signs in the live stream. Them and their gang. Yeah, some batty. No, but man, no batty. Man, still. Yeah, what's the time now? 10. Well, we got about an hour left, yeah? And the thing was just taking off nice and smoothly. You get me? Had a nice little discussion going. And hey, yeah, man. You know, when you're trying to build up a little channel, cause this one's much, well, my other channel's not that big anyway, yeah, but this one's got way less subscribers, man. And that one's like on 990 something. This one's like, this, that one's on 996 or something like that. This one's like 200, just under free. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I had to delete that stream still. Yeah, but I'm saying, hey, Scat, this what I'm saying, bro. When I started the next stream, this is the first stream, you know, this morning. So I started the second one, and a man jumped in straight away with Flame's account and tried to show his back. He still, obviously, it weren't Flame. Yes, man. Yeah, man. Big up, Scatter, bro. Yeah, you're welcome to come back, bro. We need all the help we can get around her. Chassis. Yeah, man. Big up, Nasser. You're welcome to jump on. Got me. But like we were saying, man, we was having a chat about karma and all them shits. Good luck stuff. See, like, bro, is it good luck, bad luck, karma, or choice? I'm sort of leaning more towards choice. Like, one of my youths still, one of my youths was using one of my laptops, and the other youth threw something at him, and he spilled his water over the laptop, and now that laptop's broke. So, how does that work? What sort of choice is that? Is that right? If my other son didn't make a choice to throw the thing at the other son, then he wouldn't have spilled his drink over. Still, so it's still a choice. Still a choice. Still. Hard to look at it when it's your own shit that's getting fucked up, though. You get me? Like, or when it's you that's got to pay the fine, or when it's you that's got to fix the broken shit. So, yeah. Wait, do you know what? Yeah. You see what the brother said in the side chat? Yeah, the fake flame account. Yeah. This brother might be a fucking Muslim, bro. That's doing all the gay stuff, cuz. Like, so Islam is not free from. Yo, you man that need to sort out your brothers in the Ummah, cuz. Them man are jumping on the shine, their hairy batty and dick and all that, cuz. Like, wow, why? Why would you do that? Fish, fish. Yeah, fish. Boy. Alright, let me fucking send out the link all again in it, man. It's mad. Sure. Yeah, bro. Man, he might be a brother of one of you, man. Still, fam, because he's fully against G Block cuts. Shit. Where is it? Yeah. I'll fucking start getting raps from the top, man. Mm-hmm. Okay, now. Big up Amy. Said she might jump on a bit later. Big up, big up. I'll tap Becca and Lucy and all them lots. Mad, 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 mad. Yo, scatter. Type in the chat. Just let me know, man, because they might jump up with your fake avatar. Just press one in the chat or something. Just let me know it's you. So I add you. Yeah. Alright. Turn your camera off, fam. Turn your camera back off, scatter, so I can add you. Alright. Yeah, man. What you saying,
Big
brother?
up, family. Just here, man. Just working from home, innit? Can you hear me?
Yeah, alright. Say that. Yeah, I can hear you,
I
bro.
got the thing
I
playing.
can hear you. You got the stream playing in the background.
Yeah. I had the mad echo going on. Yeah, man. But I'm back now. Well, go on. Good family.
Man, still. Yeah, man. Hey.
Yeah, no, don't try that. That's not no. That's definitely not act, bro. That is definitely a white boy from the. No, man. That's a white boy antics.
Yeah, he was trying to diss G Block in the sidetrack and all that still, so.
Where's he coming for G Block?
But I don't even know, man.
What have you done to get all these haters, Velle?
Who these haters? Well, you know how Velle works, man. Shit, bro. Bear man hates Velle, you know, really. On a slide, you get me? They in their feelings. They feelings.
Oh, brother. He was about to start going through some news stories, you know.
Yeah. Hey,
Get you back on track and things.
If you don't mind, you can go over a couple of news stories still, because I'm literally just about to pull up at my first appointment.
Okay. You're gonna leave me to run the news stories.
I'm
That's calm.
not gonna fully leave you. Still, I'm gonna try and get a couple people to jump in, so
Yeah.
get
No
that
worries.
conversation going again.
Either way, I can run it, man. Either way, I can run it. But I do like coming to your panels because you know, on my panel, it's the black show. So it's good to get out and talk to different people. It's definitely good to get out and talk to different people.
Yeah, man. Hey, man. No, all of my friends are white, man.
Exactly.
Oh, man. Yeah. You know how it goes, man.
Yeah, man. Who's Amy? It's not based Amy now. I'm joking. I know you don't roll based Amy like that.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. Yeah, it's definitely not based Amy. What it is, yeah, Amy's on Hangout, yeah, but she don't go speakers cooler.
Okay.
I just try to get people that don't go speakers cooler, like Lucy and Fluffy and all them, and a couple other people from Hangout. jump on and have a chat as well because it's more the speakers cooler in the world, isn't it, man?
Yeah. When they get speakers corner, it's just same old
Hey,
sometimes,
Kane,
man.
one sec, yeah. Kane, if that's you, yeah, turn your camera on real quick because no one can't see you, or type in the comments and let me know it's you still.
You know them variation checks there.
Yeah, bro, I've got to verify man them now. Still, fam, bro. And this is how long they've been watching the stream for, yeah? They jumped on with Middlesex Omar's account and bumped the
Jeez,
stream one time. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Middlesex Omar ain't been speakers for ages, cuz.
the
Live
time
panels or not. So that's what I'm saying. That's why you know it's someone that knows who's
knows
the
the
man
thing.
about. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Big
That's
up
mad,
there,
you know.
bro.
This internet thing is dangerous because bare people are just hide behind that anonymity and just
Mm.
they might come on your panel one day and be cool and you don't even know it was them.
Yo.
Yo. Big up, fam. Walk on.
Big up, man. Big up. What's going on, fellas? Big up,
Big up,
Scattered.
Yeah, man, we're there, man.
big
Breakfast
up, Kane.
show
What's good,
settings. You
family?
get me?
Yeah, I was just browsing. I thought, oh, Ross, what? Velle's this time in the morning, though. Let's see what's going on. I see you got the street. I thought, let me just jump on real quick and see what the man Bigger's saying. Sure, I ain't spoke to you for a while still.
Come true, man.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, bro. Yeah, man. Trust me, long time, man. Like, boy, I ain't really saying much, you know. Like, I was just asking a question about good luck and karma or choices earlier. We sort of went through that for a little bit, and then we was gonna go into some news stories still. But if you want, then you can give your thoughts on luck, karma, and choices. If you think that there's such thing as good luck, bad luck, or is it really just the choices you make, or is there such thing as karma or and then things?
Well, without trying to sound like a tree hugger or someone who's trying to sound too deep, to sound intelligent, I think the effort that you put in is what you put in is what you get out. And sometimes the laws of the universe can come together in your favor, and it's not a luck thing, it's not anything superstitious, it just is what it is. Equally, the laws of the universe can go against you. I'm sure we've all had days where you know, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong.
Yep,
Do you know
that's
what I'm
happened to
saying?
Bigger.
So that's nothing personal. It just is what it is. But it feels very personal because we're human beings, and it's like this one moment where I needed things to go right, and it has been going right all year. This one day out of the year, it's gone wrong. It just is what it is, and vice versa. The other thing I'd say on that is, like, people don't seem to appreciate just how many things need to come together in the universe just for insignificant things to happen. Like, if you're walking down the street and you meet someone, like, do you know how much things have to go right just for that encounter to happen? Like, it's deep when you think about it. Like, if that person didn't get out of bed that day or stayed in 5 minutes later, or if that person's mum didn't, you know, it can get deep like that. It's as deep as you want it to be. But I just think you know, what you put in is what you get out, generally speaking, unless you have external factors working against you.
Okay,
and then
one sec, bro. One sec,
go ahead.
bro. Danny Bar, if that's you, yeah. I beg you, just leave a comment in the live chat so I can add you. Man's been bummed about. Man's been flashing their bum on.
I was gonna say pause, fam.
Oh, for real.
Pause.
But yeah, I just think, yeah, sometimes it just is what it is. Things happen in your favor, and sometimes it doesn't.
No, I agree. I think you put that perfectly as well in regards to the laws of the universe coming together to work in your favor, and sometimes it goes against you. Like, I definitely think that's definitely something I was trying to say earlier. Didn't have the words for it.
Yeah, no, it's like sometimes when where you're on the stream, sometimes your words come together and you know you can articulate yourself nicely, and then other times you just can't find the words for shit.
100%.
That's that guy, you
And
know.
I need to go in, yeah? I need to go in now still.
Is that the real nine
Bless up,
though?
family. Bless up,
Ah,
bless up,
bless
bless up.
nine, bless sister nine.
Come
Bless
on,
up,
just
bless up.
passing through early morning settings. Bless up all the. Nice to see you, Boxer. How are you?
Yes, I'm good. Nine, I'm good. Everything nice, you know. Long time since I spoke to you. Still,
I'm telling you, man. But yeah,
you
man.
good?
Bless up yourself.
You good?
Yeah, trudging along. You know. Nah,
as long
listen.
as long as
I
you're
know when we
healthy.
wake up a morning, we have to give thanks and praise in it. So
100.
one of them ones, man.
Mm,
One of them ones.
yeah,
So
man.
yeah, sorry to interrupt. Big up yourself, Scattered. Oh God.
Yeah, big up.
So what's the topic, gentlemen? If I may ask.
Just now we was just discussing luck and luck, karma, all these types of things, whether they exist. But I think the topic was gonna be we're gonna move on to doing some of the news stories like you used to do on your show. So I think eventually we'll probably do a couple of news stories. I think Bigger just got into his house though, so I mean got into work, so maybe he's leaving it to us. But yeah. Karma was what we were just talking about
Oh,
just
is
now.
this your day off today, babe?
No, I'm working from home.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we call it a day off.
Them
I'm
ones there.
doing my work. I'm doing my work right now. I'm typing there. Trust me.
Oh, that's good. So you can multitask.
So.
I must say, working from home is a very disciplined thing, man.
Yeah, it is.
There's just too many things to
No, you got to learn to
take
do it.
away my attention, man. Seriously.
100. You got to do it in bursts, innit? So what I do is I'll spend like an hour and just bang out bare work, like as much as I can. And I just sit back and kick for like 2. I can just send emails for the next 2 hours, not really having to think about too much. And then no one's gonna ask me no questions. But yeah. Anyway, Karen.
Well, that's nice that your job affords you that skill.
Giving away my techniques.
Oh, I'll go on mute.
No, it's calm. I was gonna say, what's your take on on luck? 90 for 99. Do you think luck, coincidence, divine intervention, bad luck?
I mean, yeah, to where I am in life now, I'm definitely one that I believe in incidences, not coincidences. Do you know what I mean? I definitely luck. I think we make our own luck, to be honest, because I think luck is a vibration, isn't it? And I think we make our own luck, because I've definitely seen people make bad luck. You know what I mean? It's not like bad luck's following them. You see it? They're just making certain situations, you know what I mean, appear, if you understand what I'm saying to you. So in terms of luck, but I do also think, and I hope it doesn't sound contradictory, that there are some people that are just lucky bad. You know them ones, like one whereby it seems like the dice always rolls for them. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that's luck or that maybe them just putting up their, you know what I mean, positive vibrations and getting it back, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely believe in like karma and such forth. Yeah. What you put out is what you get back.
Hold on a sec, 9. Yo, Snacks, is that you, yeah? Snacks, is that you, yeah? Just slap on your camera real quick so I can add you to the stream. Alright, yeah. Alright, you can turn it back off, fam. You keeping your camera on, yeah? Alright, I'm gonna add it still. Yeah.
And to be honest, like, I think in
oh shit, the black select in the building. Hold on a sec.
Sniper.
Right there.
I got a black select as well.
I'm back.
Wait, hold on. Black select, if that's you, yeah, just slap on your camera so I can see you. No one else can see you, just me.
And you know that guy's got a scary face as well. Yeah. So
that's snips, man.
See them glasses on.
Yeah.
Come on. So I got on. Yeah, what happened last night, man? I fell asleep.
Yeah?
I fell asleep. Nanifa.
You fell asleep.
Okay. You fell asleep. I mean,
big up to the panel.
You're back, black select. You're in the building now, yeah?
Blessings, fam. Blessings. Blessings to the panel.
Blessings. You can
Big up
turn your
Well
everybody.
camera back on, yeah?
Salams.
Salam,
You
brothers.
can turn your
Salam,
camera off, fam, yeah?
Yeah, big up, big
Yeah.
up.
You know I didn't turn that on, brother. You know it's me, man. Stop it.
Alright, cool, man. What I'm gonna do, yeah, is I'm gonna add one more person to the stream. I'm gonna jump out because I've got to do a job, and then yeah, you lot can just go back and forth on the topics, man.
Okay. Blessed, brother. Blessed. Nanifa.
Hi,
Sister.
you're right, bub.
Blessings. Before I forget to say this, because I've been wanting to say this from the other day, yeah, is that, you know, from a black male's perspective, for instance, I wanted to set up in the park. I was telling the brothers, it's been over a year now, yeah, that we have to be making it seen for black sisters through the camera when we're at the park, that whenever they want to come to the park, the black men will band together when any monkey thinks that they're going to try and disrespect our black sisters. Somehow that's not been working. Certain brothers have not been working towards that. So then the other day, I was listening to a show and I think they call him Afghan or something, disrespecting you, and I think it's Lady Divine and maybe another sister as well. And I'm just saying, if you can, yeah, try and cut those conversations short as possible, where people have the opportunity to continuously disrespect you lot. You get what I'm saying? Because even last night I was putting in there, please stop allowing yourself to be undermined, disrespected and devalued, because that's just what it looks like. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, you know, for us to see black women talk down to, shut up, close your mouth, all these different things that, you know, and I mean, Afghan, obviously he was coming from a racist perspective as well. And it's like, I just think, I mean, to me, that shouldn't be allowed to be on the show. Like if someone does, you know, I'm not telling Dan how to run his show or nothing, but I'm just saying these kind of things, I think they should be rules. We tell people, listen, this is how things should roll. Do you get what I'm saying?
But to be fair, though, Afghan's been about for a long time, doing that shit for a long time, and it could be argued not necessarily being shut down. So I hear what you're saying, because I mean, obviously you must have heard how he was going the other day and that, and I accept that, but I'm saying that he's been on X amount of panels of brothers, it could be argued, and done the same shit and don't get shut down. So for myself, I hear you, and I would just probably say that I don't want to say that's come as a result of maybe him not being shut down previously, you know what I mean? But you know, I hear what you're saying.
No, I'm saying you said stuff back, but I'm just, it's kind of like, I don't know. For me anyway, yeah, it's like if maybe you and another female are arguing, it's kind of different. But I'm saying for black males to allow like another monkey from, you know, different people that want to pretend like they're either not racist or they're racist towards everybody. Really, I'm not interested in that. They shouldn't be disrespecting black women, especially black women that are pro-black. Now, if these, let's say there's certain black women that are cooning all the time, then they don't belong to us anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? But if it's a black woman that has the very least 50% or more pro-black, then for me, that's like a no-no. But anyway, it's just something I wanted to say, because when I saw that show, I was just like, right, I couldn't believe it.
Why does it make a difference if the woman's black, though, to you? Because that sounds racist, the fact you're saying that black women shouldn't be disrespected.
Well,
what about white women?
I'm saying, no, I don't know what you say. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying to you that okay, I could say this to you. Let me answer your question direct. White women have a whole planet of media promoting them to be positive. Black women have a whole planet of negative media against them. You understand? Where people would take stereotype and use that against women that it don't even bloody relate to. So when they're talking about single mother and you ain't got a black man to fancy you and all that kind of crap, that only comes to black women with force. You understand?
You don't assume that all white mums get shit for being single.
Exactly, but you don't have a planet of flipping stereotypical media to support that. You're not listening to the words. Sorry, I don't even know you. But anyway, I'm saying to you, for instance, you will have legitimate adverts where they will show a single black woman with a ute and a white woman with a husband and a ute. Don't you get it?
Right.
Right. So I'm saying to you, when little punks, sorry, when
But
people like Afghan, right, and other stupid dumb kafirs and dogs want to disrespect our black women, they use these stereotypes. So the black woman could be married. She could have been married for all 20 years, but they're still going to throw the stereotype, and people are going to hear that unless they actually know. So even if she says, I've got a man, they're going to be like, yeah, well, maybe, or how many babies fathers you got, and all these different.
So how can we prevent that? Because you know he's just on there chatting shit. That's why I asked that question, what do you know about my life? Usually. So we know that he chats shit in the guise of trolling. He's just a racist, disgusting creature, to be honest, like I've always said. Yeah? However, in terms of our accountability, I mean, it could be argued that the only thing that we could then do is just stay offline.
No. What we do, I suggest what we do is, to me anyway, I find a certain group of black men. So I find a certain group of so-called black men being the door holders. So they always open the doorway for these lot to feel comfortable to do that. So for instance, I know Afghan would want to talk to me. Now for me, my policy was, if I go on that channel and he's on there, either I'm going to leave or I'm just going to try and ignore him as much as possible and let him know my stance. Because if he was pointing out, let's say, you know, whether you're black or white or whatever, you don't know your argument of the subject. Fair enough. But that has nothing to do with you being or any black sisters, for them not getting black D, black men don't want you, all these different negative stereotypes that they're pushing, which are like, for me, is equivalent to the N-word. Do you get me? It's just another way of saying the N-word. So for me, it's like, well, they're dissing me. They're dissing my mom, my sisters, and so on. All the females that come, you know, that are around me, etc., that are black. So me and them can't really, we can't be friends, you know what I mean? So they're enemies from the start. No. What I mean by friends is as in have a civil conversation where there's respect. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay, so I'm hearing what you're saying. All I'd like to say at that point, yeah, is that one, that guy he's got many different personalities, yeah. But more importantly, he's been on different black man's channel, and they don't get onto him, and they heard what he said. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
But that's what I'm saying. We have Pan-African coons, and this is the thing. My next debate with Shakara was supposed to be about Pan-Afro-coonism, right? Modern day Pan-Afro-coonism. And yeah, it's basically that I wanted to make sure that people understand and have the discussion where somehow people are not recognizing some real coonery under the banner of Pan-Africanism, and the amount of shape-shifting excuses that go left, that go right, and da-da-da-da-da.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
No, I can
For
agree.
real,
I can agree 100. I've spoke to Shakara about that still. That the old form of Pan-Africanism is not necessarily being expressed. Why am I echoing?
Yeah, well, I'm saying it hasn't evolved, but I'm saying it's allowed basically certain people to make some makeshift primitive coon. You know, it's kind of like the slogan chanting and people praising certain people. But then when you look at what they're really doing, it's like, well, look at me. It's attention seeking. It's effeminate behavior from a male. It's all kind of ridiculous thing. And when you sum it up, it's at least 90% anti-black. In other words, if you were to show how much time is spent against black people, how much energy and effort is spent against pro-black people, it's much more than it is against other people. So for the other people, non-blacks, they have to do something against them personally first. But for black people, we could be doing our thing and they disagree, and then they step out and try and come against us. You get me?
Okay.
I mean,
so you've had Pan-Africans fighting against you.
Can't be this guy's mind, show.
That's been a long time, bro. Pan-Africanism, or Pan-Africanists for a long time have been, you know, once you're Muslim, blah blah blah. But that's not really the situation in this case.
No,
in this case, it's been.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah.
I mean, we got no, Juma. There's quite a few Pan-African Muslims, but I do hear you. There's a mad echo. Is that just me?
No, yeah, there's the bad echo, man. Someone need to mute.
Not me. Try it now.
Yo.
Okay, yeah, that's calm. That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
that's-
echoing. Yeah. Better.
But yeah. I'm wondering where you're going with this, and I'll be interested to hear you debate on the effeminate nature of some of these Pan-Africanists. But I would agree that there's a lot of Pan-Africanists who talk the talk and don't necessarily walk the walk. There's not much action behind it, and
It's not that isn't really what I mean that's a bigger subject. But I'm
Well,
saying
I know. Sorry, I know Pan-Africanism. Sorry, the Pan-African movement to be about information and scholarly works and research and all of that type of stuff. I don't know anything else. I'm definitely echoing badly now. Hello. Yeah,
very good. Is that good?
who's that?
it's hard to tell because Bigger's left it on some weird display, so we can't really see
Yeah,
who's talking when they're talking. But like, yeah, I was just on mute. I know that for a fact. I was just on mute, so it couldn't have been me. But yeah, just
no, it's not you.
if everyone could like I know it's not even you, Bax, because I know like you're not on mute now, so it's not echoing. But if you're not talking, try and stay on mute because it might be possibly you're wherever you are, because obviously this whole Streamlabs thing, especially if you're using a phone, it's not really that good, is it? So yeah, try and stay on mute to avoid that if you guys can.
Yeah. No, Nifa kicked herself out. Mad thing.
So now, again.
She kicked herself out of the thing. Mad. We have to wait till Velle comes back.
Oh, sugar for her to get Oh, so everything is everything. He says the height of Kuni is a black man having an invader god. That would do with concepts of God in the first place. That would be interesting to define what that means, invader god. But yeah.
Well, obviously, God don't have no race or no religion.
Well, well, there you go. But I think what they mean is like the language, the culture, and the expression of whatever that God is. So obviously, let's say Europeans would have a different view of God naturally and natively, and then other people from their own paradigm would have a different view of God.
Yeah, but the problem is that all of these gods now are theirs. They claimed Allah, they claimed Jehovah, Yahweh, thing. These are their now their adopted concept. I think that's what he's referring to. Depending on what interpretation you got and you follow, that's what's really going to determine. So, obviously these books were used as weapons of mass destruction in some cases. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say the Quran necessarily. I would say more the Bible and stuff. So,
Okay. Yeah, did I kind of be a bit harsh with the female? Sorry, that was talking. What's the name?
Nifa.
No, not. Oh, sorry. Who's that? Amy.
Yeah.
Amy Thomas. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Oh, Lord. I mean, I don't know if this is a channel to do this, but at some point, I think your younger brother, as you call him, needs to be addressed with his problem causing and whatever else, bro, because I think he needs help, bro.
Is it Afghan?
No. His Maku's younger brother, as he keeps calling him. He needs to be helped on a show because it's just continuous now. Yeah, continuous disrespect of black people and cooning for everyone else. All kind of manner of excuses and shape shifting, and people that aren't intellectually qualified to do these jobs that they're trying to do are just making us look bad. It's as simple as that, bruv. Making black people look bad. You get me? And the thing is, when they stand up and push up Malcolm X and other black people and Pan-Africanism and Rasta and whatever, it just looks ridiculous. You get me? And well, it's like, I don't know. It needs to be addressed, bro.
Is it not all ridiculous? If you're going to say that, you might as well say it's all ridiculous.
It's all, no. When there's something specific, like, for instance, when Kalam was on the scene, then you had specific excuses for why you go and Kalam. Sarah's on the scene, specific excuses. These are not genuine reasons, because if you follow them, then why don't you have that towards Shamsi? Why don't you have that towards Muhammad Hijab? Why don't you have that towards Ali Dawah? Everything he could make as an excuse against these black men, he could do for them. So now when I've done the Malcolm X thing, man want to play like all of a sudden Malcolm X is his big hero every blast of 2 seconds, and then got the audacity to do a show allegedly refuting me, then gets refuted on his own show. Do you get what I'm saying? Then does a show with a Somali coon the next day, and I'm like, and then the next day he's now dissing 9EFA. I'm just like, it's just bloody continuous. Like, this needs to be sorted, bro.
Right.
I think some of them things are. I think the 9EFA Rascal thing's been going on for a little while. I'm having for a while. Yeah, like I said, I'm not even anybody who's trying to defend anybody. Everyone can defend themselves, and I don't. Yes, I mean, know what to say. But
no, but the fact that you're saying that it's been going on for a little while is part of the reason I'm saying this needs to be nipped in the bud, bro. This is getting ridiculous. Like,
I agree with that. It'd be better to have it stopped than have it ongoing. But people are free to do what they want to do, man. Everyone's free.
Well, this is a thing. Then obviously we're free, whoever wants to do it, to have a conversation and a show that will help evolve and teach people what they're doing wrong. Do you get what I'm saying? Rather than pandering around them and mollycoddling them, we're grown men. Do you get what I'm saying? Let's just, we don't want to hurt their feelings and all that kind of crap. Nah, bro. It's getting ridiculous.
I think you're gonna have to mute though.
Go on.
Yeah, I do think that that's just a point of view, and obviously sometimes being on the receiving end of my little brother's fury and passion, you get me, would make you think that. But I wouldn't say it's coonery. I wouldn't say anything like that really, car. I overstand every single aspect of what's going on. Do you get what I'm saying? In a sense. So I do agree with you that there is some behavior that is definitely not becoming. Do you get what I'm saying? As in the passion sometimes a man has to go in on someone. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
but that's not even the issue. The going in isn't the problem.
I pulled him up on it. I definitely.
It's the inaccurate. No. Bro, the passion isn't the problem. The passion. Everyone can love the passion, but if you're passionate and wrong, you're passionate and anti-black. That's a problem, especially when you're using the banner of pro-blackness. That's the problem.
Yeah,
it's never the passion.
Yeah,
I'm saying we're seeing contradictions left, right, and center. Excuses made for the non-blacks. Every time excuses. Yeah, but there's other Sunnis who defend me, and this one and all this kind of crap. Somebody mashed him up yesterday with something when he was trying to criticize, Sunni savage monkey bees, you couldn't say that in Africa. And then I think it was James, there was an ex-Brit, and he said, well, he's doing the same thing that you're praising Shamsi for, which is calling out the terrorists, but he's doing it on a global scale in regards to ideology. The same way how them specific Sunni terrorists are teaching that Sharia law should be established and likewise, Issa's saying, we'll look at the general Sunni religion and how that is teaching conquest of everyone else. It doesn't mean that everyone's following it. Just like the same guys in Speaker's Corner, they're not people blowing people up, are they? They're just spreading that ideology. Likewise, the general Sunni population are carrying this ideology. You get me? So even the parents, you look at a lot of these type of terrorist guys, their parents were just born into the culture and tradition. You get me? But the kids were raised in the Sunni masjid or devil worshipping temple. Then they ended up going to be the bloody terrorists. You get me? Why? Because the ideology is a terrorist ideology. So we can't just keep taking a chance. Well, you know what? Because the parents aren't that deep into the terrorist Sunniism, then, the kids will. That's not the case. You get me? So this is the thing, bro. People need to know about this ideology before they keep talking about it.
I do. Sorry.
Wow.
I do agree that my little brother favors Islam. There's no doubt about that. Do you get what I'm saying? As a preference on his panel or show. But in life, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think, maybe that is done for a specific reason. Do you get what I'm saying? Obviously, you know what I mean? We could assume various reasons why that's going on. You know what I'm saying? But as personal ideology, yeah, it's very questionable. He does have to clear up some stuff. But I think personally, yeah, he's doing like his big brother still. You get me? He's able to see the connections in all of these religions and it doesn't go against his thing. You know what I'm saying? We had this discussion yesterday where people were saying, "Oh, how can you be a Rasta and be a Muslim?" And I'm like, listen, that is so easily put together. You get what I'm saying? I can explain that simply, and this one and that one, you know, because these guys are essentially Christians. These guys are Muslims, one in the same religion. Voila. Do you get what I'm saying? So, you know, there are certain principles that one sticks to, that the other sticks to. And then I made the point that Respect is the one who pulled the video of the clip of the video of what he always tries to explain as the Sahaba going to Abyssinia and talking to those those Christian or Coptic Christian kings. You know what I mean? So and you know the video, the messenger, you obviously get a visual. Do you get what I'm saying? Where these guys are there with their Christian stuff and thing and their dreadlocks and blah blah blah. So they have a different understanding of what the actual hairstyle, you know, which is definitely normal in Africa. It's just a hairstyle. So you can have whatever hairstyle. Do you get what I'm saying? But if you are claiming Selassie and so, do you get what I'm saying? And that ideology, that Leonard P. Howe thing, that's kind of new. Do you get what I'm saying? It does go deeper than Nina Brown. You know what I'm saying?
That's
If
my
you're
Nina Brown. No, that's my whole bloody point, bruv. There's
okay.
what my point is when people speak on an ideology from hearsay and their little personal experience and pretend that little experience and that little bit of information can overcome and battle against somebody that's got how many years of experience in the ideology, been part of the ideology.
But hold on.
So it doesn't work.
To be fair, to be fair, obviously our little brother's a quick learner. He's been there as long as I have. You know what I'm saying?
But not really. That's what I'm saying. But he's not though.
No, hold on, wait.
I'm saying no.
There was a period. There was a period in the middle where he was doing other stuff anyway. But in the beginning, when I first came to the park with Sarah, do you get what I'm saying? He was there, and then after content came, we was there like I think it's like the week or two, yeah, between us coming the first time and then content coming. You get what I'm saying? So we've been there a long time, and I swear a lot of the debates that Respect has had with these Shamsies and you know all of these guys. So he's done it. He's put in the work, and he's learned a lot. Do you get what I'm saying? So we cannot sit here and necessarily say that he don't know. He's just fleetering on the edge. I don't think.
No, bro. There's statements made.
Wait. There's far too many videos of him explaining on and having debates with Muslims for him not to have certain knowledge. There's no way. And he's been around me, and he's been around a few other brothers who've also helped him with Dalil, Kalam, especially. Do you get what I'm saying? There was a time that these two were very close. You get what I'm saying? Ringing up each other. Man's like asking Kalam questions, giving him Dalil. He was always on his show and all of that. So I know the relationship has changed now, but I don't think the process of learning has. Do you get what I'm saying? So I do on the Respect does have a decent footing. He's not an expert, no, but knows it.
But this is what I'm saying. For instance, going back to then and linking this to where this anti-black behavior is, where, for instance, and I'll use a proper example, you've got Muhammad Hijab, you've got Shamsi, right? Who are majorly known Dawa guys. Now, I can refute both of them. Their Arabic is fluent. Mine is not, but I can still refute them. He now will think that he can talk over me, but then he looks up to them for authority. Do you get me? And praises them. I'm saying this inclination towards coming against, as they keep saying, the crab in the barrel, but also this jealousy of other black people and there's excuses for this thing. In other words, if somebody else had spoken against or perceived to be speaking against Malcolm X, who was, let's say, Shamsi, Muhammad Hijab, etc., it would have been, well, man's just, explaining certain things that were real and factual. Now it's using this particular thing to come against another black man. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm just like, this is getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous when somebody can say that I used a 5-second clip as my proof. I didn't use the clip in my debate. I used that in a conversation with them. Do you get what I'm saying? Or with him. But I'm saying if I'm quoting from a book online in 2 or 3 debates with Shakara, there's no clip there. So to go on to your own channel and have it, my name in a channel about me refuted, and then to go on Sumaira, whatever her name's channel, and still carrying on the same lie after talking about, I'm about telling the truth, I'm about telling justice and all that kind of rubbish. Hold on, man didn't use that clip as my proof for this thing. That was part of somebody asking a specific question, which was Ziriab, who was denying that Malcolm X specifically pointed to 2 areas, Cairo and Mecca. They denied it. So therefore, that was the clip I bloody used. Why do I need any more information? The point is, that's what he pointed. That's what he said himself. Do you get what I'm saying? So I don't need to have the whole thing. Do you get me? And I've been trying to find a damn video again, but I can't find it on YouTube. So I'm saying, unfortunately, there isn't the intellectual prowess to know what's happening. There's too many mistakes there. Because, for instance, I don't know if you heard the show. This is one thing I couldn't even believe this. COE asked him a simple question like, how does one convert to Christianity or something like that? How do you become a Christian, or what is a Christian? This man started using the Quran. I couldn't believe it, blood. This man started using the Quran and the life of Prophet Muhammad to prove what a Christian is. Like, So COE must have spent 1.5 hours to 2 hours trying to go, no, but you haven't answered the question again, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I'm saying, if somebody doesn't realize all these black people are telling you, you're messing up, right? You're not answering questions. You're diverting. You're doing all these different things. Then what can we do? I'm saying, if that was his way, but the fact that he keeps coming out against black people is the problem. Because fair enough, you don't have to answer anything. But once you feel you're the Justice League, that you have the right to come out and have panels talking about people, and you're going to set them right, once you've said, as he said, it can be done to him, then let's do it. Because there's only one person doing this whole thing. Only one person. Do you get what I'm saying? So to me, that needs to be addressed, because it's getting ridiculous. And the problem is we're having talks about these issues in the community, but when they're actually there in front of our face, no one seems to say nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? Which is getting ridiculous. Like, you can't complain, you know what, there's a lot of problems in the black community, like black people jealous of each other and they cause problems and this and da-da-da. And then when the freaking people are right there, no one's saying nothing. Like, this is dumb as hell. What's the point of these bloody talks? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, we will see. We will see.
I think some talks. Sorry. I think I'm echoing again. I don't know. Like, I zoned out there. I'm working from home a little bit there, but I think some talks are probably more. I don't know. Like I say, that's why I say everyone's free to do what they want to do, because I know respect. I know him to a certain extent, but it's not like I've known him for a while. But it's not like being him a close brethren or like a par with him or whatever. So it's not like I'm gonna try and give him any deep advice on how he runs his life or how he runs his panel or anything. I could just offer suggestions, and after that, class fall back in it. Like, I'm not really trying to get too involved further or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? Because I got my own things to deal with, innit? Everyone's got their own things to deal with. But and to be fair, I don't necessarily always think that he's in the wrong either and stuff that he does. I definitely do think maybe sometimes the way his conduct possibly could improve a little bit in certain areas, but I don't think he's always necessarily even wrong. Sometimes I do also, like I say, wonder to the necessity of some of the stuff he does, but at the same time, it's not for me to judge another man's decisions in life, because that's his life that he's living in it. So maybe I don't find it necessary, but maybe he might see it as necessary to him. Now I get what you're saying in terms of if we do see issues within the community and whatnot, regardless, even like I haven't even heard you lot's discussions recently. I'm aware that you have, and even with content on there the other day, that you guys had a couple of discussions recently regarding the whole Malcolm X thing. I'm not even privy to how that's gone or really what's been said or anything like that, to be fair. Like I say, like with you, like I understand what you're saying to me, and for me personally, I do give that certain amount of respect. I'll give it to Uncle Danjuma, I'll give it to Uncle Max, I'll give it to you, and I'll give it to a lot of elders who I know have done work and put in work and studying, and I will listen. I won't try and dispute too much because I'm just trying to learn. Do you know what I mean? And especially like I say, even with some of the stuff you say about Sunnism, I want to hear specifically everything. I want to hear the full argument. I'm not in a rush to shut you down without hearing everything that you have to say, because like I say, you have a lot of experience. And even when I've seen you in conversation with Shamsi or with any of those brothers, it's not like I get to see like them not refuting you out of hand. And it's not like, and on the other hand, I would say I don't necessarily see you completely refuting them out of hand, but it definitely does. The conversations get left at a point where, right, I wanted to see the end of that, and a bunch of distraction got thrown into the mix, so I didn't get to see the final conclusive statement. And yeah, that's made me go on a tangent, really, in regards to. I'd love to hear you flesh out your full argument, and I think possibly the one thing I would say to Respect in regards to you and that is that perhaps to wait and listen to you flesh out your full argument and then refute after that point, isn't it? But I think people need to get a chance to build their arguments up and then refute the arguments after it's been made. And but yeah, otherwise, in regards to intervention, I think that is a more of a friend thing, isn't it? Like when you know someone, you could start intervening in their lives and start saying, "Yo, listen, maybe you need to change your ways and stuff like that." And I'm definitely not there in it. So yeah.
I hear that. I mean, it's more of a professional thing in the sense of not having like an immature bashing show, right, or disrespect show. It's a matter of a literal conversation about the same things we're saying are the problems in the black community, and when we see it, we just ignore it. And the issue is, for me, is that when you go to, let's say, the enemy, I think her name's Samira or something, who is an anti-black Sunni, right? If you sum up the behavior and whatever else, and then she has somebody called Abdullahi on the show, who came on the show, and after his Somali Ahmed was disrespecting, and after he got refuted, he started swearing and then Abdullahi comes on and calls me some black something. We couldn't hear the rest of it. Now Abdullahi is there talking again with these people. He's a Somali, as though he's one of the brethren. And then this is the convenience of being black now and again when it suits them. And my point is, this pattern of behavior is there all the bloody time. So this is why I used to bring up the thing always, Somalis, are you black or not? So we can get the real deal of what goes on in the house, what conversations are they brought up in, because I'm fully privy to the fact that we are the ones that a lot of their parents are saying, we don't want you to end up like them. Do you understand? So when a lot of them are saying, no, I'm Somali, I don't like the word black, it's, we don't use that home. What they're essentially saying is you're Bantu and you're inferior and you're primitive. Do you get what I'm saying? But back to so people aligning themselves with these people on the same panel and not being opponents. That's a problem. Like I can sit on a panel with an opponent, they recognize I'm an opponent, but maybe the subject we agree upon. Do you get what I'm saying? And we can talk about that. But when the subject matter is something that's pro-black and that person is anti-black, how can I bloody be talking with them as though we're brethren or we're aligning? In relation to what you said about the last set of discussions, if man has explained, and unfortunately certain people that talked on the debate regarding Malcolm X, they didn't actually watch it. They just saw the title and started running their mouth. So people been saying I'm calling Malcolm X a coon, and how dare you call Malcolm X a coon, Now, when specifically Respect has been taught that by COE, I wasn't even on the show, I was listening to the show, right? And then I was like, what? Man saying, how dare you call Malcolm X a coon, something like that. So COE is then explaining and others are explaining, no, that wasn't his point, and he never said that. So then I clarified. Even after I clarified, the man's still saying the same garbage later on, and then insinuating the same garbage later on. So I'm like, this is more attention seeking. This is more look at me, and trying to push out and down black people. Do you get what I'm saying? Because if it was just me, then I could say, well, it's a personal thing, but it keeps doing it to all different black people. And it's just like, what the hell? He's always got this venom for pro-black people. So that the only thing I can put to that is a coon mindset. It's as simple as that. That's it. You internally anti-black. That's a manifest behavior that keeps on coming up. And the only place you see that is within that kind of coonery, if you call it.
I'm just going to jump in and say some strong allegations have been made. I think definitely it's one for your Respect. I wonder if Maku would mind being the referee or the in-between person there. I definitely would.
I would easily do that. Yeah, that's not a problem. But obviously I see it different, because I know Abdullahi, for example, and he is a brother. Do you get what I'm saying? But man have their own views. This is my point. Everybody has their own point of view, and a lot of it doesn't affect any change in any other person's life. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just their point of view. Do you get what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I believe this. I want Sharia. I did it.
No,
Really?
that's not. That's
You
not.
know,
That's
you know,
not.
like some man say stuff. No, I'm just saying, like some men say stuff. But they can't act on it. They're not acting on it. Do you get what I'm saying? They're just talking. You got to really look at it like that. Do you get what I'm saying? Because man could say, I want Sharia, but you're not living in a Sharia country. You don't even want to attempt to live in a Sharia country. And it's not really even favorable amongst Islamic State countries. So even if Islamic State countries are not accepting the Sharia, then why would anyone try and implement it? No, you bought a rhetoric that somebody else said, do you get what I'm saying? And now you've taken it as yourself. Cool, no problem. But it's still not going to change anything around here. You're just laughable.
But that's why I'm talking about specifically the black issue, because of course we know they can keep talking about Sharia. I'm talking about the fact that Abdullahi came on with an anti-black rhetoric. And I'm saying what happens is when a Somali falls out with a pro-black person, they then are no longer black. They're now Somali. And then they're anti-black with the language and behavior. So it was quick, for instance, for them two Somalis to join the band of Muslim brothers to try and harm Jedi. Do you get what I'm saying? That's a quick thing that we've seen all the bloody time. So when that little skinny alien, whatever he is, said, you know, what do you say? Any Kafir can get it, or whatever he said, right? This is the mentality that's there just behind that thin wall of these people. So for me, it's like if personal individuals want to go and band with them and be betrayed and backstabbed all the time, fair enough. But I'm saying, therefore, it's my duty then to speak out to black people and say, don't trust him and don't trust them. Here's the evidence. Here's the continuous demonstration of these people that they will always backstab you. The way that they see black people is a means to their personal agenda all the time. And that's it. And it's never for ours. Do you get me? We find that for one.
For example, I mean, there's been certain situations in the park, yeah, and I can't put it down to man being Sunni. I can't. How am I going to do that? Do you know what I'm saying? What I can do,
but that
specify 1 second. What I can do is specify the individual, yeah, who's directly coming at man. So I see that more. You know what I'm saying? When I'm aiming my sniper rifle at a target, you know what I'm saying? I've got to be specific. It can't just be a whole set of people in a crowd. That doesn't even make no sense. Do you know what I'm saying?
But that's a different situation. I'm not talking about those situations because they're also there, but they're irrelevant. Because if you've got a situation with a Sunni or an atheist and so on, and they're not calling or trying to incite a band of other Sunnis with you, or they're not just naturally coming against you because of a Sunni who's in the wrong, then that's the problem. Do you get what I'm saying? So
yeah, that is
for other brothers,
minor problem. Hold on, it's a minor problem. But you can still specify on the individual. Yes, you can still specify. Right. I know who to direct any type of aggression or thing or retaliation or retribution or you get what I'm saying. Even have a debate with. You know what I'm saying? I know who to specify. So I know who my basically. Do you know what I'm saying? And I don't necessarily agree that they're Muslims.
No, I agree. I mean, that's why I just call them Sunnis anyway. But what my point is the ones who you do call Muslims might be looking to back them because, for instance, you and Jedi and whoever else would, let's say, big up Shamsi, right, on your shows. Let's say on Jedi show, and then Shamsi directly saw the incident with Yawl and what's that guy, Ahmed Ali. But somehow his twisted, freakish mind is saying you're a coward and you collectively are cowards because of how you dealt with the matter, as if number one, he wasn't part of something that he got boys to beat up the same Ahmed Ali. That's number one, right? So his own Sunni guys beat up Ahmed Ali. Ahmed Ali's online showing his police statement and so on, yeah, in relation to Shamsi's boys. Number two, there's nothing that shows that you lot came as a pack specifically, intentionally to attack Ahmad Ali. You find a quick reaction from each individual that's doing their own thing. It's not like, let's get him. You're each, expressing your own anger. He's not stupid. He knows that. So in trying to remix and pretend what's going on is that you lot now are jumping him, that's not the case. It was the audacity of this man to come back after interrupting black people all the time. And now when he gets interrupted, he wants to get offensive. He wants to start talking bare rubbish. Then he wants to come back and attack physically. It was that, as far as I can see, the audacity of doing that, which is based upon the fact that black people are inferior, again, in his mind, that we shouldn't be responding back. Do you get me? But I'm saying Sham Donkey is now supporting that, calling people coward and things like that.
No.
So
that's fine. That's fine. Because my main point to Sham when he talked about that, and he said he was disappointed and man's a coward and all of this type of stuff. So I just referred him to the idea that you're echoing, bro.
Oh yeah, go.
Yeah, I just referred him to the idea that man won't be in a hurry to do that again. Do you know what I'm saying? I think that was the main principle of my argument. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, no matter how you look at it, and I don't even know how a man can even say to me, this is how you're supposed to be in a situation that was a reaction to, well, which was instantaneous out of the blue. Do you know what I'm saying? So this is a situation that just suddenly happened. Man reacted to it. And now people want to come and tell me how I'm supposed to react. Do you get what I'm saying? In a situation like that, like Shamsi. So I just said to Shamsi, at the end of the day, when it was you, do you get what I'm saying? If somebody ran up on one of your friends, you get what I'm saying? What would you do? And he said, he'll probably run into guy and beat the guy up and da-da-da. Then there's your answer. But on top of it, we didn't rush nobody. You get me? I punched him, another individual punched him, and then I came back in and then finished him off. No problem. And then Jedi dashed him to the floor, realizing what I was getting on with. You get what I'm saying? It's nothing. But the whole point was for me to show Samchi that, look, at the end of the day, you can say I'm a coward for doing that, but you're not going to be in a hurry to be throwing punches at me again, are you? And anybody who looks like me. Because I would never run up to 3 Arab guys and try to punch them. I would never go up to 3 white guys and try to punch them. Do you get what I'm saying? I would never do this. This is madness. Do you get what I'm saying? You've got to be calculated, even if you're in an argument with someone. We know how it is on the street. That's another whole different story. Do you get what I'm saying? But just in common sense and logic, I don't care. They could cuss my mother. They could call me a nigger. They could do all sorts. You get me? You have to be strategic and know what situation you're in. Because for me, that's a suicide mission. Oh, yes, defend your mother's honor, but against what? 3 of us didn't abuse you or did it. You know, the one person who you try to throw a punch at doesn't even make no sense. He'll actually kill you. So mine was divine intervention. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I saw a man close his eyes and throw a punch. Do you get me? So Allah was on his side. Unfortunately, you get what I'm saying? When you're throwing, when your arms are too short to box with God, you know what I'm saying? The physical, then you know what it is. You know what I'm saying? But my main principle, no bossy, no ego, no thing, is that nobody, has the idea in their mind to be putting their hand on melanated brothers or brothers of color or anyone around me. How about that? If anyone's rolling with me, black, white, Arab, or indifferent, no say, that is exactly the same response. Nobody's putting hands on anybody I'm rolling with or I choose to call friend. This is just plain and simple.
But this is, I hear what you're saying, and like I put that there as a thing to show that look how he betrayed you lot. In other words, as you were bigging him up as somebody specifically Jedi mentioned that he would go to Shamsi for clarification. But I'm saying, look how quick the man became biased in his judgment, where let's say people that watch your shows would now have a respect for Shamsi. But look how quick he turns to pulls out the anti-black card. And I'm saying this is a pattern that, if wherever you go, you're going to find it. Do you get what I'm saying? And as soon as they want to see something pro-black, you know what I mean? It's like, boy, nah, we have to rationalize something which is against pro-blackness. Simple as that.
Well,
Do you get what I'm saying?
I personally don't care about none of these, man. I don't care about their opinions. It means nothing to me. Do you get what I'm saying? A lot of them are reverts, converts thing. Yeah, you can come from Morocco, you can speak Arabic and all of that. You got what I'm saying? But let me see your masjid again. Let me see that small shepherd's bush masjid again. Sorry. You get me? Man, Shamsi's a road man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Shamsi's a road man. I told Shamsi to his face, I know you're a road man like me, bro. Walk on. You good? I like your gold teeth shining there. You get me? Man's a hustler. You get what I'm saying? I just leave him to do his thing. Intellectually, on the debate thing, this guy's walked away over 10, 15 times. Them man, they have been recording our conversation and then stopped recording. So everyone can see clearly somebody doesn't want no smoke from somebody else. I think none of the Dawah team want no smoke from this Muslim. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this shit hurts. You get me? And then you come with your thing. You get me? Even Salafi Isa, he's switched his ideology and point of view now. Do you get me? More man are more Afrocentric or seeing themselves within the concept. Remember, that was my main principle, not to dissuade anyone from their deen, but to see themselves within it. So that is start, you know what I'm saying, for me, to make man understand that the Prophet, one second, that the Prophet, peace be upon him, was a black man. Bilal was a black man. Abraham or Ibrahim was a black man. Musa was a black man. All of these man, and they tell you Adam was a black man. So, you know, for us, there's no issue here. It's the same racism that all of our prophets and all of our sages and our nabis faced as well. This persecution, you have to accept it. Do you get what I'm saying? Because for you to be a good person, yeah, wicked stuff has to happen to you to be tested so you can be fashioned and be a proper, you know, human being. So these trials and tribulations that we go through, do you get what I'm saying, have been written down in these books. They told us this was going to happen to us. Do you get what I'm saying? They told us this was going to happen to us. It's not something that, as I said, we have the power of observation, which is a tremendous gift that was given to us. You know what I'm saying? So we can observe and see what's going on. I don't think I have to scream from the rafters to say that there are bias, racism, prejudice, blah, 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 within certain ummas and ideologies and ways of thinking. But personally, Khalas, I don't subscribe. You know what I'm saying? They talk about mainstream Islam, nothing to do with me. I'm old school. I have to keep telling, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
No, I hear it on a personal level, but I'm saying more for our people in the sense that aligning ourselves and calling other people to look up to anti-black people. So on a level personally, yeah, you can refute them. But once they're given respect when they're anti-black, that's my whole main point. But sorry, there's a guy called, what's it? Is it Full Faz? What's his name? Full Faz. Saying to give Velle a call is like, because he wants to comment. Can you add people?
No, I can't. If man could have people, they need to give us that power.
Need to do what?
They need to give us that ability.
Okay, so basically what it is, it's only him that can. Oh, so he's in the back chat, is he?
I don't. Yeah, he's in the back chat. Yeah,
I mean, the back of the show, as it were, behind the scenes, behind the curtain. Right. I see, boy. Well, the park looking too cold for now, bruv. So, you know, boy, too wet and cold, bruv. This winter thing, nah. Hibernation time, boy. Give me a bit more hangouts. I think I was on there. I managed to do work yesterday, and I think I was on the hangouts for like 12 hours. This thing was on constant charge, bruv. You get me out to use battery pack. I had to go here. I even was driving. Blood, it was. I couldn't even believe I managed to do that all day. But who's Phil Faz? What? Who did?
Hold on. I think Velle's in the back. So.
Hello.
I'm in. Finally.
Like he was on there.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay.
Alaikum
salam. Who's this?
Yeah, it's Full Fizz. Black Select, get it right, yeah?
Yeah, well, it's not a matter of get it right. I'm pronouncing it as it's spelt. So as simple as that, really.
Right, listen, I wanted to ask you a few questions regarding yesterday's show. I just tuned in for a few hours, and I heard your arguments. And obviously, your main argument, you're implying Malcolm X is a coon. Is that correct? Yes?
Nah, not at all. And that was stated very clearly.
Well, I mean, you can state that now, you know, after the fact, but quite clearly you implied that, you know, he was a sellout. You know, obviously you've got this obsession with Sunni Islam, and you know you're coming across like a real child. If you know, if I'm gonna be completely honest with you, you know, you've got this obsession and you've got this vendetta against Sunnis, and you've stooped to the level of calling one of the greatest black intellectual figures who did more for black people than you've ever done in your life. Yeah, you know, you've gone to imply that he's a sellout, he's a coon. And now you want to backtrack and you don't want to specifically state it. You've also stooped to the level of saying that. Hold on. Listen.
No, but are you black? That's what I want to know first.
Isa, look, listen.
No, but hold on, before you walk, are you black? Is yes or no?
That question, you know, is irrelevant.
Of course it's relevant. I want to know who I'm talking to. There's no need to. I don't. But anyway, the point is, in the debate itself,
you want to make a point, yeah. You want to have a discussion with somebody, and you're supposed to be the black select, yeah. You're supposed to be the intellectual black Shia, and then the first thing that you ask me is, "Are you black?"
Yeah,
that's not the first thing I asked you. That's not the first thing. But let me clarify something for you, rather than you waste our time. In the debate itself, it was confirmed that Isa the Black Telek is not calling our Malcolm, not yours, our Malcolm, a coon. The point was, and it was explained in the debate, so obviously you didn't watch it, because COE specifically asked me, am I saying that Malcolm X unintentionally led people somewhere? And I explained that a leader has mainly two aspects. Number one, their own position where they can be appointed a leader. And the second aspect is somebody who's a follower takes them to be a leader. Because Malcolm X was not a leader for Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan. Do you understand? So Farrakhan did not take Malcolm X as a leader and become an orthodox Sunni Muslim, but many other people did. So you, if you're not black, you may not have this basic understanding of the feeling of black people that go there, but you're just taking some opportunity as a Sunni to think you can bash or come against the Black Telek. Now that's not happening, because the people them that have heard.
Listen, you can backtrack all you want and say you didn't imply he was a coon, but what you clearly did imply that. But what you also implied was, and what you're clearly implying now, or you're clearly stating, is that he was stupid. You're calling Malcolm X dumb. You're saying he was dumb because he did not know what he was believing, what path he was following. So basically, you're saying that this great black intellectual leader did not know what he had accepted.
It's nothing to do with you. If you're not black, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say, blood. Talk to someone else. Man, come, you're mad as hell.
Listen. One last thing, before the Black Telek kicks me off is you stoop so low again, you know, in your vendetta against Sunni Muslims that you actually diss the Hajj. You know, there's some exceptional cases of groping or whatever, and you were like, oh, why did Malcolm X point to Hajj? One of your arguments was, why did he say that is the home of Islam? Or so? I can't even remember what you said. What was your argument? What was your argument exactly? Can you repeat what your argument was?
I'll tell you it. What I said was, no, I just read from the book, and then I played the specific words of Malcolm X, which was, he has joined the global Muslim Brotherhood as it's practiced in Mecca, Egypt, and other learning centers around the world. Do you understand? So
yeah, but Black Telek, you should know. I don't know what kind of Islam you're following, but Black Telek, you should know that Mecca. Why is he not going to mention Mecca? Because Mecca is the spiritual home of Muslims. You can't get around that fact. Mecca is the birthplace of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who you also claim to believe in. So why is he not going to mention Mecca? That is the spiritual home of Islam. So what would you have mentioned?
This is my point to you. I'm saying that even if he didn't mention it, people that are looking into Islam would think that's where you're going to get proper Islam. You're arguing against points I didn't make. This is why you should listen carefully before you come raving and ranting. I agree
Yeah, but his
with you.
words were never that this is where you will see the epitome of Muslims. He said this is where the spiritual home of Islam is. This is where the Hajj pilgrimage takes place. This is where the two holy cities are.
I played his words and I read his words, so we don't need you to give a commentary on Malcolm X.
Yeah, but like Rospect said, one thing I did hear Rospect say is until you bring the whole entire clip, because anybody, you know, we know about the media, we know how they lie and they distort things. So until you play the clip in its entirety, you know, again.
Yeah, go on. What's the difference?
Yeah, we can't accept that testimony until you bring the entire clip.
Let me, and this is why I keep saying, and this is, look at this now, yeah, perfect example of off the back of Raspect's garbage and lies and cooning, you have people like this coming on the scene. But
like now you stoop to the level of this in Raspect. You've called him a sellout today as well. Like, I mean, if anybody's a sellout, it's you, Black Telek. You know, if anybody is a sellout, I'm gonna have to be honest there.
I'm gonna play it now. You tell me what more you need, because the question asked was where and when. This was by Ziriab. He said, where and when did Malcolm specifically point to these two centers? That was the question, right? I had this recorded before for Shakara, right? Because Shakara is trying to portray that Malcolm X was more about the pro-black thing than he was about Islam. So I had this prepared before. It wasn't for Aspect. So let me play this, and I want you to tell me what more you need in regards to the answer of this. Okay.
Yeah, play the entire clip. No, if you can play me 20 seconds after the clip, you know, that we've already heard, then maybe I'll listen to it. If not, you know, it's just it's irrelevant. It doesn't mean anything.
But that's what I'm saying. If you're not intelligent enough to understand the most basic things, which is, for instance, when I was reading the book, because Shakara's got a brain, he know I didn't have to read a whole page. What you do is you read the bits for the evidence. So for instance, Malcolm definitely said that these two places was what he was pointing to. Do you understand? Now you've already said, of course he's going to mention that. And I agree with you. But what my point is that it would have been better for black people to look to Nigeria, to look to Ghana, Mali, Senegal, and these places where black people, let's say, merge Sunnism with a civilized culture.
Do black people, do Shias and Sunnis not perform the pilgrimage? Do they not go to Mecca and Medina?
Did you hear what I just said? I said if Malcolm had pointed to Nigeria, Senegal, Mali, Ghana, places where black people, black Muslims have at least an Islam, even a Sunnism that is beneficial for black people, and it don't make them coons that freaking submit to people like you. Simple as that. It's very straightforward.
Listen. One last thing I am going to say, yeah, Black Telek. And, you know, I've been very respectful. I'm calling you Black Telek. Yeah, you know, that's your chosen name. One last thing I will say is Malcolm X was no coon. He was as much for black people as he was for Islam. Let's get that correct. Yeah, he was for Islam. Let's not get it twisted. He was a Sunni Muslim, a proud one. He chose that path. And he wasn't dumb like you're trying to imply. He knew what he had gotten himself into. And yes, he purposely pointed to Mecca because that is the spiritual home of Islam. But let's not get it twisted also. He was as much for black people as he was for Islam because that was the struggle. You know, he aligned with black Christians, he aligned with black atheists, he aligned with everybody. So you know what, you might have a separate argument with Shakara, yeah, regarding whether he was more for black people or more for Islam. But from me, as a Muslim, as a Sunni Muslim, I say he was for both. I say he was a proud Sunni Muslim, and he was still that revolutionary. He was still as much for black people. And when he went back from the Hajj, his actions and his words stayed as much. You know, they showed as much. But anyway, I've got to get out, guys. Yeah, I'll come back. I'll come back in about 20 minutes time. Black Telek, I'll come back in about 20 minutes time, please. I've got to go now. I've got to run off.
Yo, bro, when you come back, please come back a little bit more calm, a little bit low. But yeah, definitely appreciate you presenting a point of argument. But yeah, just bring the energy down a little bit so we can have a more functional conversation. But yeah, respect. And
yeah,
where's Bigger guy?
Yeah. Who?
Bigger. He needs to come and moderate his channel.
Bigger's a joke. I can't believe I'm on an atheist channel. He makes me laugh, you know, bloody atheist channel. Is that what it's called?
It ain't no atheist channel no more, boy.
Oh, it's not called. It's just called Velle Vision. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Velle Vision, yeah.
He cracks me up, bro. No, I thought his main thing was to have a channel, yeah, where they like bun religion. I thought that's him and Beefy like, and Maku going, what's it, fairy tale time or hour or whatever it is.
You're gonna wake up the fairy tale killers now.
I thought that's what the channel. What it is though, what you've witnessed there, bruv, is exactly what I'm saying. You see how Raspek put batteries in this guy's back to misrepresent my whole argument. This is what I'm talking about. The example's right there. A non-black man feels comfortable to make up garbage. Flip it out, bruv. To follow words, misleading words.
I think at the same time though, Issa, like I hear what you're saying there, but at the same time, I think you do purposely choose words that can be seen as inflammatory. And sometimes people don't necessarily hear how you're applying it; they just hear the words. You know what I mean? Because obviously, I was in the back chat with you, with content, and with Shakara when you guys were planning out that whole Malcolm X debate. So I understood it from that perspective. So I can definitely with confidence and tell people for a fact that was the from.
No, but listen, what I'm saying. Is there anything in that debate title that's not true? Because if we acknowledge that man is a leader, if we acknowledge, well, we can't really say it didn't happen, that he mentioned these two places. If we acknowledge that these two places, Egypt and Arabia, or even Mecca, were enslaving blacks. At that time, it was legal under Islamic Sunni fatwa to thief black people and enslave them. That was a common practice, and it's a common practice today, right? Then pointing to these places where that's legal there, and the scholarship, it's legal within the scholarship, etc. People then did look to these areas. Both areas. They went to Egypt to study in Al-Azhar University, and they went to Medina University. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's a common thing. And we have, again, I gave the example of Siraj Wahaj, who keeps going on about how him and Malcolm, he was in Malcolm's movement, which was the one after he came back from Hajj. And Siraj Wahaj is a Salafi, quoting Ibn Taymiyyah and pointing to Saudi Arabia. And he's got loads of black people on that. And granted, as somebody said, well, he's cleaned up the streets and da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, he's done a lot of good work. But my point is, we still need to point out that he's calling them to an anti-black coon ideology. Simple as that. You get what I'm saying? So, I mean, yeah.
Sorry, can you mute this? I'm not sure if there's someone else on the panel, but I agree. Well, not until 100, but I definitely understand where you're coming from in regards to leading people down a path that they might not have been sure about fully, and maybe that he wasn't sure about fully. Obviously, in defense of Sunni Islam, and as a relative layperson, I'm not going to try and give any full defense at all. And like I said, I don't necessarily put myself in either camp, Sunni or Shia. I just try and follow, as you say, the Islam of the Quran as best as I can. But I mean, I would say that it's difficult because obviously the point that you're making is one that where when you break down your definitions and the terms that have been used, it does make sense. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, I could give an argument that there are some Sunnis who have become pro-black or who have seen pro-black ideals, so on and so forth, and have incorporated that with them. Some Sunnis who are drawn back from the Malcolm X movement towards Senegal and West Africa. And yeah, there's definitely, I think all of those points don't hold the fact that the brother you just spoke about definitely is possibly bringing a lot of black people into Islam to make them have a primary motivation on Saudi Arabia. And we know Saudi Arabia in itself is a relatively modern construct, and a lot of the political powers that have put Saudi Arabia into place are interesting, to say the least, about them.
But it was the same before, though. That's what I'm saying. It was before they put Saudi Arabia in place. It was run by the Ottomans, and the Ottomans were very well known to castrate black men, but they were continuously enslaving us, so it didn't change nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? It was just that was something was kind of like, imagine.
Sorry to cut you off there, but for me personally, this here for me as someone who wants to study and learn and is quite objective about history, and I want to look at history. I don't want to get passionate or get angry or get upset about any particular thing. I just want to know the truth. And so for me personally, this is why I don't necessarily understand when, like, you have your views on Sunni Islam. I can understand maybe people are offended by that. I would definitely just prefer to see you to have that discussion with a Shamsi, with a Modi Hijab, with a Isa, and so on, and get to the crux of some of these things. Because for me personally, if somebody brought me if I was a Christian, for example, and someone brought me Christianity and was able to show me examples of Christians and Christian kingdoms and empires castrating black men left, right, and center, I have questions about that. Do you know what I mean? So if these things can be brought and they have been brought, then the questions have to be answered. So I'm not necessarily personally, I'm not against you bringing it to the forefront. I'm more just want to get to the answers, innit? I want to get, and I definitely want to hear the other side as well. Do you know what I mean? To be honest, I feel like I've definitely got a good grasp of your side, and not necessarily heard a strong enough response from the other side fully as of yet. But it would be good.
No,
that's why I said to the other Sunni guy that if he could calm it down and come back, it would be a good conversation, right? Because he came in with a very strong defense of Sunni. And I love to see that, and I love the people who are passionate, have strong defenses, especially when I don't. But like I say, just be calm about it, and if it's the truth should prevail, innit? So, yeah, that's my take on this whole thing. But yeah, I think sometimes people don't. I don't know, man. I just prefer if everyone just could stick to truth, stick to making points and arguments. Everything would run a lot smoother in this whole Speaker's Corner paradigm. You still there? Back to that. Anybody? Bigger. Your fellow dead. Everybody around gonna leave me. Show done. Okay, well, basically what I'm gonna do then if the show's done is I'm gonna go and start the Scat Mind. No, I'm joking. I was supposed to run a Scat Mind show today though. Back to back dropped out. He pressed mute and it kicked him out. That's disrespect. Look at Turok. Imagine Turok showed up. I ain't seen this guy for time. He's usually chilling with what's her name? With his auntie Jupiter and them lot. Big up Turok coming through. Jump on the panel with your operational self. No, I'm joking. You probably won't even be able to get on the panel. Mad things in the back chat. Where's Velle gone, boy? All right, cool. Yeah, boy. It's just me for now. I don't know. Talk to me in the comments, man. Give me something to talk about. Like I could talk myself if you guys are willing to just respond and give me some ideas. They have no response, guy. That's the problem. They wasn't happy. They was happy milking Malcolm's name. Well, I mean, to be fair, I know some good, a lot of good Sunni brothers and I've come through a lot of I come through to Islam through a lot of good Sunni brothers and sisters. Who's that?
Max, I'm still here.
Oh, big up, Max.
I just went shop and came back. Well, go on. The black to left. What?
He accidentally kicked himself out. Everybody kicked themselves out, and Velle's gone MIA.
Oh yeah, there he said I'll add you back.
Yeah, man. So it's just has Velle been back already then? Yeah, I thought he just gone and just didn't come back at all.
Who, me?
No, Velle.
Oh, Velle. Yeah, no, he's around. He's doing something.
Okay.
I don't know if we can do it by his phone or something. But yeah, man. Go on, man. Sorry, man, to cut you.
No, that was calm, innit? I was just saying that I know a lot of good Sunni brothers and sisters, and especially I know quite a lot of them who are on this pro-black thing. So I'm not sure if everybody who just comes into Sunni is. That's why I want to hear Black Delect's full argument and position and all the documents and all the evidences, and I definitely want to see a strong response from somebody who is actually got all the information. I don't obviously have.
All right. Sorry. Yeah. Bloody hell. How did I press it? Oh, no, sorry. The audio button was next to my back button, so I must have pressed the back button instead.
What happened?
I went to press the audio button, but it's next to the back button, so I must have pressed the back button on the phone, and it messed me up, bro. Yeah. Look, Ziriab's waiting in the limbo. This is funny, bro. La. Who said something? You said something I wanted to respond to there, bro. Yeah. You said. Let me just deal with Scattered Minds, brother. You mentioned something about if you converted to Christianity and it showed castration and so on and so forth. That is part of the issue, the manifestation of it. But what I am basically saying is regarding black people using their own intellect, seeing patterns, and then making sure that wherever these patterns lie, that they stay aloof from those people's ideology, with the ideology. Do you understand? So, for instance, where you have a school, I don't know if you know, there was a Sunni school of thought that said that black women cannot ask for a higher dowry because they're not as attractive as other women. Did you know that, Scad?
Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this.
So what I'm saying is, I'm now showing that West African Muslims are majorly following a guy that saw their women as inferior. Just because you edit out and you don't teach that one principle, I'm saying with a mindset of that idiot that said that should mean that we dash his school of thought away. At the very least, if we wanted to take some of his good ideas, that's fine. But don't say, I'm a Shafi, I'm a Maliki. Do you get me? Because the man was a devil. From the time whatever he was studying to make him conclude that black women are inferior means he's a dirty kafir. And this is my bloody point, bro. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. But it wasn't that long ago. It wasn't that long ago you believed that, though, bro. Let's be honest.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I wasn't. No, no. Maliki and Shafi are.
No.
Maliki.
Forget that. The whole principle of the black woman being God. You know what I'm saying? We had this argument before. You know what I'm saying? And you was on the principle of your Sunni stuff that it's slightly not favorable to women either.
Hold on. Sunni stuff. Well, listen, make your statement clear. What is it? Yeah. So what? Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. This is why I was saying to him, it's not just the practice. I'm saying the teaching behind it. So, for instance, if I study the 12 Imams and the 12 Imams supported the idea that black women are inferior, then it goes straight in the bin. There's not no, oh, well, it's gone. It's as simple as that. Because this guy is not like he was saying, well, there's a specific group of women.
That's what I'm saying. Now it's that. But it wasn't always the case, was it?
Well, like when? When are you saying it wasn't the case? I don't get it.
It wasn't the case unnecessarily that women were held in the most highest regard in whatever,
black women,
whatever side.
There was There's specifically this imam, this Sunni imam. He said that for black women, because they're not as attractive as others, they can't ask for a higher dowry. Now, if you want to say women were treated inferior, that's a different story. But I'm talking about how he singled out black women and made them be devalued by their own men, their own people.
Ain't some of the wives of the prophet and that aren't they black women already?
Bro, that's a fact. But what I'm saying to you is exactly so it shows a lot of West African Sunnis were flipping very uneducated by following this dumb imam. That's my whole blasted point.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. What my point is, because what I keep saying is, why couldn't they look at the Quran, look at the Hadith, and just make their own thing? Why do you need to follow Shafi, Maliki, all of these flipping guys? You get me? And don't get me wrong, there are some that did it, but I'm saying the ones which are majorly promoted are the ones that are not black and are anti-black. Do you get me? And these lot are now converting to Salafi Wahhabism. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
which has been happening.
That's cool because that's in the north. I mean, we already look at them as Arabized already.
No, but no. What you talking about? Mali?
One second. Not like the Muslims in the south of Nigeria. The Muslims in the north of Nigeria have been Arabized. You know what I'm saying? This is why you can get Boko Haram coming in and insurgents coming in along their angle. They practice Sharia law. So the only other place other than Saudi Arabia, that they practice this Sharia law is in Northern Africa, in Kanu, their capital. Do you get what I'm saying? Where they have it in place, you can't smoke, you can't drink, you can't do nothing. Do you get what I'm saying?
Stop, so did you say you can't smoke? Did you say
they can't smoke?
No, I need to see that. You mean cigarettes? You can't smoke cigarettes?
You can't smoke.
You can't smoke. You can't smoke. Hold on, stop. I need to understand this. I want you to literally asking you a specific question, right?
Yeah.
Is this area like a big area or is it like a town or village? You're talking about a big area, aren't you?
We're talking about a huge area. Northern Africa.
And you're telling me
Northern Nigeria is a desert.
Right. No, but okay. Yeah. So it's more desert land. Is that what you're saying?
It's desert. It's definitely desert. Kanu.
So you tell me they don't shisha.
Come on, bro.
Okay. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah, man, right. Man are shakes, man are shakes, all sorts. Yeah.
No, but they smoke shisha, don't they? All blasted. All the camel riders smoke shisha.
They have Sharia in place. So. As I said, it's the only other place than Saudi Arabia where it's implemented.
Well, they smoke like a hell.
Even if you do go to Morocco and with these Arab League countries, they don't have Sharia in place. Not one.
We know that. We know exactly. Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I'm saying that some man, if they support that ideology of bringing Sharia, all of that to England, you're living a pipe dream. Do you know what I'm saying? Because it's not even practical. You understand? Because they're gonna come with the Saudi, which is Wahhabism. So like, let's be clear. People need to be clear what they're doing. That's why I don't follow this mainstream Islam. It's terrible. Absolutely taken over by insurgents and infiltrators and men from other areas that have nothing to do with the stories or anything that took place in that region. You know what I mean, which I find strange. And when we go back into it, their parents were kuf. You get me? Their grandparents were Turuk type statues.
No, but even see, the thing is, when you go to the companions of the Prophet, their parents and grandparents were kuffars. But the point is that are the individuals that are Muslim?
I don't get
what
that.
They say.
I don't even get that. Even that doesn't even make sense.
What's that? That their parents were kafirs?
Yeah.
Well, we know that the fact that they were fighting against the Prophet in the name of Alat al-Uzr and Manat and these other gods, and then they converted. Yeah, of course. What do you mean? No, not the Prophet's parents. I'm saying the companions' parents. So Abu Bakr's parents, Umar's parents.
No.
All of these.
I wouldn't say. I'm talking about the Prophet. Because people say the Prophet's parents.
Yeah. No, I'm not talking. Yeah.
And I'm saying
no. Well, his father's name is Abdullah, right? Servant of Allah, yeah?
Right.
Yeah. But this is one of the things that we show as well. Like, you know what I mean? Remember Abdul Muttalib, his grandfather called, just imagine he called his son that blood. So, yeah. I mean, however it goes. But it's,
so we're already...
Why is someone laughing? Yeah, sorry. Go on.
We already acknowledged that these people could not have been what they were suggesting, unless that the principles and ideas that were being exercised at that time are being misunderstood. You know what I'm saying? So the idea of using a conduit to the creator is something that an argument that has been squashed and refuted many times over. You know what I'm saying? So we understand that some of our sages and prophets were definitely into the worship of one idol.
Well, whether it be one idol or one, I know what you mean, because a lot of the time you had a physical symbol for the one god. Obviously the sun.
Right. So if you had a statue of Adam and Eve, do you get what I'm saying?
You're not worshiping
Adam and Eve. Yeah, you're worshiping the person or the entity that created Adam and Eve, and the essence of that creator is in Adam and Eve. So it's understandable. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but bruv, see what you just said now. Do you think a lot of the masses can understand things from that perspective? You said like 10 words, and the concepts within those 10 words, like if you're ruling a nation of people, bruv, that's they're not going to grasp that, bruv. So when they come and pour milk, and you look at India, because this is a thoroughly major practicing, you know what I mean? They've been practicing the same traditions of bringing milk and pouring milk over whoever's feet and all them thing there, and their gods and whatever. You know what I mean? So if you ask the people from those cultures that have come over here, been educated, they see them as backward, because they're saying they literally don't know, it's just a ritual they've been practicing for time, and they just follow the ritual, and they pray, and they're not thinking any deep stuff like you just said, well, the spirit is, they're not going into none of that stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? So, but I want to see what's your tradition?
Oh, God,
like, oh no, did I ask the wrong question?
You've been going down the rabbit hole now.
Oh, sugar. I thought you meant...
Well, I agree with a lot what you're saying, to be honest. Well, most of my sort of traditions or cultures come from the Caribbean.
But no, not where it comes from. Like, as in, would you align yourself to... would you say your culture is more similar to Amazonian type people in the sense of a shamanism type system? or base system?
It's sort of the same as voodoo as well. So yes and no.
But what I'm saying is because you specifically seem to separate yourself from Africa.
Yeah,
I don't
he's
see why
Indian.
you would. So this is what I'm saying. I don't see why you would reference voodoo
Yeah.
rather than talk about your own thing. Because I'm thinking if I ask somebody
But the thing is voodoo though.
What do you mean?
Huh?
What I do is
I'm saying that if I ask somebody practicing voodoo that comes from the continent, they're not going to say to me, well, it's similar to Torok's people's thing. So when I'm asking you about your
no, yes, it is though.
No. I'm saying you wouldn't. Somebody from there would not reference that. I know they're the same and very similar. What I'm saying, Torok is specific that he's not African, right?
2 seconds. So,
yeah, go on.
Say voodoo practice in Africa is very near to.
Yeah, but I'm saying, can you explain it without referencing voodoo? Like, if you ask me about Islam, I'm not going to do a aspect and start referencing the Bible and other things. You get me? Like, he was asked about Christianity and then he started quoting the Quran. So I'm saying, if you ask me about Islam,
if I ask you a simple question, what is similar people culture to what we know as voodoo? Who would you pick?
Hold on, you're breaking up. If you ask me what?
If I ask you, you see the culture, what is called voodoo, yeah? If I said to you, do you know other people or culture?
Well, that's mash up, bro. Yeah, you're breaking in and out badly, bro. I don't know if let me mute up and then if the brothers can mute up and let's see what going.
Yeah, basically, I was saying if there is a culture like voodoo and a people, what would you say is that similar culture and that people?
I could say Ifa, I could say Kemet, I could say the shamans in the Amazon, the shamans in parts of India, in China, in the Caribbean, obviously. I mean, it's a very similar thing. It's just more adapted to the landmass and the language and culture of those people. But how old? Well, what we call voodoo, I mean, that's thousands and thousands of years old, isn't it? So,
well, whose culture do you think it stems
from? From everything in it in the language, I mean, do you mean black people? Is that what you mean, or because I would say the people on the continent.
So, like, what is there a specific tribe that practiced that culture before it was very rare?
Well, I can't give you the specific tribe. I mean, I've heard Benin is the place where it came from, but I'm saying it's apparently a state religion of Benin. So we know about Dahomey making it a state religion of power at the time. But other than sorry, let me mute again. Say that again.
What did they call their type of spirituality or voodoo?
The actual name slips me right now, but I know that they didn't call it voodoo, but that's what the Western man called it. But go on. Can I get an answer to? Sorry. Obia. You mean Obia?
Well, in the Caribbean, places like Puerto Rico, Haiti, that is like the Greater Antilles. So that's where the Arawaks are, and you can look in the Arawak dictionary. I'm going to put in the search chat in a minute. Opia is actually an Arawak or Taino word.
Sorry. Did you ask what we call it in Africa?
What did the ones in Benin call their one?
Yeah, we call it juju.
You sure?
Yeah. There's no voodoo. There's no word for voodoo.
Do you know the meaning of the word juju, Maku?
Huh?
Do you know what the literal meaning of the word juju means?
Yeah, it means like black magic, basically.
Okay. But okay. I'll try and research the root of that. But Torek, yeah, go on.
Just like with muti for the South Africans. You get me? They say it's medicine. You get me? So they don't even say it, but it's the same thing. It's all the same thing. And then you got Babalawo, you know what I mean? So you've got the medicine man himself, you know what I mean? Who do juju.
Shaman.
Yeah.
So that's the equivalent to the Hungan, though, isn't it? The Hungan of voodoo.
No, just a
So
shaman.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The Hungan is like a priest, isn't it? Which is a shaman in voodoo. So that's the Hungan. But yeah, Torek, I'm trying to get more. So you're saying that word obia comes from the Arawak word, yeah?
Yeah, an actual juju is a voodoo dance. Well, the actual word opia or obia is also spelled as hupia. Is also a Taino word, but refers back to Asian that ghosts, spirits, like all types of something to do with the ancestors and rituals and things like that. We call it opia. After I spell with OPIA.
Opia.
Okay, what does opia mean?
It refers back to and all sorts.
Well, he jumped out. He pressed himself out instead of pressing mute. Probably. Go on, Tarek.
Yeah, opia. It just refers back to ghosts, spirits, the ancestors. Yeah.
So your ancestral spiritual system is called what? Opia.
Yeah, that's the word for it.
So then, what's the practice then? What's the practice like of voodoo, or you get me, or obia?
That's the whole practice. We call it hupia or opia.
Well, there's the difference then. There's a practice like we have the practice of juju, yeah, and then we have ancestral worship, which is the orishas and that type of thing. You get what I'm saying? So there's different stories to go with each of the.
They use in America for an explanation of voodoo, but when you do Benin, juju is actually a voodoo dance. It's not actually like any type of science.
What? Sorry, it's a practice, yeah.
Juju is a dance.
A ritual. A ritual.
It's a voodoo dance in Benin. Juju is something what the people use as in the Americas for an explanation of the combining two.
No, we don't have no voodoo dance. You get what I'm saying?
But in Benin, what you know as juju is actually what is a voodoo dance called juju.
I'm saying voodoo and juju is the same thing, yeah. But I'm saying voodoo. Well, Odin, its origin, yeah, is from India. It's from Asia. It's not from the Americas. It's from Asia, and yours is from Asia also. Do you get what I'm saying? Because you're Asian.
Talking about Benin,
so that's the original origin of it. Okay, cool. But I'm saying it's a system. One second. It's a system that was brought in all around the continent at a particular time, because before a particular time, it did not exist in that way, have that naming and thing. And as a man said, the Europeans came in and said, that, yeah, it was voodoo that these lot are doing. It was voodoo that they were doing in Haiti. It was voodoo they were doing this place and that place and the other place, and in the what do you call it, Brazil and that. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, there's a little slight confusion with ancestral worship. Do you get what I'm saying? And the practice of voodoo, voodoo, obia. Do you get what I'm saying? Ifa, Yoruba, whatever they're gonna call it. Do you get what I'm saying? They've called it many.
I think what's his name is in the behind the show, something like that. But the actual thing, what people know in Africa as juju is called a voodoo dance. What America has done with voodoo dolls and all them other things, they classified it as juju. But what the Haitians do in Haiti is actually opia. And
but
the same thing,
I'm saying
in Jamaica, it's called obia.
The people that practice juju, yeah, who are like family members and that, they don't even live and they don't even dress like how people would think, you know? Like they wear, the women wear, they dress like nuns. You get what I'm saying? They got white scarves over their heads and wrapped around their face.
But the Benin Kingdom is like maybe the oldest thing on the west coast of Africa. So the Benin Kingdom has been there since the BC period, and they even talk about when they have Pacific ceremonies where they don't let nobody inside of their kingdom, and their kingdom is a vast kingdom, and it's been well documented, and it's a very old kingdom. but also it talks about when there was a woman from a place called Ajar, or her name was called Ajar. She even introduced two other more deities into it. Then later on, this is where you get the Oyo state, and you have the Yoruba people.
But the Yorubas are not from Oyo State.
Yes, they are.
Okay, if that's what you say. You get me? But our first
From
city is
the
not. Is
origin
not.
of Oyo, that is with the Igbo people and a prince from the Benin Empire. They made that empire what we know as an area as the Oyo
So
Empire.
why are you saying it's Yoruba then when you said Igbo people?
The Yorubas are in that region.
Yeah, but they're not the same people, in it. So if they're in that region, they have their own system.
Like a new foundation from the two merging tribes, or how many different other people, or they might be just a set of people.
No, I'm saying like our original city is not Oyo. It's not nothing to do with that, bruv. That's what I'm saying. That we either already lived around there or we migrated into that area at different points. It it's neither here nor there. Do you get what I'm saying? But we definitely keep records of our movements and track our what we do. You know what I'm saying?
Yoruba people are like it's a next sort of amalgamation of two different cultures.
Well, it can't be not from round there though. Not from round where you're saying
Because there's a similar there's
is
a common.
Nigeria. Hold on one second. Where you're saying is Nigeria, car. As I said, we migrated to that area at a particular point, so we were still whole then, as in Europeans.
Yeah, but what year was that?
What do you mean? What year was that? That was
Yeah,
like 3,000 years ago, bro. So
that
I'm
can't
saying,
be
like,
too.
if we traveled there 3,000 years ago and set
Through
up
the
our
80s.
first city. One second, and set up our first city, which is Ife, Ile-Ife.
Yeah, how old is that town?
That town is bloody old, bro. It's a
You
way old,
see,
bro. Before any European thing, but that is the oldest city for the Yorubas. Our first
are you,
city, is what I'm saying, where we first settled.
okay, let's see this then.
Mm.
Oh,
And where these places are more or less in the north of the south, in a sense.
mm-hmm.
Mm.
So Ifa is a Yoruba religion system.
Not Ife, Ile Ife.
Okay, but how old is this town now?
Ile Ife. Just go and look it up, yeah, and it will show you that it's the it's the spiritual home of the Yorubas. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where our libraries and our museums, and we've got a lot of lectures, literature, and scholars who came out of that particular town there. But that is
So
the
so
town
is
of that is the town now, right
oh,
now. Yeah, sorry, that is the town right now of my father and my grandfather. You get me? They're from Ife, and they still live there.
it's the LA Ife of Oyo. She said the
You what?
Nigerian historian Samuel Johnson of Obadiah Johnson. It was Arugabai, the mother of Onibogi, in the 8th Ala-Ife of Oyo, who introduced Oyo to Ife in the late 1400s. She was initiated the Alodo to Ato and conferred him the rites of initiation to others.
Mm, come
So
on,
this is 14th century.
exactly. That's still we still already there a long time. As I said, Ife has been there for obviously a couple centuries. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. See Yoruba land. Da-da-da-da-da.
Because we got right next door. We've got Elisha. You know what I'm saying? And Elisha is where you've got where my stepdad is royal lineage is from. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, it says
They're like
four.
neighbors.
It
They're
says
like neighbors.
400 BC. The settlement of Erefa.
400 BC.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, point proven, yeah. Like, man's gonna know their shit in it. Obviously, I'm not gonna make up no story about my own thing. I'm from a royal lineage, so I get full update on my origins and my history, and also I research myself. You get what I'm saying? So these are things I've done already. It's
Yeah,
not
but I'll
nothing
be
new.
honest, there's another historian that says that Yoruba land is something very new, and that came with the colonizers.
No, well, you know, scholars will say what they say in it. I mean, you have to start reading from the actual Yoruba scholars who mainly reside and came from Ife. You know what I'm saying? So it's mad. It's like our first libraries, universities, and all of that we had in this region, and a lot of the antiquities. Obviously, they're in the south. You get what I'm saying, in Benin, in that region. But we migrated to those regions like that. That's what you're going to do in 3,000 years. You're going to move around. You're going to take over other areas or go and settle in other areas and thing. And all of these things are documented. So yeah, as I said, we didn't have no interaction with no Europeans until the late 1800s. You know what I mean? That means we was getting on fine or doing whatever we was doing for in peace for thousands of years. Whether we war amongst each other, that's another story. But you get me? We it seemed harmonious at the time. You get me? Before the Portuguese or the thing started to rob neighbors next door in the early part. I don't think we even recognized that, or people migrating in. Do you get what I'm saying? Because it wasn't a thing. You know what I mean? That's why you got in later times, you've got so many Ghanaians living in what we say is Nigeria, that to such an extent that we have to expel them from the country. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, I heard it was just really part of the Edo Empire, though.
who? The what?
That region. It says Oladuwa had sons, daughters, and a grandson who went on
Hmm.
to found their own kingdoms and the empire,
That's right.
namely Ila, Orogun, Owe, Ketu, Siba, Popo, and Oyo, and Oranmiman.
Yeah.
The last born was of his father's principal ministry and oversees the Edo Empire after Oluwado granted and paid back the Edo people for his governance when decided to go back to Ife after a period service of exile in Benin. He left behind a child named Iweka
Hmm.
that he had with an indigenous princess of Benin. The young boy went on to become the first legitimate ruler and Oba and the second Edo dynasty that ruled what is now Benin. From the day to this, Olidu Mian later went on to found Oyo State that stretched back the height of western banks of the
Hmm.
rivers Niger and eastern banks of the river
Yeah.
Volata,
So
which
you see what's
served
going
as
on. The 13 sons of Odudua. This is where the concept of the in the Yoruba pantheon comes from. Do you get what I'm saying? The 13 sons of Odudua are the 13 kings, in a sense, of different regions of Nigeria. Do you get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah, depending on when they went there is when the story starts from the Yoruba side or from the you get what or the newly found tribe, but they're not really newly found. They're just an off branch of the same thing sometimes. You get me? And then when they are actually going to those regions, they marry, as I said, they marry for alliance. Do you get what I'm saying? Now the two tribes become one and there's peace, there's no argument. It doesn't mean that all of the people start to mix with each other necessarily. But in the royal sense, they are always linked. This is why I always make that claim. Do you get what I'm saying? That any royal lineage of Nigeria, of the Yorubas, will always be related to each other. you get what I'm saying? So when we say like fella has royal lineage and fella is a family member, do you get what I'm saying? Might come from a different part, have some different origin of some people, of the same people going to the Americas and coming back and all of that. Do you get what I'm saying? That these are definitely stories that are thing, but it's not for the entirety. The bloodline is still the bloodline. This is why they can always track where each individual is.
Yeah,
Because
but
they
I don't
never,
know
they
about
ne- one second, they never bring in anyone who is not of the original bloodline of the 13 sons of Odudua. You get what I'm saying? For Yoruba. You get what I'm saying? So yeah.
but realistically, for both of fella's parents trace their lineage and they go back to the people that came from Sierra Leone and Liberia.
hmm
So there's also a man called Franco de Souza that's been doing these type of things, setting up
Yeah, but
colonies.
we also went there. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no difference between the Nigerians, the Ghanaians, and Togo and the Sierra Leoneans, and most of West Africa, in the sense of that when we migrated from East Africa, there was a lot of people, and it was like some stopped off and some continued, some stopped off and some continued. It was a mass migration. You get me? So it weren't just a one set of people, Yorubas just walking down. No, we branched off another set of people, yeah, and said, look, we're going to settle here while they continued on their journey. Do you get what I'm saying? So create each of these states and countries or whatever you're calling Mauritania and all of these type of things. But essentially, yeah, they're going to be the same people. Aspects of the different tribes are going to be the same. They might call them different names, but you have them too. And then
Yeah,
some
not being
even
bad.
with each other, definitely. Like,
But
so
Sierra Leone and them places ain't really good land, so people left from them regions and went either up to Ghana, went down to Togo and Nigeria.
no, it's the other. Yeah, they came back. Yeah, some came back through. Yeah, definitely.
It's shit in Sierra
But there was
Leone and
no, there was no establishment, as in like it was a war kind of. You know what I mean? Like we're a country now. We're coming back as Sierra Leoneans. No, there was never that. It was
I know
always
I
people
can
of
go
the
on
tribe.
YouTube now where they try to say Gambia and them places. It's like the second Jamaica, and you can look at that land and it's like a barren land.
Yeah, I hear you, but they talk a lot of crap about Africa, but yet they're there in in
But
their
what
droves. You get me? The Europeans are there in their droves, sucking out the oil, sucking out the diamonds, minerals from even them desert. That's why we say Northern Africa, Nigeria. It might look like a desert, but there's so much oil there. So these men are extremely rich.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. There's different type of folks. Like you can see these mans know about drilling and diamonds and all this. Like the people of the Caribbean, we know about farming, all of them
Mm.
type of things.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about us either. I'm talking about the Europeans.
From the Caribbean into them type
Because
of
do
regions.
you think do you
To see
think man was do you think man was pumping oil way back when? No, there was no concept of oil.
this is
You
what
know
I'm
what I'm
trying to
saying?
say. There's document research of the first settlement that started with the people from England, black and white people in Sierra Leone. Land that they got off the people, they bought it off the people. It was very dead. It was only one woman, I think, that found either gold or not even gold, like something like oil or something on that land, and she was the only person to make anything of that land. When people moved down to Freetown, but otherwise, that a lot of people they couldn't take it, so they went to other places like Ghana or Nigeria, where it's more lush land and it's more to their environment.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. To get me, but I would beg to differ on the how the land structure is in that region, because we don't know personally. You know what I'm saying? And I swear that thing is between what Sierra Leone is just a piece of another bigger country. You know what I'm saying? It's like they took a piece in between and it's surrounded by another country. Do you get what I'm
Yeah, but I
saying?
want to say, but Gambia's not really lush like Nigeria, is it?
No, nor is Mali, nor is thing. These places,
It's,
no, definitely
it's
not. No, but
only
Nigeria is not lush. No, Nigeria is not lush all over as well. It's only in the south.
the places where the Portuguese are, like Lagos and them areas. You can see it's green there. Northern
Mm.
part of Nigeria, I don't think. people from America and the Caribbean or Afro Brazilians would have looked at that sort of environment for, oh, this is something I'm familiar with.
No, you go with the you go with the people. You go with the people. You go with the people.
Familiar with they see a lush land, they're thinking, yeah, I can do what I can do here. The seasons are more north you go. Maybe Ghana people can get away with a lot there, but
Yeah, but once you go somewhere, right, and we've claimed the land and we've claimed thing, a king will say, "Look, this is all my land." So you can't just come and move in on there. So you know what I'm saying? You have to ask permission then and thing, depending on the level of how long people have settled there. You get what I'm saying?
But you had British Nigeria and you had Portuguese settlements in certain areas. So
But
people
that's
would
modern. That's modern. Once you say Britain, that's only the other day. I mean, what I'm talking about is,
so
like
that's 50.
prior to that. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but 50 and all that. The British had their little plot in Nigeria, the Portuguese. So if you do come from Brazil, what are you gonna do? You say, yeah, where's the nearest Portuguese people? Some are in Ghana, Tombon. So the majority of them are in Nigeria.
I don't know.
To me,
I think it would make sense that the claim that the Hausas and the Yorubas make that certain they travel to their Americas. I mean, people are going to discount their claim. I don't understand that. Do you get what I'm saying? It only makes sense because we've got returnees. One second, we've got returnees that you've highlighted, yeah, and there was no issue there. I know for a fact that there are people in Brazil who still speak their language, who still speak Yoruba. You know what I'm saying? You have to go Sao Paulo and some of these places. Even one of my cousins, his dad, yeah, was born and raised in Brazil and speaks fluent Yoruba. He lives in Nigeria now. Do you get what I'm saying? So I understand this claim that these houses make and these Yoruba make because the evidence is clear to see. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't know about any. They're not talking about any European interaction. Maybe Europeans came and dominated the ones on the other side and made them flee back to the motherland. Do you get what I'm saying? Where they came from, but that's it. I don't think anyone was out here in Brazil looking for Portuguese people when they returned back to Africa.
Nigeria say when they saw in America, and what did they bring back?
Sorry.
You see the people that went to America who are housed in Nigeria before white people, anybody there. What did they say when they came back to Africa? Did they bring back anything? And we can say, look, this is obviously from America. These people are doing this.
What these people? What do you mean these people? Or they are doing this, or they have these customs now, or whatever?
Tobacco. So did they bring back tobacco plants? Did they bring back a cotton tree?
They could have bought various goods, man. Yeah, I don't see the relevance though. I don't see the relevance.
Yes,
If something already
a postcard, you're showing, yeah, I got the T-shirt. So you're saying before white man set foot in America, it's in the houses in Europe.
I don't think man was coming back and bringing like boatloads of goods and da. I think they really brought their just personal possessions and came back home. You get what I'm saying? They just the customs, I would say. You know what I'm saying? That they learned out there or they've adapted out there while they which is very similar to their original customs.
Watch this now. The first people that set up Freetown, Sierra Leone, guess what the first thing they planted?
I don't understand. Go on. Tell me.
Cotton tree.
Okay.
You understand?
All right. So what's your issue? Yeah, I mean Nigeria is not like like Sierra Leone.
No, the first thing when the Asians even came to
I remember it's already inhabited. It's inhabited for thousands of years. Yeah, our people have been there. Where somewhere like Sierra Leone,
proof of
as you said, what? Sorry.
Where's the proof of it?
The proof is in the pudding, man. You talking about 400 AD or BC? You know what I'm saying? Like that's a long time, bro. Before what we're talking about with the 16th, 14th century and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So people have been there a long time, bro.
I said the Benin Kingdom.
Sorry?
I was the one that said the Benin Kingdom has been there since the BC period, like the bronze statues and all them type of things. That's the oldest type of civilization I know of us on the west coast of Africa.
Yeah, but that's just it's not civilization like that. It's just an off branch. One second. It's just an off branch of some tribes, isn't it? There's tribes that were originally there, and then you've got tribes that came in, and we as the Yorubas came in on people who were there already. But
Where
if
did
they
it
were,
come in from?
sorry,
Where did it come from? Egypt,
who?
the Yorubas.
I say we came from the Nile Valley, man. That's what the historians say. You know what I'm
So,
saying? So that is
so,
Egypt, yes.
so at what age did they start building all Shango and all them type of things like LA Ifa? Or was that already there when they arrived?
What do you mean?
Like, you know, like, so all the ritual sites and all these type of things, like where they have Shango and certain other deities around Ifa. When did that get put into place?
What do you mean? No, we already carry any system that we have from wherever we came from. What do you mean?
So I'm saying,
So the
did all the adopted?
Orishas. What? Sorry.
I'm trying to say, did you adopt these things or these practices? Was it, or were these practices foreign to you and you took them on, or they're your own practices?
No, they're our own practices. The only thing that's not our own practice, and we adopted, was the juju or the voodoo. You know what I'm
So
saying?
it's true if you could show about if you came from Egypt, people worship Ogun or Oshun and certain deities like that.
Yeah, that they're just the names and the words have been changed. Not words completely, but just the pronunciation. Now we use a lot of O's. You get me? So the O's replaced a lot of the sounds in the word. Well, not really, because a lot of, as I said, a lot of the words are very similar and the same, as far as I'm concerned. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm.
So, I mean, I can hear Egyptian names. We still name our family members Egyptian names and that, without even realizing. So, yeah, it's all in the language, to be honest.
I'll be honest, they said, yeah, but tell me this now. So what region did the actual houses and the Yorubas actually go to?
Mm-mm. We never came with no houses.
So you just went as Yorubas.
No, we came as yours, right? So I'm saying like the houses came from the other side, which we call Mali. You know what I'm saying? That's their spiritual home.
Yeah.
Yeah. But some
No, but what
tribes,
I'm trying to
one second,
wait,
some tribes of Malians are from Egypt, like the Dogon. You understand?
sure about that.
And then you've got the houses and the Fulanese, do you know what I'm saying, who, as you see, migrated into other regions and joined other communities.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say,
But we all do that.
so would the Yorubas be classed as pygmies then?
Nah, I wouldn't say necessarily, because I would say a mix. We have all height ranges in it. You know what I'm saying? We have tall, short.
So you
You know
say
what I mean?
they're more
Everything.
than people.
What you say?
Well, would you say there are younger people than the pygmies?
Most definitely, most definitely. No one is older than the pygmies still. So I don't know. You get what I'm saying? I always say that the tights or the pygmies or the bushmen, you get me? And the sorry?
Realistically saying, the only people that show proof of any movement across the world are the pygmies. But nobody knows where the really home or the
Not showed any movement. I'm just saying moved, maybe left out first. Let's put it that way.
language
Left out
that gives
first, as far as we know. Once again, as far as we know, I mean, we know that many beings or hominids left out of Africa at particular times, yeah. But what we're saying, when the pygmies or the Gromoldies, as they're known, do you get what I'm saying, started going out, yeah, they were meeting caveman, because caveman was depicting them. Do you get what I'm saying? So it was very significant that a lot of the statues of the big women, the women with their big batty and big breasts and they're pygmy women. They're short, dwarfs. You get me?
So
Mm.
so what part of the Americas do you think that your people reached first?
Well, you could say what they call in Brazil now. You get me, and then just spread inland. Do you get what I'm saying? Till where you go to northern Brazil, northern, yeah, up towards I don't even know what it is, but yeah, the northern part to the east, no west, yeah,
Where
northwest is
the
where you
oldest
find. It's where you find like Maku Indians. You get me? Jeez.
can you find Maku tribe in Africa?
Sorry.
Where can you find a Maku tribe in Africa?
Yeah, you can only find people with the name, like the Baku people themselves.
These bones found in Brazil is Australoid, though, isn't it?
Huh?
You know, the oldest bones found in Brazil is
Hmm.
Australoid bone.
Australopithecine, yeah. Yeah, cool. What does that mean?
I'm just
Are
saying
we
that,
not?
that that's the,
I've
that was the
always said,
people.
I've always claimed that we're from there. You know what I'm saying? That the Australopithecine, like Lucy. Do you get what I'm saying? Then they brush off and they talk about Kenya pithecus. Do you get what I'm saying? Who is of the Australopithecine strain becomes
Yeah,
what
but
we're calling what hold on becomes what we're calling modern man, but they're on some other branch that leads you to Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal. You get me? It's like something split, and they're
no,
not telling the truth. One second. There's something split, and they're not telling the truth of the origins of human beings. You get me? They're telling you that it's Africa, yeah, but they're not showing you, yeah, the hominid that it was. Do you get what I'm saying? Because how do you go from Homo erectus to what we're calling modern man? Do you
yeah,
get what
but
I'm saying? To
pygmies
me,
of um, the pygmies of Australia and Papua New Guinea are totally different from the ones in Africa.
no, they
DNA
just left
and
out.
everything.
They just left out earlier.
No,
You
the
get me?
same DNA was the Australian ones are the oldest ones, and even though they might classify these people as Negritos and
What
pygmies and all
pygmies?
these,
I mean, the
yeah,
Aboriginals themselves are the
yeah,
oldest. What?
people what they used to find in Asia and the Philippines all the way down into Australia, Tasmania, they would
Mm.
be classified as Negroid or Negritos or pygmies,
No,
and they're
no. Aboriginal is Aboriginal, in it.
hey,
Um,
one type of pygmy. That's the whole thing.
but the Aboriginal means sub-original, means not the original.
No,
You
there's
know what
not
I'm
one
saying?
type of pygmy. This is what I'm trying to say. This is why they think they left out of Africa when they never
I,
really stepped foot in Africa.
I hear what you're saying. Sorry. The yeah, I get what you're saying. Because remember that all of the continents was together, in it. So if all of the continents was together, yeah, those people moved around. I'm saying we were indigenous to the planet, innit? Some people say, "Oh, we're indigenous to Africa," but
Yeah,
reality is we're indigenous to the planet. So before the supposed continental drift, we must have existed. That's the only way, or that after it all split, then we traveled to these regions and these lands. Do you get what I'm saying? Either way, we still did it though. Do you get what I'm saying? Because the evidence is clear. So, like if a man say, yeah, man's not originally from Africa from the DNA and you're a pygmy, well, that makes no sense because, Africa is filled with pygmies. Do you get what I'm saying? And
yeah,
things.
but it's
Mm.
variations, isn't it?
Yeah, but as I said, they can't specify the origin of the pygmies. One
Genetic
second.
wise, they're not the same. Language wise, they're not the same, and even in their
But
parents.
as I
Because
said, if they're not,
Akoya son and other people in Africa,
mm,
Africa's a very diverse place. It's not just one specific type of look of something.
no, it's not a look. We're talking about species when we're talking about these different tribes. They're
Mm.
not the same species as us, even. Do you get what I'm saying? So this is the whole point. These are our ancestors. These are what we were formed from. Do you get what I'm saying? But they still exist. They still live, and you know what I mean, around the planet in Africa. Thing they don't necessarily live in the communities that we like to call towns and cities and that. You get me? That's why I gave the example of the Dogon in Mali. They're not from Mali, but yet they're still kind of like, pygmy
Mm.
looking and, you could say Bantu, you could say whatever, but something else is mixed in with them, definitely. And
But
we
they're
could say,
Asiatic or something. So
sorry?
probably Asiatic.
Well, no, they're ancient Egyptians, so
yeah, that's what I was about to say. They say there's a lost tribe out of Egypt or something.
there's many lost tribes. So you get me, and it's not even lost. We just migrated out because of the conditions, man. You know what I mean? If you got a 5-year drought, it doesn't even make sense staying in that region. Follow the river and keep it popping. Do you get what I'm saying? So no one's gonna. And I mean, we've learned to adapt, and some of us have learned to live in harsh conditions like deserts and that. But the rest of us are smart and either live coastal and like to fish and get food that way. You get what I'm saying? Or we have rivers. You know what I mean? We have one huge river, as in the Nile, that we can follow, and then that river branches off into many other rivers, and that's where you go. Niger, Nile. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
You just float downstream. You get what I'm saying? To a more plush and desirable area, and it makes more sense. You get me? Then when you do that, if a next batch of your people go there, come from the Middle East part and go over there, you get what I'm saying, and settle there, and then call themselves all sorts of names. You get what I'm saying? That's
yeah, but
how.
there's been land masses that's gone underwater at the same time.
Yeah, but not those two in particular. You get me? And some of those regions were not passable at particular times in history. You get what I'm saying? Like some of those deserts, some of those
About
deserts.
3 million years ago, yeah.
Yeah, well, at different points, even in up to modern time, those places were impassable. So let's say like 10,000 years, they saw that someone tried to travel across the desert and found their bones of a whole family and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Showing that they couldn't have done this and and they couldn't have built Egypt before this time and all of that. I think all of that is nonsense still at the same time.
Mm.
I do feel that whatever turned it into a desert, you get what I'm saying, which would be another like a large body of water. Do you get what I'm saying? Definitely affected those buildings and those structures, and that the stories you're hearing of Khufu building a pyramid was only a reconstruction um, project. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't actually man building pyramid. Man was just reconstructing what was already there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, because the erosion on the Sphinx just shows, just proves the point of that there was a large body of water, and it's probably the deluge from the last ice age, 11,000 years ago, supposedly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So
So yeah, well, this is what I wanted to talk about. So how is Muhammad related to Princess Empress Menen?
sorry.
I'm hearing people saying Empress Menen is somehow a relation to Muhammad or something like that, or one of the queens of Ethiopia.
Yeah. Oh yeah. How is Muhammad related? Did you say?
Yeah, I heard some sort of something like this.
Yeah, because the tribe of the Habashi, yeah, that he's related to them by that tribe supposedly. You know what I'm saying? From
What
the
another
Koresh,
side?
the Koresh, but it's like a royal tribe. You know what I'm saying? The Habashi, because that's where you get Haile Selassie, where you get certain kings of the biblical.
Not all of them, because some people use it
Not
as a
all of them.
term.
I'm saying Thing was a part of that as well. Bilal. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's showing the relation between the Prophet and Bilal, as in tribes. You know, man being Ethiopian, next man being Syrian or Assyrian. Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure, it
Or
was
come,
Habash, though.
hmm?
What's his name? Bilal.
Bilal, yes.
Sure, is that how true is that?
Yeah, that's definitely true, man. You know, I done my research. You know what I'm saying? These things just come up when you're doing your research. You're like, oh shit, oh okay, makes sense. All right. So this connection of these kings and these prominent thing is more to do with the tribal lineage and tribal linkage. Yeah, that makes
From
sense. Okay. You know what I mean? But as I said, with the Prophets tribe, it's very obscure and thing of what they know about them, but they know they're a migrating tribe from northern. You get me? That northern bit of what we're saying is Jordan and all of that. Do you get what I'm saying? Up to Syria.
But there's
Yeah.
some people say that Muhammad's father was one of the seers, and a lot of that surname is in like places like Pakistan and certain regions, and even down to probably his religious beliefs will make me think, yeah, he's probably from around that region.
Yeah, he's from around that region, but he's more not India. No way. More
Yeah, I think
more the modern Middle East. You get what I'm saying? So when you go to those regions, all of those gods and all of those things are definitely prominent. If you go to, if you go to original Mecca, you get me, which is Petra, then you see that everything kind of makes sense along the route. You get what I'm saying? Because look, you've got the Jordan River and all of that, and you're like, okay, there's the fresh stream of water that these people, even in this barren land, would more prefer to live where it's slightly plush. You get what I'm saying? You can grow olives and certain things there. Do you get what I'm saying? But it's very mountainous kind of region. Yeah, and then you've got the spice route or whatever. You get me? Or the Silk Road or whatever. It's running through there, so it makes sense. All of it, and when you start to put all the stories together, you start to see what the picture is. So yeah, but the tribe of the prophet, definitely there has to be a connection there, because all of the biblical sages and thing are related to each other. That is definitely a given and made point of in all the books. You get me?
Yeah, but I heard like I heard like they're like a moving tribe, but I heard that the majority of those type of descendants of Muhammad's people, some of them are actually in Arabia and Pakistan.
The what?
Some of them are in Pakistan, like the Seer or the Seers, they're called. And even that name, not to say it can't be African or something like that, but you can obviously tell that's like the Arab or maybe like the Asian influence into it all.
Yeah, but the Asian influence is in the Middle East. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Like in the region that these men are talking about, it's all mixed up in it. This is why we got the Babylonian, the Akkadian, the Assyrians. So yeah, but not that the people were that though. That's what we're trying to say. Like physically, they were still either Kushites or thing, or as we say, Black Asiatics. So yeah, you can make that claim. You can try and make that claim, but really it's still just basically Africans of different hues and thing. Going, interacting and telling stories and thing, from tribes to, individuals who are prominent and all of that. So, I don't know how much importance you're putting on it, but yeah, the idea to try and connect India to it, or man have Indian root and bloodline, I think it would be in reverse. I think it would be maybe some of his descendants migrated to that area or whatever later on, because it's quite easily possible. What? Sorry.
So where do you think his father descendants
Sorry?
come from? So where do you think his father's descendants come from?
Who? The prophet?
Yeah.
I mean, why is that relevant? Because it's all the same people, isn't it? If he's from the tribe of the Quraysh, the father's from that tribe, and then it goes back to Kedar and the tents of Kedar, which is like showing you that they are migrational kind of, like desert.
Well, are they Negroids, the father's side?
Yeah, they're all Negroids, because the original father is a Negro. Right.
So what tribe are these people then? Since since people can trace these people, so all right then. So since they can trace the mother's side, so where are the Muhammad's father's side people from then?
What? Sorry, Muhammad's father's side.
Yeah, because obviously you can see that he's worshipping idols like his probably forefathers,
Mm.
and we know that Kush was a vast empire. We know Kush was a vast empire all the way up to like Babylon and them regions.
What do you mean? Kush was a vast empire.
Um,
Are you saying Nubia was a vast empire, or are you saying the place, the city?
well,
I don't know how
well, the
it's
Kushitic bloodline, that Kushitic bloodline owned and ruled a lot of that region.
Cushitic bloodline.
Take for instance Nimrod and all them man there and all that. They've had their influence in that region for a very long time, and their bloodline and certain things.
All right, so
And
Nimrod.
also,
Nimrod.
the Silk Road, where a lot of all these things are coming from as well, because Muhammad's father was a merchant, so you have to look at the things where he was how can I say selling. And we also know the Arab, well, not particularly the Arab, but yeah, call it the Arab slave trade. That goes all the way down into India, where they are selling black people, and you still see the descendants of them black people in India today.
Yeah, so there are. I mean, not black people. There are Africans all over India, obviously, different from different hues and blah. Some have been mixed in with, but you still have, you still have um, Africans in their whole entirety in India. Do you get what I'm saying? So like you can always see the original. You know what I mean? The original of any land or any place is always going to be a dark hue, probably going to be a pygmy of some sort. You know what I mean? Like the oldest people in the region of Asia, India, or whatever, are pygmies again. You got what I'm saying? Like we're never gonna get away from the fact, like you were saying originally, like pygmies traveled all over the world. So yeah, you know, and their descendants could be a various set of people, you get me, around the planet who are not sharing the same height and all that as them.
But what I'm trying to say,
That
there's
only
obviously
shows, sorry, that only shows the
around that.
capabilities of a pygmy.
Where there's obviously white people around that time, because they refer to even white people when they're talking about selling black people and certain things like that. So we have to put real things into context.
What do you mean? You got, I understand, before like 10,000 years ago, there was no Europe, is it?
For one, who is Muhammad's father for him even to afford to be able to marry into a royal family like that?
I mean, who did he marry? That what royal family did he marry into?
Well, obviously, you said somehow through the Ethiopian royal family, he's a nephew of the queen, so obviously he's from his mother's side, because his mother's side believed in the Abrahamic God.
Yeah, Abraham, his mother's side believed in the
Which
Abrahamic God.
maybe.
Or the king. Are you saying not the king though? The king
No,
believed in the Abrahamic God. So the Ethiopians themselves,
what
yeah.
I'm trying to say, it seems like the relationship is from that queen's side. If you know, the sister of the queen. So she's saying, "Oh, my look, there's my nephew in it."
What? Who's that? Selassie? What are you talking about?
I heard like somehow or the other when somehow I can't remember. I think it was Callum or Raspet brought it up, and they were saying out of the followers when they went back to Ethiopia, they was in a court and it was like listening to people. Then after when I think Muhammad introduced himself, they said, "Oh, you're my sister's son," basically.
Okay.
Why didn't you just come up as normal and come and say Rita, you know what I mean? Why do you come like a stranger, like, you know how people say that, you know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm saying, all right, I think it's proven in a Chinese document as well, I heard. So I'm thinking, okay, if this is
a Chinese document.
or some sort of something like that, I've heard it like
Yeah,
there's
that
other
makes sense. That makes sense because remember, you've got to remember that the Mongolians took over that region. You know,
no,
like
the Silk Road, isn't it? You can't really leave out the products of Asia.
oh, products. Yeah, the products has always been there for thousands of years. Like we've been getting silk from China. We've been getting
And
silk from China and all of that. Yeah, man. That's why it's silk. because the worm is only found in China, isn't it? So yeah, and these pharaohs was even dressed in silk. So they were like, where did they get the silk from? Where did they get the tobacco from? Well, we got friends and family all over the planet, so it's kind of obvious. Yes, Mr.
Yo,
Velle.
gang, Wagwan, back in the building, G. Trust me. Yeah, man, big up the man there, man. You man held it down for me still. Come on. G Black in this bitch. Yeah, bro. Big up man like Snipes, all type Scattered, all type Ziri. I've been waiting in the background for ages. All type Torok. Yeah, sorry, but I was in a job in it, man. So yeah, obviously, usually, I try and do the show from 8 to 11 because there's not usually much shows going on around them in that morning time, innit? A man's all at work. So I can let the show go on for a little bit more, or you can jump over to one of the Mandans, Red Pill Trills Live. I mean, Triluminati.
One more question though. I want to talk about this mix thing.
The what?
What thing?
The thing what Issa was talking about.
Oh, well, Issa's not here no more.
Yeah, Issa's done. Issa's gone, man. Issa gone.
Like all this Mecca and Egypt and why Malcolm X did Mecca and Egypt. And I think
do you know what? Yeah, differently, because I can leave it on for a piece. Yeah, man can chat in it. But like I'm saying, I've got another job that's like.
I'm out.
Yeah, big up Snipes. Yeah, I've got another job that's like 20 minutes away. Issa's not really here to answer your questions, but you can put the questions to the people if you want and see if anyone in the chat can answer you, or you can do it tomorrow.
I think, and if anybody disagree, I'd like to hear their point. I basically think it's the same thing what happened with Raspek. He went to Gambia, first place in Africa, and people got to roll out the red carpet for you in a sense like that. So when Malcolm X went to places like Saudi Arabia, he's already a bit famous, if you know what I mean. So people have rolled out the red carpet for him. I don't think he got to see like the ghettos or the real Saudi Arabia or the real Egypt, how it is, you know what I mean, in a sense. And where probably was the first time he left the country as well. He left a big impression on him. So that's why I think he said those specific reasons.
Do you know Khalid Mohammed?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't give a good report of Mecca.
He wouldn't. And this is what I'm saying to a lot of black people, especially Caribbean.
Yo, Wagwan Scattered, yeah, man. Back in the building, man. Yeah,
just got myself.
Big up yourself, bro, for holding it down. You get me?
Yeah,
big up, man. Big up.
Again, I want to just bang up some work. I'm working from home. I want to bang up some work for about half hour. So I'll come back to the show and see what going on.
Yeah, cool, fam. If we're not on, then jump on to TIOTN or Triluminati Live. Both of the man them are live at the moment still. So
right. Yo, but whilst you're here though, Captain, I was listening in earlier. Yeah, big up. Yo,
big up Ziri, my G.
Big up, Velle. I just wanted to quickly just make a couple points on that. So if you could stick around for like 5 minutes, Captain, I appreciate that. Just so.
I know that's great. I got my laptop here, so yeah, cool.
Yeah. So if you could, because I was listening earlier, and you seemed to get a hold onto Issa's point. So if you could, I don't know, maybe outline what he was getting at, yeah, and then maybe I could kind of push back against some of his ideas and that.
Yeah. I'll try my best to. I'm not sure how well anyone has a hold of Issa's ideas, because anytime someone says they think they got it, he corrects them quite often.
Yeah.
But I think he tries. From what I've been taking, and this is from me listening to him for a while, trying to put together all of the things that he says and trying to understand like a comprehensive worldview or idea from him. And his position seems to be that at some point after the Prophet passed, that the Rashidun Caliphate took over. But not only did they take over, and a key part of that, as according to his argument, was in regard to anti-blackness, an anti-black idea and ideology. Now, for me personally, I'm still waiting for the evidence from him to back that whole claim up. But
all right, so let's leave that one to one side, because that's a deeper one, and he
100%.
can outline that when he comes on, and maybe tomorrow, whenever Velle, if you want to set that up.
Yeah, but his specific points.
Yeah, go on.
Malcolm X, even I definitely don't agree on Malcolm X. But in regards to his specific points in regards to hadiths that say you have to pay different types of dowry for a black woman, etc., etc., I would say that I would. What I was saying, I think, was pretty much I would like to see somebody who is a lot more well versed in hadith and all these sorts of things coming back and challenging him on it, rather than just hearing his one side of the argument. And on Malcolm X, I only say I understood it in terms of the plan for the debate, because they were planning the debate for a little while. He wanted to have this discussion, and his position was the idea that, but simply by the fact that Malcolm X became Sunni, and now many black pro-black people who follow Malcolm X were inclined to follow into the Sunni doctrine and ideology. And his main argument was one of the guys specifically who are big in America still, who runs one of the masjids, is now quite a prominent Salafi, and he's pointing towards Saudi Arabia as the home of these African Americans, etc. And so I was saying I can understand his point from that perspective, that maybe that wouldn't have been Malcolm's intention, but that has been a cause and effect from it. Obviously, there's many issues with that statement anyway, to be fair, but that's my entry level understanding. So I'll let you take it from here. If you need anything else from me, let me.
Yeah, that gives me a little. It gives me something to work off. So I was on that panel when he was bringing it up the other day on Rush's channel on that, and my thing was the first thing he said Mecca now, but I may have a faulty memory, but I do remember him saying Saudi Arabia, and that Malcolm was pointing towards Saudi Arabia, and he did also mention Cairo as well in Egypt and that.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah. So now that he's saying Mecca, and it's like, obviously, and this is what I was saying, that from my analysis, obviously Malcolm was pointing towards, he's coming from an environment of segregation. He's coming from an era of segregation, and he's gone to a place where it's like the holiest site for the Muslims, and he's seen, as you said it himself, people who would pass for white in the US side by side with people who are black and all different, and everyone else like under the sun. So that obviously kind of made him have an epiphany, and he was already, if you kind of contextualize it, Malcolm was already distancing himself from the NOI. Obviously, you had the whole chickens coming home to roost episode where, you get me, the NOI reprimanded him for taking that position and speaking in public. So he had already kind of started to distance himself, or maybe started to question it. And then the cherry on top was his visit to Hajj, where the central idea of the NOI, you get me, which was built upon the teachings of W.D. Farad, was basically obliterated. And that's the idea of like the white man is the devil. Do you know what I mean? So that's the first point. I would say that the whole segregation to an area which is not segregated, or kind of on basis on color lines, and that was really eye-opening for him. Then secondarily, and I made this point as well, and obviously I know you're going to be privy to this. The son of Elijah Muhammad, Imam Warith Din Muhammad, yeah, and I'll let him bring up the two major points that he mentioned before this. The whole, like, what happened after the Prophet, peace be upon him, and the hadiths, so he can present his argument and that. But until then, on this point, we have to talk about Imam Warith Din Muhammad, because he was in jail, he was in jail, he was jailed when he was around 28 or whatever, and that's when he started to study the Quran. So I could distinctly remember Issa saying that Malcolm X was uneducated, basically. And the thing is, that argument can't be made for someone like Imam Warith Din Muhammad, because he studied Arabic. He also had a grasp of the Quran. He studied the Quran, and it was that study which made him theologically distance himself from the teachings of his father, Elijah Muhammad, distance himself from the teachings of W.D. Farad, and kind of argue against the whole idea of Allah being incarnated, or Allah in the flesh, and that. And obviously the major thing is Imam Warith Din Muhammad said, like, white people can also become Muslims, and so can Latinos and other people as well. So what I'm saying is, whilst you can make the argument that Malcolm X was uneducated in Islam, you can't make that argument for Imam Warith Din Muhammad. And it's like Siraj Wahaj is an easy target because he is a Salafi. So I'm not gonna cape for Siraj Wahaj and his methodology or his ideology. Like, you get me? I would obviously leave that to one side and say, like, I'm not backing that. I'm not backing that perspective or ideology at all. But what I would argue for is Imam Warith ad-Din Muhammad, who made that decision to take the Nation of Islam and the bulk of its constituency towards mainstream Islam, Sunni Islam, whatever you want to call it. And that wasn't based on an uneducated position. That was based on a very educated position. Someone who equipped himself with the requisite tools in order to understand Islam and distance himself from the NOI's teachings. You get me on the whole race thing and all of that. So for me, it speaks volumes that Imam Warith ad-Din Muhammad is hardly mentioned. And if at all, it's like Siraj Wahaj is relevant, but Warith ad-Din Muhammad isn't for some reason. And I don't think that's not a tenable position, because Warith ad-Din Muhammad was the one who educated Malcolm X. In fact, it was Warith ad-Din Muhammad who had a crossover, or almost overlap with Malcolm X's thinking when he eventually was released from jail, and he was basically saying, like, you know what, Malcolm, like, what you're saying, or the kind of criticisms that you're having of the NOI, or kind of, these thoughts that you're having, it's actually based in terms of theology. Like, you're on good ground in here. You get me? There's more to this than meets the eye than what we've been taught, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So I would, Warith ad-Din Muhammad is a tricky one, because he is an educated person. He flies in the face of this idea that Malcolm X was uneducated, so he made an honest mistake, and this honest mistake has been detrimental to black people. You can't make that argument for Warith ad-Din Muhammad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, 100%. Definitely makes sense. And I think, it's interesting that it wasn't brought up more in the conversation and the debate, and I'll be interested to hear Issa's response. But I think 100. For me personally, I feel like, and I've had this conversation with Issa as well before, like in private and stuff like that, in terms of his. I feel like he accept. I don't know, man. I'll wait for Issa to come back and talk really for himself. But for me,
fair enough.
Yeah, definitely. For me, I feel like like the whole broad brush against the Sunni sect, as it were, movement. I don't know the right term. Arabic poor, but yeah, his whole attack on. I think it definitely is the wrong approach. It doesn't cater for nuance. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like too often within the community we throw up nuance out the window. Do you know what I mean?
But the thing is, I think people forget though. If Malcolm X was living in Saudi Arabia or Egypt, or moved from America, he would probably have an uprising there with the black people there as well, because us as American people, we don't stand for slavery and all them type of things. What was going on at that time, if you know what I mean? And I'll be honest, it's like I think Issa was trying to say that he could have showed somewhere else in Africa where Islam is working, but on a whole, for an African to like a person in the Americas, it's two different struggles. They're facing
Tora, pause for 1 sec, yeah? Pause for 1 sec, yeah? Hold your point there, yeah? Issa, you're in the building.
That's not the real Issa, man.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have said that still, man. I was waiting for him to snap his camera on, didn't it?
Okay, my man.
Yeah. Issa, you're in the building too, because I'm just removing you.
Hello?
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 It's fake. It's a fake voice.
It's a
Who's
fake
that?
voice.
Yeah, who is this? Okay, she jumped off still. Carry on talking, you man.
Yeah,
carry
so
on with your point there, Zurab and Torok.
So Malcolm is like facing white supremacy, and in Africa they're facing something of religious differences. So it's a whole different type of ball game. When basically it's kind of weird. It's like the situation where we're in now in England, where a lot of certain people have gone to the far right, and some people have gone to like the Sunni Islam sort of side, because probably there are more Sunni Islam people in England. But realistically, none of these things are really good for people of the Americas and of the Caribbean.
Yeah, did you want to respond to that one?
I don't know, man. I don't know too much about Turok. I mean, he just made an assertion there. I don't know why is it not good. I guess that would be the question, isn't it?
Can you show me where in that day and age, if Malcolm X could show like a better example of Islam, not Egypt and Cairo in Africa? Do you know any place where? And not because they're just Muslim.
What are you asking?
I'm saying Malcolm X said that Egypt and Saudi Arabia is the best place to look about Muslim. But Isa was saying no.
Oh, but that hasn't been proven yet. That's
said
still an assertion. Yeah, no, he said it, but he hasn't proved that. Malcolm X said Cairo and Mecca or Cairo is the place to learn.
No, he did prove that Egypt and Cairo, but he said that he could have showed somewhere else in Africa. But I'm thinking, not realistically thinking about the true essence core of Africans, because they have their own way of doing things and they've got their own beliefs. So I was thinking, do you know anywhere in Africa?
Wait, firstly, you're talking
Hold on. Posing a question to you. I'm going to say, do you know anywhere in Africa at that time Malcolm X was alive that you could show that there was true Islam being shown in its true form, and not just because these people were Muslim?
All right, I think anyway, so you're talking as an indigenous American, right?
I'm just asking as a human being.
Yeah. So I don't know why you're talking for Africans. There's Islam. So
person, Malcolm X was saying, if you want to look for a good Islam, look at Egypt and Cairo. But Issa said, I don't think that was the best examples Malcolm X could have gave to African Americans, Afro-Caribbean people. So, I'm saying, do you know of any places in Africa where they show good morals of Islam and abide by these rules? And I'm not just saying because they're Muslim, you should say, that place. So I'm just saying that, do you know of specific people that people could have showed Malcolm X that, these are the best type of Muslims to follow?
All right, cool. You've asked it about 3 times now. I'd appreciate if you don't cut me in it. So, firstly, that assertion that, Cairo is the example or kind of the par excellence of Islam has not been proven. I haven't heard Malcolm X say that. That's the first point. So the assertion that's being made hasn't been proved as far as I'm concerned. I haven't heard Malcolm say that. He hasn't pointed towards Cairo as the place for emulation. In regards to your answering your question directly, Islam is present in Ethiopia. Islam is present in Eritrea. Islam is present in Sudan. Islam is present in Mali, Senegal, Gambia. All these places, there are vibrant, thriving communities. And if we are talking about the West African phenomenon, in those places, whether it be Mali or Senegal or Gambia, they kept their language as well. So they were learning not only in Arabic, but they were learning. They were using the Arabic script much in the same way we used like the English, like what do you call it, like the Latin script to write letters in our thing. They were using the Arabic script to write in Wolof. So a lot of the scholarship in West Africa, in those countries I mentioned, Senegal, Mali, and Gambia, was preserved and is still preserved till this day in the libraries of Timbuktu. So the scholarship by Africans, is preserved in Arabic and Wolof and other languages in that region. So I would point towards all those countries. I would point towards all those countries as examples of a thriving, vibrant Islam, and it's not just because they're Muslims. So the point is, as I say, like Malcolm didn't say, "Oh, Cairo is the exemplar, and that's what we should follow." That hasn't been shown yet. What we do know, he said, is when he was in Mecca, he saw people who would pass for white in America standing side by side with people who are black and other hues. That's what I've heard him say myself. That I can vouch for that. And so the point is here is for me anyway, it's a point of segregation. He's coming from a place of segregation. He's gone to the holiest site in Islam, and he's seen that there's no segregation, which is difficult for you to understand when you're like not coming from that. But if you try and put yourself in his shoes, it's quite what do you call it? It's a paradigm shifting, and that's the point. So he was expressing a paradigm shift through his experience. That is Malcolm, yeah, and he expressed that by saying what he said about people who can pass for white in America, like standing side by side with people who aren't white, basically.
I agree with your answer there, but I just think because it was the first time he's probably been outside of America, and you are going to like a religious site, I don't think he actually really knew the true politics, what happened in what goes on in them regions, and how maybe Islam has affected the indigenous African way of life and certain things like that. That's what I'm saying.
For sure, and I think you're not really sure about that either, are you? Like that's your speculation about what was going on in Malcolm's head, right?
Say that again.
That's like your speculation about what was going on in Malcolm's head. Like you don't know what Malcolm knew, do you?
I'm just saying, as a person, like I've noticed even with respect, like maybe Gambia was the first place he went in Africa, and he took on certain things because people throw out the red carpet for him. And I'm saying Malcolm X was sort of a celebrity at the time, so of course people are gonna show you the best in a sense like that.
I hear you, and that's like your scientific example of proof that Malcolm didn't know anything about Middle Eastern politics or the situation.
I'm just saying, if he was there, he would be probably fighting the racial discrimination what goes on there, just how he is in America.
That there is a
maybe, maybe. As like it's not as if Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
It's not. Yeah. All right. Even if I don't have a problem with agreeing with that. It's not as though I'm painting out Saudi Arabia to be some type of utopia or heaven. Like I'm not saying that that's what Saudi Arabia is. And that's why I was criticizing Issa, because when he initially talked about this, it might have been a slip of the tongue, but he did mention heavily Saudi Arabia, and Malcolm X pointed to Saudi Arabia and his followers basically going to study in Saudi Arabia, and it's like that's not what Malcolm was saying at all. He was talking about Mecca specifically, and he corrected himself today. He just talked about Mecca, and there's a big distinction there to be made, because when your point is like, it's a sloppy point to make about pointing towards Saudi Arabia and that's misrepresentative of Malcolm. What the actions that his quote unquote students or people who were in that organization that he set up when he came back to the Americas, people like Siraj Wahaj and that Khalid Yassine guy. Yeah, their trajectory has got nothing to do with Malcolm X. That's their choice because of the attractive package that was proposed to them or offered to them. Free education, stipend, and all of that. That's on them. We can't hold Malcolm X accountable for that. And someone else, like as I say, Walid Hadim Mohammed, he didn't go to Saudi Arabia to study. You get me? So yeah.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask a question like do you think here is Malcolm X's fault? If he did fault, is Saudi Arabia is the home of Islam?
I mean, again, we're speculating. I haven't heard him say that. Have you heard him say that?
I'm just saying, it would it be mistaken if any human being would have made that mistake?
Yeah, because Saudi Arabia was born in. If you're talking about the third Saudi state, it was born in 1926 or something like that. So
would you say it's the home of Islam then? And I mean by the teachings, the principles, and all them type of things.
The Arabian Peninsula, yeah, it would be Arabian Peninsula, and specifically Mecca and then Medina.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
But I just said if somebody thought that is the headquarters or the ideal place to show Islam, you said that would be wrong.
Yeah. If you say that Saudi Arabia is the origin of Islam, you would be dead wrong. And I don't think Malcolm X ever said that.
Some of it, like, so you can watch and see how Islam is in effect.
What's that?
Take for instance, if you want to watch like Catholics in its full way, so we would have to go to Italy or the Vatican, Rome to see Catholic.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If you wanna see the Catholics, you would go to the Vatican. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I don't see how that crosses over because we don't have no church in Islam. Get me? Much less a Catholic church or a similar body. The whole point of it's not like there's an equivalent to the Vatican in Mecca. That would be a mistake.
And certainly no Pope-like figure.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, religious. That's the other thing, and this is why I love Wa'alaikumussalam Muhammad, because there's a diffusion of religious knowledge in Islam, meaning it's localized. That's why when I mentioned about the West African scholars, that there's so many, like, you get me, whether it's Umar Tal or Sheikh Ahmadu Bamba and people of their kind of ilk, they took it, and there's so many scholars here that took Islam into their own and studied it in Arabic and authored scholarship in their local languages. So this is an indication that there's a diffusion of religious authority to localized centers. Like Timbuktu was a major center of learning for a very, very long time, much before like North African centers of learning. And so, yeah, so there's no like equivalent to the Catholic churches.
And the other part of the Mansa Musa story that a lot of people don't like to talk about, or maybe don't even know about, is that after his Hajj to Mecca, where he brought the gold and all these things to Egypt and so on, and the economy, is he brought several scholars back from Saudi Arabia with him, and many of them found that the knowledge and the extent of knowledge of Islam and nature and general things in Timbuktu outweighed even some places within Mecca and Medina at that point of time.
100%.
So yeah, I think a lot of people ignore those types of those points in history in regards to Africa's contribution to Islam and African Islam and all these. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, sorry, I dropped out there.
100%.
Yeah, I was saying, is it wrong to actually think that, or do you just have to say basically Mecca is the only place where you can show true Islam?
Pardon? I think Siri have answered that a second ago regarding.
No, I dropped out a minute ago, innit? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, is he asking about Saudi Arabia?
He dropped out still. I tied him back still. But listen, yeah, I'm about to run into another job. I'm going to be about half hour, 45 or something still. So I'm going to try and see if I can have people.
I think we should reschedule, to be honest, really. I'm going to drop out as well. And I know Captain said I kept him around, but he's got to get some work done as well, innit?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, man, that sounds like a good idea still. Cause really and truly, the breakfast show supposed to be from 8 to 11, innit? But true, it started at 9. Yeah, we went to 12, and now it's like 1 o'clock still. So
yeah, true.
Yeah, man. So we don't know. All right, man. You get me? Like say, man, trying to do the morning thing still. So just hold on a sec. Black Telex trying to jump on. Let me just send in the link real quick.
Oh man.
He's like,
get drawn out now.
Yeah, no, we gotta let him come back and say his piece in it.
100%.
Yeah.
But Velle, if you can set that up, yeah. If you can set that up, this is a calm panel, man. We can go back and forth like another time. But I'll stick around for now. You can say his piece. For
Monday to Friday, 8 to 11 is when I'm trying to do the breakfast thing, innit? So as long as the man are willing to jump on in that spot, then there's no problem with any discussions being held on this panel.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, man. So that's no issue still. All right, Black Select, bro. Listen, I'm gonna have a cigarette, yeah, and give you a chance to jump on, fam. If you ain't finished jumped on by the time I had a cigarette, then we're gonna have to wrap it. Yeah, like saying I was trying to get this money out here, B. Yeah, yes, I got to make that fine back.
I'm gonna say.
We'll make that fine money back, B. Oh, you know.
All the jobs.
He's talking bare wicked in the chat, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Obviously, what would be good between a discussion between you and Issa, obviously, because you're like a calm guy, innit? Yeah, Ziriab. You get me? And obviously, you're well knowledgeable about what you know. So
appreciate that, man. Big up.
Yeah, keep saying loading. Bro, you need to sort out your reception, man. That's gonna be your reception then. Because obviously we're all on here. Waiting. We waiting, B. Waiting. Yeah. Can't wait no longer. But I know, but if he comes on and buns a fire, boy, man, I might have to leave it on for a little while longer. You know what Issa's like, boy.
No, I wanted to talk to him. He had some good issues at the park.
I think his connection might be better if I jump off.
Oh, like that, yeah. Oh. Oh shit. Yeah, man.
Come true, Issa.
I'm sure you're there, man. Yeah, man. Man's calling about the Black Kevin Costa. I don't know where man's got this Black Kevin Costa from.
Oh, Malone.
How you become Kevin?
Yeah, I don't know, fam. Like, I don't know who man's been protecting out here, cuz, but yeah, man. Trust me. Why there's a joker still.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. Hey, Rodney, give your explanation on this Black Kevin Costa bullshit, cuz. So we can all catch the jokes. Yeah. Make us all laugh, innit, man? Shit.
Everybody
laugh too. The bodyguard, yeah. He's bodyguard.
Well, yo,
he's bodyguard.
Captain, you're gonna do a show as well this week.
I'm probably gonna do one Friday now. I was thinking about doing one during the day. Tuesday, I'm working from home, but yeah, I got to try and get some work done. If I get some work done, though, I might come live again in an hour or so, depending on who's about. But yeah. I was gonna do talk about power again, but try and get to the crux of the matter about ways of actually using power.
Yeah, some examples and that. Yeah.
100.
All right, cool, man. Sounds good.
Yeah, but
he said it's the Sunny reception messing with his signal.
I told you, man.
So Jedi could be Raspet's bodyguard, yeah? Shut up, man. Chatting shit, bro. I mean, I protect my blood clot, man. Yeah, see.
I didn't even get to hear the rest of that the conclusion of Issa and Maku going back and forth on that one.
Yeah.
But Issa bring up some good points, man.
You would say that, wouldn't you, Tura?
Not really that. I'll be honest. Like for somebody from the Caribbean who wants to keep his indigenous heritage and culture and identity, these things, even like Christianity, has been a plague to us. You know what I mean?
So what native faith system or I don't know what native system have you got?
We just have our own, innit? It's just like what's to our people and our folklores and certain things. We don't try and convert anybody or Dawa anybody.
So you and your is your whole family on this whole American Aboriginal thing? Like you guys all like?
Well, I'll be honest. Some of the majority of my people from my father's side, and my mother's side, they don't really say they're from Africa, and there's nothing really bad about Africa, but we've got our own traditions and ways of life, innit? Like,
what traditions? Can you give us some examples while we're waiting?
Well, we have our ways of burying our dead. We have our ways of getting married. Just the way how we do our specific things. Pardon?
How do you get married?
We have various ways that we get married. Like some people do it the Christian way, some people do it the traditional and tribal way. Some people mix it up in between.
The traditional and tribal way, because the Christian way sounds a little bit non-indigenous.
No, but I'll be honest, even in Japan, people do that now. So it's like people mix it up as they go along in it because they want to appease certain people in their family. But where we are getting to a different age now, and a lot of
Japan and how Christianity got to Jamaica a little bit different, right?
Exactly, but people in Japan get married the European way. But the point what I'm trying to say, a lot of the time we're doing it to appease certain elders, but now we're getting to the elders, so certain customs, certain way we want to do our ways now, in a sense, and hopefully the younger generation will probably follow suit.
All right, tell me a little bit about your way.
Well, just the Caribbean, building up the Caribbean population, getting the economy right.
The marriage ceremony, like the traditional one.
To be honest, I'm not too sure about the traditional one, to be honest, but I know about that the burying of our ancestors.
Do many people know about the traditional marriage ceremony? Is it like widespread across Jamaica? Cause I see mostly like church weddings in Jamaica.
Well, to be honest, like it depends what you call marriage, innit? In a sense, like that bit different. People got their different ways of how they are linked or united as one in it, in a sense like that. So not all people really go to the church and all these things, or go down to the registration office. But said that person and that person is a couple or a marriage due to whatever circumstances or whatever contract they have made with each other and their families.
A contract between the families?
Yeah, because you meet families, innit? It's not like nowadays you go to dance and you meet a girl and things like that. You try at least find out what tribe she's from, who's her family, and this, that, and the other. She might be your cousin, so you ask who is this, who is that.
All right.
Makes sense, innit?
But that just sounds like normal dating and them thing there. Doesn't necessarily sound like marriage, but
Yeah, Nabi.
Hey, big at the family, then. Let me, I told you, lot, bruv. Man, them Sunni man, them messing with my internet, bruv. They're trying to catch my Wi-Fi through the airwaves. You lot don't know, bruv. These people.
Trust me, I know, man.
Hey, what's the indigenous internet provider?
Big up. What were you lot talking about? I missed that, bruv. What's going on? Because I see in the chat, yeah, certain people said Sunni Coon and Rear Tear. So, and then you got this dumb, what's it, Convict, some absolute two-faced, hypocritical idiot, bruv. You get me? Like, what were you lot talking about? Because it seemed like you lot were talking about Malcolm for this clown to flipping come on.
Yeah.
What the clown? Oh yeah. Let's just sit to topic. Yeah. Sorry, carry on, here.
Yo, you need to come closer to your mic. I don't know if it's just me, but you sound a bit quiet over there still, Issa.
You hear me now?
You man, yeah. Wait. Before you man go in, yeah, I'm gonna go in and do this job and then come back here. So I'm gonna leave you man doing the bits and pieces. Are you okay for at least another half hour, 45? But I'm listening anyway on YouTube still. So if everyone ducks out and it goes silent, then I can lock it up still. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So just if anyone wants to jump on or something, yeah, just call me in. Is it really someone's looking to jump on, and I can quickly add them or whatever. Innit?
Will do.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna free up a space for myself as well, still, so I can save some battery on this phone. That's clear. This thing's hot.
It's only 6 people, isn't it? Oh shit. Yeah. What's it gonna say? Yeah. So what you find? What my whole issue? What I brought up this morning, Turok. I don't know if you missed it, but basically, like we have discussions about the problems in the black community, yeah. And one of the things that comes up a hell of a lot is how other black people have jealousy of other black people. So there's always this competition thing. And I'm saying we have this elephant in the room that people seem to just be avoiding. And I'm saying, okay, look, I prefer if people that are closer to the man call it out, but they're not. So I'm saying, look, if you look at the consistent behavior of Raspek, he has always been against pro-black men, more so than people who are not black, and always got excuses and coonery for everyone else. Do you get what I'm saying? And what that does, as I've demonstrated before, but we're seeing it again, is that it opens a doorway for the non-blacks to feel comfortable to come against a pro-black that you might disagree with. Do you get what I'm saying? So
I saw what happened earlier.
All right. But we was going to talk about the Malcolm X topic again.
Oh, I thought that's what you were talking about, no?
No.
Yeah.
I think
in the comments, I'm saying in the comments, I'm seeing the Malcolm thing brought up, so I thought that's what you lot were talking about.
Okay. No, I haven't even read the comments properly yet. But I think Ziriab and I was discussing a little bit about what you were talking about. Now it's but a little bit what you were talking about earlier in regards to Malcolm X, and he brought up the example of Warif Deen Mohammed and his path, and I think that discussion was going to have. But yeah. Some.
Let me deal with Ziriab on that now. So Ziriab, for what I don't even know what's wrong with his poor brother, he went on and said I'm a liar, right? That I was lying about Warif Deen Mohammed. Is that true, Ziriab? Hello, Ziriab. Don't pretend you can't hear.
Yeah. No, I can. Yeah. So on the point that you called him you said that he claimed to be a Messiah, and I called you a liar on that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Not only did you say it at the time when I said it, but even when I weren't there, and you say, "Where's your reference?" Blah, 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 blah. Now, bearing in mind, this again is something that I was told by people in New York at the time, right? And then I either watched it in a documentary or whatever else, and then I read it, and I couldn't find it at the time, but I found it now, right? So let me give you the quotation, right? This is what he says. Masih Mahdi, Jesus did his work. He is not coming back here, ever, never. That's not the way of God, but his type has to return. Another birth like his has to happen. Has to happen, he says again, to produce his type again. So that type will be able to see the lies that have been told concerning his birth. It is not him, but it's the same as though he's the original. I know how Jesus is born because I have been born that way. So you can't tell me how Jesus was born. I've been born that way. Do you understand it? It goes on and on. So he says, I am the Christ Mahdi, believe it or not. No, I am Masih Mahdi. I am the Christ Mahdi, believe it or not. You know, for a long time, people have been hoping to fulfill the prophecy, etc., etc. Do you understand? So this isn't no thin air thing. And just because you can't find it on the blasted internet, or I can't find it on the internet, when I've spoke to people, because I'm not saying I just take what people tell me, but these were brothers that were telling me about Dr. Malachi York, how Malachi York, they said they know his brothers, they know his mum, they know his sisters, and they know people that grew up with Dr. York. And they said, look, his mum lives right down there. We could go and take you. This is what they told me, right? These was when I was a Sunni, right? And I went to New York. And they were telling, just giving me the breakdown of what's been happening. Do you get me? So they said he wasn't born in Sudan. They said Malachi York was born here in New York, and he grew up with the man them and went to school and so on. So when you were telling me about this guy here, again, that's what I heard then. Then I come back, it was confirmed, and then I'll give you a quotation there. So please don't accuse Isa the Black Tilek of being a liar. And obviously Saracen confirmed what I was saying because he may have got a snippet of it somewhere.
Saracen is a flaky youth, but no, on the point of the quotation you just gave, what's the reference for that, bro?
Right, so it is, let me see, number 8. Let me go down.
Post it in your own time, just post it in the back chat, in either in this chat or send it to me directly on Hangouts, because and this is the point I made when I questioned you on it, and then when I did a little cursory search what I did find on record, as per this is a recorded speech from when he took over the mosque, you know when he changed the name of the temples to mosques and that, he called himself a mujaddid, and this is what I'm saying. So he called himself a mujaddid, which is not an exclusive title. Mujaddid just means renewer. someone who comes to renew the faith.
Yeah.
One second. Yeah, I'm saying. So when I did this cursory research, what I did find on record, and not just from like primary references like the lectures of Ward Din Muhammad, but from like what you would call primary/secondary sources, which is writings about this references in the name of Elijah Muhammad, Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam, published by Duke University Press, published 1996. And in there again is another reference where he refers to himself as a mujaddid. Okay, so that's what's on record as far as I've read. So I haven't found any claim, and it would go contrary to his whole ethos, which was mainline Sunni Islam. You can't call yourself a Messiah and them things there, but you can call yourself a mujaddid if you're renewing the thing and bringing it back to its origin. And that's fine. That it's not an exclusive claim to make. You get me? There's even hadith about there's going to be mujaddids in my community again and again and again, or something to that effect. You know what I'm saying?
But there's a list of things, right? And they're giving the years as well, yeah. So this was in Bilalian News. Let me see. It's in number 8. So Bilalian News, there's 2 references. September the 8th, 1978, page 6. Bilalian News, February 15th, 1980, page 17. So, but this site, I mean, although it's a Salafi site, and the thing about Salafis is they have references, so at least we can grant them that. They go what he publicly said, 1975, that he's the manifestation of God, quotation. Yes, I myself am an immaculate conception. You say this man is crazy. No, I'm not crazy. After we explain it to you, so on and so forth. And this is, I mean, even if you want to say that he was going in some esoteric myth, you know, some people do that kind of thing, like we are all the Christ. That type. Some people say that, you know, Christ is a Christ consciousness and all that kind of thing. But he's also making himself to be out to be someone special. And this seems to go with the fact that he was pushing Rashid Khalifa's perspective. He patterned himself upon, what's that guy's name? Ghulam Ahmed and the Qadianis. Obviously, that was a translation he was using. And it would seem that he's definitely following that Messiah thing. So in 1980s, when he come up with the Mujaddid ideology or the perspective, but it was 1979 when he was talking about himself being Christ, Mehdi, the Messiah. So maybe he got shut down in 1979, and therefore 1980 he then called himself to Mujaddid. Go on.
It's in 1979. I've looked it up right now, yeah, and I'm getting the reference from the Wayback Machine because the Times article seems to have dropped. But in 1979, you know, he renamed Muhammad Speaks to Bilalian News. Yeah, that's the reference you just gave. And in that year of 1979, he used the title of Mujaddid as a byline in his weekly article. So this was a reoccurring byline where this title of Mujaddid was used.
It's up to you, yeah. I don't know if you know this, but Malachi York used Mujaddid as well. But he also used Imam al-Mahdi, al-Hadi, and so on. The man from Planet Risk. Do you see what I'm saying? So calling yourself the Mujaddid and Messiah, there's no contradiction. Do you see what I'm saying? Between those two, I'm saying it's not like.
So as far as I'm concerned, Malachi York and Ward Din Muhammad are two different kettle of fish altogether. What you said sounds more like what Malachi York would say, to be honest. As far as his theological beliefs, Ward Din Muhammad, as far as that goes, the fact that he created the American Muslim Association or something to that effect. What was it called again? You know, the organization the fact that he created the American Society of Muslims, the fact that he introduced the 5 pillars of Islam to the old NOI, the fact that do you see what I'm saying? All these things taken together.
You're not getting. In relation to the next Islam teaches, but this is true Islam. So on that basis, because if you look at a lot of these writing speeches, who the hell is that? Is that scattered mind? Yeah, if you look at his writings and then various things, generally he veered towards a lot of Sufistic type of stuff, which generally can lead you out towards them beliefs. But anyway, the quotation's there, so man didn't lie or make it up. You know what I mean? So if you want to say what them people are lying on him, because obviously I haven't got the newspaper from 1979
Yeah,
and so on.
the Salafis are definitely lying on him. Of course they are. They're just trying to discredit him. The fact is that the Bilalian news, the byline that he's using, if you're agreeing that he used the term Mujaddid, yeah, then that's a point of agreement. We're both agreeing that he used Mujaddid. You're saying that he also used Messiah, and you're referencing Salafi websites or Salafi references for that. As I say, I'm willing to read whatever reference you have. So, in your own time, post it up in it, and I'm going to look into it.
Yeah, I'll try, because what it is, the phone that I'm using to get that is a separate phone. But yeah, I'll try and get it here and then post it. Yeah. All right, no problem.
But yeah, this is a side point anyway. The other points, yeah, go on.
What was it? Because he mentioned Walifuddin. So what was the next thing? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was saying. So basically, we have the elephant in the room, which is continuously demonstrating anti-black behavior, but riding the title of pro-black. And these type of things, like, it's like, if someone's demonstrating they're not learning, so every time they're being corrected and shown, they're just trying to pretend, nah, making excuses and spinning around. And then it makes you start to look closer and think, well, is there any real pro-black agenda in you at all? Or is it just attention seeking? And it's just like, it's really, there's no, because you find somebody can make excuses for non-blacks, then you're thinking, well, when it comes to black people, all of a sudden you're the big high mighty judge, and you want to judge Nanifa, you want to judge Kalam, you want to judge Sarah, you want to judge this one, that one, and then you want to pretend like you're going to judge the black Talib. And I'm saying, well, that's where it really, the buck really gets to the real point where this is really getting out of hand and retarded now. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's a thing where when you come across proper methodology of proving things to be true, do you get me? This is where you're really getting at. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. You're getting people who are not black to feel comfortable to come against black people. And that clearly is some real problems. Do you get what I'm saying? So, do you think, Ziriab, that you would fall into the category of being anti-black?
No, I wouldn't.
Have you checked yourself for that? Like, I'm saying, let's say we would normally think, no, I'm not anti-black. That would be a normal thought. But would you know how to check yourself to see if you are or not?
Yeah, off the top of my head, if one has an aversion to kind of quote unquote black betterment and things of that nature, or everything that comes under that umbrella, then yeah, if you automatically kick back at the phrase, or you see it as being problematic, or you talk about, to borrow a phrase, kumbayism, then I would assume that you have some type of anti-black sentiment.
Hold on. So are you saying, would you say that Malcolm come with kumbayarism?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think the thing about the two bodies that he created, because this is the other thing, and this is why Walifuddin Muhammad is so important. Disregarding the whole Messiah thing, the fact that he studied the Quran in jail when he refused to join the army, the fact that he studied Arabic, and the fact that he was well acquainted and even called for a school of thought that was unique, or kind of taken into consideration the conditions in America. All of this tells me that he was very much grounded in the reality that he lived in. This is Walifuddin Muhammad. And the overlap when Walifuddin was released from jail with Malcolm X's ideas. Obviously, Walifuddin was, through his study, convinced that the Nation of Islam needed reformation. It needed, a cleanup from inside out. Yeah? So when he came out, and obviously Malcolm X was rubbing up against the NOI and having problems, they naturally overlapped. And obviously Malcolm X's life was cut short, whereas Walifuddin Muhammad was allowed to, he kind of continued and was able to, pursue the theological perspective, the theological motivations, or kind of, he used the wellspring of theology to build the organization that he saw fit. I mean, if you're talking to a Muslim, obviously, it's not going to be what do you call it, like mutually exclusive. So obviously Malcolm X showed that with the whole setting up of the OA Organization of African American Unity and the Muslim Mosque Incorporated. So personally, no, I don't think. No, that's the short answer. I'll say no.
Okay, so actually, you yourself, what would you call yourself? Where do you stand in all of this? What are you? Sufi, this, that, what?
Oh right, I just like Muslim, man. I don't. The thing is, man, I've got criticisms, and I don't know if you remember, but we've had conversations on, my criticism of Shiite perspective of that. So I've got, and in the same way I criticize certain problematic Sunni ideas. So I don't fall on either side, and I just call myself a Muslim.
No, but I'm saying that's fine not to call yourself that, but as you know,
I was raised as a Sunni. Like, that's my background.
Right. So this is the thing, yeah. There's a lot of people who would say they don't take any side in the label, but my point is, once you contain these certain ingredients or hold on to these certain ideas which you didn't make up, then pretending, well, I'm just religious, or I'm just this, or just Muslim, or whatever, then obviously that can't be true anymore, because you did. It's like if you invented your own way of being Muslim, kind of thing, without, let's say, taking on board other people's ideas that weren't consistent with proof. So, for instance, if you're being a Muslim and you can quote the Quran and Hadith, you've seen the foundations of whatever it is, and then you can see clearly how they use the Quran and the Hadith to come to those conclusions. You're no longer following those people. You're just following the evidence. Whereas a lot of people are holding on to Abu Bakr and Umar, for instance, as being righteous people, which we know fully well are not, according to the evidence within Sunni books themselves. So that's where, to me, a major problem comes when black people are following this type of nonsense.
Yeah, this is actually a point Captain was making his point earlier. Yeah, we didn't really touch upon it because you wasn't here. But seeing as you're here, you can flesh it out. You see the point about after the Prophet peace be upon him, you're saying that there was an anti-black sentiment. Is that a correct kind of summation of your point of view?
Well, yeah, I would say in the Abbasid era, it's like the ending of the and the beginning of and fully manifested anyway in the Abbasid era, the anti-blackism, and you find there's Zand's rebellion, so it's not really something that people can really deny. You know what I mean? And that's the situation you're in, boy.
Yeah, no, I get that, obviously. No, I can dig that. I think I would argue part of the reason for that is due to the kind of influx of Iranians and Aryans basically into the thing, and the whitewashing attempts, and that continued later on with the Ottomans, but much later on with the Ottomans. But
this is my point. It was when what happened was the Umayyads were importing so many European women. Yeah, if you read about Muawiyah, how many white men he enslaved, right? And he asked his commanders, what should we do with all of these white people? That's what he said, right? These red people. And I think somebody said to kill half and use the other half to build roads or something like that. Do you know what I mean? So this is in the time of Muawiyah. And that's that. So imagine had so many white males or white people that they conquered at that time. So imagine that didn't stop. That continuous shipment, so to speak, that trade was going on. Do you get what I'm saying? 25,000, that's nothing. So yeah, man, we're really dealing with the changing of the dynamics of the complexion of, because remember back then, like, to have 20 odd kids was not abnormal. Do you get me? 30 kids to have, you not only did you have your 4 wives, but then you had so many others too. You get me?
Yeah. I read Save the True Arabs. You get me?
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar, but obviously it cuts both ways, isn't it? Because if you're gonna take that position, then you'd have to agree that a lot of the tyrants were black as well.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not specifically talking about who is ruling and so on. I'm saying that within the culture of that, because you're talking about the leaders, I'm saying to you that the culture around that time is where the anti-black thing became a norm in society, and then it just continued from there. So because Sunniism is an evolving ideology, it just became a normal part of Sunniism too.
No, but that would be anti-white sentiment if you're talking about what to do with these Ahmad or these white slaves.
No,
Yeah, that would be
in that point. Okay, the
at that
Umayyad
point
was
in
black,
time.
right? So I'm saying to you, when you get to the Abbasid era, the descendants of those people that took the white people as slaves, that's why I mentioned how much children they had. Yeah, so their children would have been mixed. Now those sons of who are mixed, they're also taking these white women as slaves. Then their children are going to be a quarter black. Do you get me? So this is how you end up with the Middle East as it is today. That
Yeah, I
continuous,
get that. No, obviously I get that. That's why I referenced said the true Arabs and that. So I'm with you there. Like I know what you're reading, like or like what your perspective is, but I'm saying it cuts both ways. And obviously I made that point. But if you go and look at the imams, yeah, I did a show on this actually. Yeah, a lot of the later imams, like the third, fourth, and continued until Imam Hassan al-Askari. Yeah. A lot of their wives, I say their wives, but their partners, I should say, and that's a very charitable way of saying it. Were black or African descent.
Did you say their wives? Oh.
Yeah, then I said partners, and that's putting it in a very charitable way.
Oh, you mean slave wife, so to speak? Is that what you... Okay.
Yeah.
You mean, yeah, I've heard all this. So you're talking about the mothers of the imams. But what I'm saying to you is the imams themselves were black, so it doesn't really have this. It's only from a certain angle or through a certain set of glasses are you going to get this. Well, they had black women as the mothers, which were slaves, and therefore that's why they were dark. That's the narrative that certain people try to push, when that's not a fact. They would have been dark anyway, because the imams were known to be dark from the beginning. If Imam Ali is Shadid al-Udma, which is jet black, then what can you expect? Do you see what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's just.
But on the point of Wali Muhammad, you see how.
Hold on, pick up Melanie Goddess. She's asking you to turn up your mic, Ziria.
I was saying, with regards to Wali Muhammad, the son of Elijah Muhammad, yeah. Whilst the argument could be made that Malcolm X was uneducated in Islam, in matters of Islam, you can't make that same argument for Wali Muhammad. He was very well versed. He studied the Quran in jail. He knew Arabic because of the Palestinian teacher that his father brought to the Muhammad University and that. You get me? So he was very well equipped.
No, but what I'm saying is that no one's saying that Wali Muhammad had the global impact that Malcolm X had on all different color of people, but we're obviously talking about black people converting to Sunniism. So, I don't think anyone.
I would argue he had a bigger effect, and the reason why I would argue for that is because he brought the bulk of the nation to Sunni Islam. So he had a more tangible and a bigger effect on black people in America. I agree, not globally, but black people in America coming to mainstream Sunni Islam.
But that's my point. So you can't. Your first statement is corrected by your second statement. You don't agree. It's global. I'm talking. The whole point of the statement is related to Malcolm being a globally known figure. Most people today, black people, haven't got a clue who Wali Muhammad is. A clue. A lot of people have a vague idea of who Elijah Muhammad is, but who the hell doesn't know?
The point about Siraj al-Hajj and Khalid Yassin is that they're amplified because of the petrodollar. And the thing is about their trajectory is that their onus of their trajectory falls squarely on their lap and their decisions. And I was saying earlier how it was made very attractive. You obviously know that people get paid to go and study in Saudi Arabia, like they get paid and they get free accommodation and all of that. So it was in a very attractive package that they took up. But someone like Wali Muhammad, because he was already equipped with Arabic, shouts out his father, yeah. He also understood understood the Quran, studied the Quran, and he brought the bulk of the nation, so black people in America, to Sunni Islam. So my point is here that you can't, whilst you're saying that inadvertently or well-intentioned brought of you anti-black, You can't make that argument for Wale Fadi Muhammad.
So you broke up there. What was that that other thing? I heard well-intentioned view something.
So yeah, with Malcolm X being well-intentioned, but leading black people to what you term as anti-black Islam, yeah, you can't. You're saying that he's well-intentioned because he was uneducated. You can't make that same argument for Wale Fadi Muhammad because he was educated.
No, but this is what I'm saying. I don't get the point of you saying that about him when no one's saying that about him at all. He wasn't even mentioned in the debate. So I'm saying to you, with him, he was educated in this, or I don't know, brainwash, whatever you want to call it, in the Sunniism that he understood, but he evolved in various ways and he gave his own shape shifting to it. And it was majorly, you can see a lot of Ahmadi influence there. But I mean, either way, I mean,
yeah, that's unsubstantiated. That last bit about the Ahmadi thing. But in as far as the brainwashing goes, you can call it brainwashing, but you know the reality is that he studied the Quran independently whilst he was in jail because he understood Arabic. So whilst he was in jail for refusing to join the army, yeah. Wale Fadi Muhammad then studied the Quran, and it was that study of the Quran which made him distance himself from the NOI's teachings. Do you get me? So it's not a brainwashing thing where he's gone to Cairo or Mecca or anywhere else to study. He's studied it himself, and he's got the requisite tools.
Hold on. Just distancing yourself from the Nation of Islam, you don't need to study Arabic. You just need to read the Quran in English. You could do that, right? That's a basic thing. Yeah. Which was the same with Malcolm X. He didn't study in Arabic, but he knew definitely the Nation of Islam teaching did not agree with the Quran in English, in German, or whatever translation you want to give. It won't agree with it. So the point that I'm making is, despite him studying in Arabic, he still was on what you call the Sunni thing. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's where the brainwashing comes in. Yeah. So in other words, he didn't go far enough. Now, I'm not blaming him either. I'm just saying when we're looking back, we have to be able to criticize our people and say, right, he didn't come with the right conclusions right there. That's a fact.
I do want to press you on this, but I've got to bounce now, innit? But yeah, I want to have this conversation with you a bit deeper, innit?
Yes. Well, let's see what Velle has to say, or the other. What's the other Brett Dan show or something? But yeah, man, big up, man.
All right,
we'll do this later.
Yes.
Torok, what you doing?
Yeah, man, big up.
I got a jet as well. Yeah, I can hear you. I got a flipping jet as well, man. Yesterday I got bits and pieces of work done, but boy, man, I must have been on there for like 12 hours yesterday, bro.
Wow.
Like straight.
I was gonna say, what do you think about the Sunni Islam in the Caribbean and things?
Yeah, that's cool. It's what it is. Most of it's been taken over now. Yeah, so it used to be the Indian-y type version, a Sufistic Deobandi, and then Abu Bakr took over. Because I mean, it's generally Trinidad's the main place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that,
they got some little feud with something called Rasta City and ISIS, unruly something.
But that's what I'm saying. And when certain man then wanted to try and pretend that this is it's just the Sunnis in the park, and I'm saying no. You got Mali. Have you heard of the Mali Caliphate?
No.
You see, like Boko Haram are trying to do that. We're trying to do the thing. You got the same in Mali. They're trying to take over, bro.
Oh, in Mali.
Yeah,
okay,
bro.
I can imagine that.
So I'm saying this problem is not going to go away for black people until we recognize it's a frigging problem. You get me? The religion is about establishing the power of other people over our heads. That's what it's about. It's not like, because when you talk about Christianity is anti-black, but it's very rare you find black groups forming a Christian caliphate seeking to impose some old Judaic law on you. Do you get what I'm saying? And this is a problem. At the very least, you could say the Hebrew Israelites might like to do that, but at least it's coming from a pro-black agenda from the beginning. Like, you can trace their interpretation to black people for black people. With this thing, you're going to some Saudi Arabian, Egyptian, every one of them black. And if it's a black man, it's a coon. You get me?
Yeah, 100%. Man. So what's the difference between Ahmadiyya?
Ahmadiyya is basically this Indian man, Ghulam Ahmed, is claiming to be the Messiah. Basically, he was in the 1800s. He was claiming to be the Messiah, and a lot of people bought that. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that's the it seems that that type of style of Islam came to America first.
Oh, I can't say which came first, but that had the bigger influence. The reason being is because it was the most in India. It's the most basically they taught against jihad. So he was saying this is not the time for jihad in regards to anything physical. This is the time for intellectual jihad. That was his push. So obviously, if you're
do you think they were also linked to like the Freemasonic side, like the Shriners and all that as well?
I wouldn't say they were. I mean, in the sense of the beginning. I can't deny that as they got to America, they would have been approached to join them. Because once you align yourself with
they already had their order, like the Shriners already was literally like Freemasons already.
No, but I think you asked if the Ahmadis were part of the Shriners. So saying the Shriners already existed in America.
Like they had that type of style to them, if you know what I mean.
I wouldn't have said so. I wouldn't have said so. Their dress sense, a lot of things about them, it was more just it was Sufistic type of thing. Because it's more, to be honest, it's more Sunni. It's just like Sunniism modified to fit Ghulam Ahmed as the Messiah returned.
Yeah,
so it's just
the majority of the people who came with that type of Islam to America was like from Lebanon, Syria, and those are the people you find in the Caribbean as well.
No. We're talking. If you're talking about Ahmadis, they believed that Ghulam Ahmed was the Messiah. So I don't find many Ahmadis in the Caribbean.
No, that they had that type style of Islam from like Lebanon and Syria, and those that they were the migrants that came into America and the Caribbean.
What, Ahmadiyya?
No, the Syria, yeah, they practiced like the Ahmadiyya side of Islam, and the majority of them was like from Lebanon and Syria. They moved to America in the 1800s.
Ooh, what you're saying that Ahmadiyya were in Syria?
So take for instance, Noble, what's his name, Farad. He comes from like the Lebanese or Syrian community, and those were the first people to set up sort of they was actually the first people to set up a Shriner temple first. Then a mosque came in the 19th century in America.
But the Shriners, they would have come from the Middle East, but you're talking Ghulam Ahmed's from India. So what it is, when he got to America, it would have been something which, imagine, how can I put it? For instance, there was the minority groups who were there would sort of fall under the support and banner of the dominant Sunni group at the time. So if you've already got established Ahmadiyya as the main mosque, then everyone's going to an Ahmadiyya mosque, Sunni, Shia, Sufi. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay,
and that's where you generally just identify as Muslim. It's like that when I converted, the main mosque was a Deobandi mosque, but you had the Salafis going there, you had the Sufis going there, you had the terrorists going there, you had all kind of motherfuckers. Do you get me? Because it's the main mosque, and then gradually everyone branched out and built their own little bloody mosque. I mean, there's done Salafis.
Because it's a branch of those sort of communities where you get like the Nation of Islam later on, and Noble Drew Ali and all them type of people, and their master teacher Farad. Farad, you obviously can tell he's from the Middle East, if you know what I mean, and even that sort of surname.
But that's the thing. I mean, do we even know his actual name? That's I guess another part of it.
Oh yeah, that's true as well.
Like, I mean, Dr. York done like things which show that Farad Muhammad is, and there's a guy on YouTube that done it as well, a whole like video.
No, but saying that when you do the research though, it's like in the early 1900s, it was those sort of people living in the black communities like Detroit, certain parts of New York, down south, and slowly but slowly, like it's all got introduced to the black community because the majority of the people in America at that time was Christian.
But I mean, what you have to remember is I think a lot of Nat Turner and various other Hebrew and other people, they were trying to root the movements to be black based. Like, so, and if you think of how it worked with Christianity, there was nothing stopping other people from being lesser prophets. If you said you were a Messiah, there's a problem. If you say you're a prophet, you're a seer and all of that, you know, that could be accepted. So you could be the starter of a new movement. You know what I mean? Once you could preach and whatever else. And that's how that worked, bro. Huh?
But I noticed just through the teachings how they are, like with the Moorish Science Temple, he has got like that Ahmadiyya and that Shriner influence combined together.
Definitely, 100%. But he's got, bruv, I don't know if you know Noble Drew.
But if we go back in the 1900s, where all these new philosophies, new migrants moving in America and certain places, it just makes you think what was actually going on around that time, and a lot of the brothers, even in England, a lot how they got introduced to Islam was like in the prisons. So I don't know how that was working, but a lot of Ahmadiyyas actually came as missionaries as well.
Yeah, no, well, that's a common thing for them. Who's Tyler, by the way? Is Tyler trying to get in? What's his name? Big Velle. Somebody called Tyler's trying to get on. Don't know who that is.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree. I mean, but you have to remember, like, oh shit, I was gonna say something before. So Tyler, the way
with the missionaries, Ahmadiyyas.
Yeah. You have to remember, you can't really do a lot of missionary unless you got economic backing. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna need. Generally, how it worked was Ghulam Ahmed was favored by the British. Some people say he was a British agent, but I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But the point was, he was favored by the British. So he was saying things which agreed with their thing. Simple as that, bro. He was saying he was teaching not to do physical jihad against the British armies. It's as simple as that. Now, obviously, the British are gonna be happy with that, isn't it? Do you get what I'm saying?
It's funny you just brought up that sort of quote, because I was watching like the Harlem Godfather, and it was showing in between that time, and it was showing the rift between Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam at the time, and the honorable minister, and he was saying basically we only came to teach black people Islam. Basically, we never really came to do anything radical, and Malcolm X wanted to take it to the radical sort of side and fight and protest and certain things.
I do think Malcolm, unfortunately, was not politically. Hello?
So I just got back, but it sounded like Tor was talking about Godfather Harlem.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how that is, but you know.
Yeah, in that time period, they were showing a part where Malcolm X was coming up because he was a friend of a great Harlem native called Bumpy Johnson, but we also showed a part where Malcolm X, where he set up his community in Harlem, and the other district in Chicago, they was not liking him. They were saying, "Oh, maybe he's getting too famous. Maybe he wants to override the honorable minister," and certain things like that. So there was a lot of friction in between Harlem and Chicago. And when I think the honorable minister came to visit Malcolm X, he was saying to them, basically, we're not here to do any violence, basically, or go fighting anybody. All we came to do is basically show the black man Islam. And in between that time, it was like the Harlem Renaissance, the segregation, Martin Luther King, and all these type of things. So it's funny when you're talking about the Ahmadiyya and missionaries and how they just didn't want to fight against the British and all that type of things.
Well, that's the thing. You have to remember what time you're living in, right? So you've got black people there, and they're the main opposition for the general white racists. So any other immigrant that's coming along who's brown or whatever else, they're seeking to hide within and under the banner of black people. So obviously, you know, it's going to be better for them if they can get, like, rather than them become Christian, it will make more sense if they bring them over to Islam. You get what I'm saying? Because it's acknowledged that Christianity, especially back then, but even now, is what kept you cooning. Do you get what I'm saying? Majorly, if you're a Christian, you're a coon. That's how it worked. You generally had, you know, when you were in your Jesus mode, you would be against, you know, anything that's pro-black. That's generally how it worked. You know what I'm saying? So, some weird thing. Who's this Tyler, blood? Is he gone?
Oh, I think he's still backstage. Oh, Velle, somebody wants to get in.
Yeah, very really. It's 4 hours this man been going.
Yeah, because I was even talking to somebody like about Marcus Garvey and his Back to Africa program, and I was brought up to somebody
All
about
right,
this.
now I get involved. Now I get involved. Come for Marcus now, Tarak. Come for him.
No, I'm just saying all these people was flexing all around the same time, if you know what I mean. What was going on, like influential people, because I think Honorable Drew Ali, somehow him and Marcus Garvey was in some sort of school together, or they branch off from Marcus Garvey and they made.
People make this claim. People say this a lot. I'm not sure how true it is, but people say that. I mean, we have to remember that Marcus Garvey spent the majority of his early years in Jamaica, and then he traveled around Central America, and then he went to America. So,
but I think he went to school abroad, I heard.
I'll check with that, but I wasn't sure because I was under the impression that anyway, Garvey was mostly homeschooled to begin with, but I'll check that.
But this Back to Africa scheme and Back to Liberia was something going on way before he was born, and like Liberia itself was a state where they went to put all the radical black people and certain people, if you know what I mean, because there was a lot of war going on and a lot of black people uprising in America. So Liberia was a place where they were trying to implement a lot of black people in. And Marcus Garvey, basically, he was just doing what was at the time. So I think like he got swayed along with what was happening with the trend.
Yo, Wagwan.
Big up.
Yes.
Yeah, I think somebody wanted to get in.
Them still, man. So who was this person that you said was trying to get in? Because I can't see them.
Tyler.
Don't say no one.
There's a message there still.
That was Torok's message, man.
Oh, Tyler, somebody.
Tyler?
Yeah.
Some random guy called Tyler said hi in the back chat, but ignore him, man. I thought you were a troll.
Oh.
Is it okay? With Marcus Garvey then.
I can't see it. I can only see Black Tillet and Torok.
Maybe you just came in. That's weird.
Look at the private chat. It's Tyler.
Yeah, I looked in there.
Yeah, I see him there.
We can see him. So Marcus Garvey. I mean, what were the mistakes you would say he made scattered? Big errors, not little.
I need Checker to come in and answer this one because he's a lot more studied on the actual life story of Garvey than I am. But in regards to his organization and stuff like that, when you look at his it's very difficult for me personally to pick out big mistakes that aren't things that are easy to say from hindsight. Like obviously he was taken down initially by Hoover, right? J. Edgar Hoover. Now obviously nowadays we all know who J. Edgar Hoover is, right? Back then, that's how J. Edgar Hoover really started making his name, right? With the beginnings of the FBI and working with some of the more secret service. And really the first ever secret agent used within America was used within Marcus Garvey's organization. So to say there was a mistake, maybe it's a mistake, but how could you have, it's easy for us to say that now, isn't it? Because now we know all these sorts of things are happening. But at the time where Garvey was about, sure, he was probably aware that there was opposition to him, but did he think that the mixed race brother in the organization was an agent working for the FBI? And how could he have known that?
I was talking about back to Africa and Liberia and certain things like that.
You know,
So,
I was answering Isa's question about what the mistakes were in regards to back to Africa. That definitely wasn't a mistake. You know what I mean? Like that is a strong principal position that like you said was held before him. So he came into a body of black nationalism and Pan-Africanism that already existed prior to his taking up and really becoming prominent within that movement. But I tried to remind people all the time, there was two very distinct and different back to Africa movements that needs to not be conflated. You had the racist American back to Africa movement, which was involved around Liberia and sending black people back to Liberia because they didn't have any use for them left in the Americas. But then you had the more natural, independent back to Africa movement that came from the likes of Garvey and Prince Hall and those lot. I can't remember the other guy's name. I'll get it up in a second. Mark Delaney, one of these brothers here, who really pushed a return to Africa for Africans who had come from the continent and longed to reconnect to their own nation, and for them to have a place where they could form their own nation, have their own governance system, structures, culture, and law. And I think, that's definitely not a mistake. That is something that we should probably still be looking to do today.
Because realistically, Liberia is just like a American foreign territory, basically. So so they're literally still in America, but they're just on different foreign soil in a sense like that. And the reason why I say it's probably a bad idea because Garvey himself, I don't think he actually looked at what was actually going on the ground properly to understand the politics, what was going on there at the time. And
I mean, you really understand that Garvey did not get involved in Liberia, right? That he sent a mission to investigate what was happening in Liberia, and if there was a possibility that he and his organization could piggyback off of the back of the racist campaign there and do something good. His officers who he sent to Africa, sent to Liberia to do this tour of the different African nations that will be most receptive to his political views and ideas, returned back from Liberia and said, this country here is a no-go. So I don't know where you're getting this idea from that Garvey was in anyhow involved in the Liberia project or even stamped it. He was against the Liberia project.
No, but he did advertise for Liberia and the Black Star Liner and all that type of things. But the Black Star Liner was running. But for that, the whole point
was Black Star Liner just to go to Liberia, or was it to go to the continent of Africa?
Yeah, but the main hub of it would have been places like Liberia and Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone, where they had Freedom Town for sure. Not necessarily Liberia. And like I said, like I said to you, he sent a mission of people from the UNIA to explore across the continent of Africa, to look into the places that would be best for them to go. And the reports that came back, by all accounts, said that Liberia was not the place to go. So Garvey was not minded at any point in time to be taking his organization or his movement to Liberia to establish. He
was going to stop a rubber farm there.
Like I said to you. Okay, cool. So he had these ideas, right? Maybe we should set up a rubber farm in Liberia. And then that's the first part, right? The second part is, now let's explore that idea. Let's send a mission over there to investigate what's going on. Now, the third part is, the mission returns and tells you what's going on, and you change your plans. You get that, right?
So we cancel the Back to Africa plan or still go back to Africa?
No. Why would you cancel the Back to Africa plan? You just cancel the Liberia part.
So where in Africa was he telling people to go? Not to Liberia.
After Liberia, I don't think he set a direct nation. Like he said, Freetown, Sierra Leone.
Probably Freetown again, but
like I said, Freetown, Sierra Leone. But not just that.
As I said, Freetown was started up as a British colony.
He also had connects across different various parts of the African nations, including Ghana and I can't remember, but he did talk about brother from the Sudan. The point is, all of Africa during the period of time that Garvey is alive is under colonial rule. What you don't understand about Pan-Africanism, it's not looking for the perfect, independent, indigenous African place to go back to start. It's looking for a place within Africa where they can establish, rule, and control as African peoples as African peoples over themselves, rather than being in somebody else's country, living under their rules, under their culture, and under their society. That is
So what's different now?
What's the difference now between what?
So what's the difference now? Can you do Pan-Africanism now?
I'm not sure you understand what Pan-Africanism is, but yes, you can. You can do it anytime.
Or is it easier to do it? Is it easier to do it now, or was it easier to do it back then?
I don't know. I'm not alive back then. Do you know what I mean? It's like an immaterial. Like what kind of, yeah. I'm not. I'm alive right now.
Saying in general, because like people like Marcus Garvey, they had the Black Star Liner printing press, and a lot of people say, yeah, a lot of certain things that we do have.
Get that in itself is a massive achievement of bringing people together that doesn't happen regularly, right? So Marcus Garvey's achievement outweigh majority of people's achievements in any period of time, right?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say though, but he still advertised Africa, but he didn't even go there himself. Then he ended up in England. So what's happened now? He's advertised Africa to other people still, and not wanting to do it for his own self.
Do you know what himself, or are you just
hold on 2 seconds? And if we look at like from that time up to now, what's happening into those two places, Sierra Leone and Liberia, with all the wars and all that thing that's going on.
Yeah, yo.
What's good,
yo, man? There was something I wanted to add in to the points that you was making as well, Scattered. I swear there was two groups trying to do. Was it a Casablanca and a Morovia? Is that correct, Scattered?
Yeah, the Casablanca and the Monrovia groups. Yeah. In terms of regards to Pan-Africanism and the establishment of African independence.
Right. So that was the Casablanca was the ones that ended up in Liberia.
Yeah,
no. The Casablanca and the Monrovia was far after that. So Liberia was the American government basically, in conjunction with some people like Dubois, but not really. That was like during the 1800s when the American government was pretty much, Liberia was their colonial territory basically, and they were trying to establish a free town where they could send back Africans who they didn't want in America basically. Right. But yeah, I'll come to the Monrovia and Casablanca in a bit.
Yeah, Monrovia is in and the Casablanca thing is in Liberia. Monrovia is actually the capital of Liberia.
Yeah, Monrovia is the capital of Liberia, and Casablanca is the city of Morocco. So those two groups ended up having well, basically there was a meeting in Monrovia of a certain number of African countries, and there's a meeting in Casablanca of another group of African countries, and they both made separate declarations and had different arguments and beliefs as to how Pan-Africanism should proceed on the continent. But like I said, let me bring it back quickly, because you were talking something about Marcus Garvey advocating for Africa, but never going and having died here in England. Well, that ignores the very strong link between America, England, and Africa, right? So he didn't just die here in England. He died in the heart of power and the mind of power that ruled and controlled the nations that he wanted to take control of. He wanted to take control of Africa. There's no use really of him going to Africa at that point in time when African people did not have access to guns, they did not have access to weaponry, they did not have access to resources or finances or anything that would have helped them to be able to fight a war to overthrow the people who had control of Africa at that time. He was fighting an intellectual battle. I know that might be difficult for people to understand, but he was fighting an intellectual battle at this point in time of trying to win over an argument, which he was doing a very good job of, and actually succeeded, because after he had passed away here in England, right here in England, people who had associated with Henry Sylvester, Lloyd Sylvester, and other Pan-Africanists of this ilk.
Why did he go to Ghana?
Give me a chance.
Hold on. Why did he not go to Ghana?
Give me a chance.
Why did he not go to Ghana? Jamaican people said they're from Ghana.
Right? When you're talking, I don't interrupt you. I listen to what you're saying. I realize that when I'm talking to you, you don't realize what I'm saying. You don't listen to what I'm saying. But I'm not actually talking to you. I'm talking over you, and I'm more talking towards. I'm talking more towards the people in the audience who are probably level-headed enough to understand what I'm saying. Because I get that you just have a point that you're really trying to push here. So regardless of what I say, you don't even respond to the points I make. You always just move it on to some next random irrelevant point that you could try and you think maybe let's try and use this one or let's try and use this one. And all of them are as weak as the one before them. But as I was saying, right, Garvey died here in the seat of power, but what he left behind here was a legacy and a body of Pan-Africanism that led up to the Pan-African Congresses, all 5 of the first Pan-African Congresses, which were held here in the UK and in London and in Manchester, right? Those Congresses led directly to independence on the African continent. Kwame Nkrumah was at the 4th, along with W.E.B. Du Bois, another contemporary of Garvey's, and they together made the declaration that made it very clear that if the UK was not willing to do as Garvey had been encouraging them to do in the first place, which was give up control of Africa, Africans would take control of Africa for themselves. Africans did go and do that 20 years after the 4th conference of Africa, of Pan-Africanism in Manchester. And many of the people there, Jomo Kenyatta, Kwame Nkrumah, went on directly to become the leaders of African nations. So this idea of being in England is separate to fighting for independence in Africa or knowing what's going on the continent of Africa is ridiculous, and I've just proven it wrong there in that argument. And I'd hope you would respond to that argument and maybe make it hard for me and challenge me on that, but I imagine you're not going to do that, and you're going to move it on towards, I don't know, some next point. Was it something about Ghana?
Yeah, so why didn't he not go back to Ghana, since majority of the people who quote unquote come from Ghana? Since he's saying back to Africa, and the majority of the people from Jamaica say, yeah, we come from Ghana and all these type of places. So why didn't he reside in Ghana? I could understand that the people in America didn't want him, just like the people in Jamaica. So at that time, he was probably recognized as a British citizen. So he probably just went to Britain, innit?
So the concept of Pan-Africanism, right, means all African. Not just Ghanaian African or my African or the Africans that I represent, all of Africa, right? And so he was building a political ideology on the idea of the United States of Africa, the United Nations, United Tribes, whatever you want to call it, of Africa. He was arguing that Africans needed to create a political system, ideology, and a mentality where they had control of their own borders, their own economic systems, and their own politics. So the argument that he should have been, I don't know, specifically choosing out or picking out one country or the other is random. He was trying to do basically look for the best strategic entry point.
How can you pick the whole continent? How can you pick the whole continent?
Looking for the best strategic entry point. If you listen, you might get it, right. The best strategic entry point into Africa.
It sounds like a dream.
I mean, to be fair, Aborigines and a lot of that sort of stuff that you talk about quite often sounds like a dream. But
what do you mean? What's a dream about the Aborigines?
The fact that the idea that you think you're one is the dream. But so
you tell me people of the Caribbean don't have the indigenous people's blood in them?
I think people in the Caribbean have very, very, very small percentages of the indigenous Caribbean people's blood in them, and when they do, and that's very rare.
What are you going by? What are you going by? DNA.
What are you going by? Story.
I'm asking you. I'm going by heritage and I'm going by straight by the ancestors. So I'm asking my grandparents.
Okay.
What are you going by? DNA.
No, I go by both, to be fair. I listen to what other, not just my ancestors, but other elders from the Caribbean community have told me, as well as the DNA evidence.
Your Pacific ancestors, because I'm talking about your history, not the whole island's history.
Oh, but I like to look at the entire island's history as well as my
you have to look at your history.
To be fair,
because you're one person.
Ever studied history academically.
This is the problem. Hold on. This is the whole problem with you Pan-Africans. This is the whole issue. This is the whole issue. No. You try to say my people are a pipe dream. I told you straight. Go to your direct ancestors and you bring the whole island involved. You bring the whole island involved when I ask you about your Pacific family. So you're living a pipe dream, mate.
All right, cool. So as I was trying to explain to you and give you the very trying to let you understand how history works, right, from an academic point of view, right?
Your ancestors.
Yeah. Let me explain to you history from an academic point of view, right? You have a process called triangulation. It's the process that means you don't just take one person's viewpoint.
Your ancestors.
No. One second. And I'm explaining to you how history works.
about
I
people.
I understand that academics is very. I don't know. You don't have time for it.
What
But
has
let me explain it
academics
to you
got to do
anyway.
with who your grandparents are? What's
When it
academics
comes
got
to
to do with
knowledge
that?
and deriving how we know what we believe we know,
No,
how
your
we have
grandparents will
knowledge
tell
of
you who
history.
you are. Your grandparents will tell you who
Torok,
you are.
I
Torok,
mean,
Torok, you gotta let him finish, bro.
Are you saying your grandparents don't know who they
Torok,
are?
Torok, bruv, you gotta let him finish, man.
No, because
You
he's
can't cut
chatting
over
shit.
him.
How dare he
Yeah,
chat shit on my
but
people?
wait.
No,
Even if you
Veli,
disagree with
no,
his point, wait,
no,
hold on.
because you, no, because you, no, hold
Let me
on,
finish his
Veli.
point. If you disagree with his point, let him finish, and then come back after with your points that you disagree with.
No, because his
then,
people come
but
out
wait.
of a book. My people in real life.
For the people that's
I
listening,
ask him
you can't
direct
hear properly.
relatives.
I'm on the call and I can't hear properly when these two are cutting over each other.
Because he's
So if you
jabbering.
cut him or he cuts you, you can't.
Yeah, because he's long-winded. He tried to say my people don't exist. I said to him, listen, I'll go straight back to my grandparents and they would tell me. And if they and they would show me the graves and all these type of things. I said, who are you going by? And I said, yeah, I'm talking about your direct ancestors. The man went into the whole island.
So I hear your point still, but like you have to let him finish though when he's making a point.
No, but answer my direct question, please. At least don't just jabber on and think you're saying something sweet.
The problem is that Veli is I can't answer his question without trying to educate him of how I derived my answer first. Do you know what I mean? Because
I'm asking your grandparents. Who are your parents? Who are your parents?
Veli, do you get what I'm saying? His issue is with my methodology, right? So I need to explain
made
to him
up
my
then.
methodology.
I'm asking him to prove. I'm saying if you're
asking for
I'm asking this geezer proof now.
Tora, every time he says something, two words, his man's cutting him off though.
No, but he's trying to say, he's teaching me academics. I'm asking him, who's your family? He's trying to teach me academics. I say, who's your family? He keep coming to academics.
Hey, listen, if he was cutting you off when you was talking, I would say the same thing, fam. So that's why I'm trying to just make it so man them can talk. You get me? Cause man on a platform where man them can actually say what they want to say without fucking getting cut off every 2 minutes and everyone jumping in it.
I apologize for that.
Still, so yeah. But obviously, man don't mind disagreeing on points and all that. That's all good. That's probably what most people are watching for. You get me? But man them have got to let each other finish the points so you can go back and forth properly, innit?
For sure, definitely. And I would like the record to show that this conversation only started turning this sort of way after Torah called Pan-Africanism a pipe dream, and I referred in kind to his belief in Aboriginal culture as a pipe dream. I think probably if we cut out the insults and we just start to making good points.
What is saying that's not disrespectful. What I said about your ideology. You try.
And why is it disrespectful? What I said about your? So why was it disrespectful when I said about you being Aboriginal?
For one, Pan-Africanism is could be economics, could be a whole different lot of things. It's not actual people, is it?
It is all of those things, 100%.
No, it's not.
Listen, I gotta run in the shop and get something sweet, man. I'm gonna run in the shop and get something sweet though, yeah. But I beg you, man, yeah. Hey, Tora, I beg you, bro.
I didn't disrespect none of your people, fam. You disrespect my people.
Wait, Tora.
And
I beg you, yeah.
Pan-Africanism is not a religion, bro.
Let him finish, and then you go after, innit? Because obviously, every time you cut in, he stops.
No, but he disrespect my people for no reason.
You sound pretty salty, bro. I'm just saying,
because
right?
You disrespect my people. I didn't disrespect your people. I said Pan-Africanism is a pipe dream.
I suggest you not be offense. You said Pan-Africanism is a pipe dream. I said I believe your belief.
But that's an idea.
So is your thing. Your thing. The idea that your ancestors are Aboriginal. It's an idea. It's an idea.
No, it's not an idea about Tainos and Kalinagos. We got a dictionary. We got a language, fam. What are you talking about?
What's your scientific proof or evidence? You're going to tell me your grandparents again, right?
Yes.
So, and I'm going to say again, this is an idea.
No, I need scientific proof to tell. My granny needs to back it up with scientific proof. You're telling me this is how disrespectful you are.
Yeah, that was funny still. You better funny still, fam. Like, yo. But listen, yeah. Like, let's wrap up that, edit, man. Both make closing points and then wrap it up, and we do the breakfast show from tomorrow again. And hopefully we can get another full panel.
I gotta do something.
Yeah, man. Obviously, it's late there, isn't it?
There's no respect in that, bro. There's no respect in that, Bridget. Because I talked about Pan-Africanism, and Pan-Africanism is an ideology. It's not real people, Bridget.
This whole Aboriginal thing is an ideology.
You can't diss real people in real life for an idea that's what was sent in somebody's head.
I tell you what, yeah, I'm gonna go and get something to eat, yeah, and come back. But I'm gonna still be on the panel, but the phone's gonna be on charge, man, because the battery's low, cuz you get me. So I can't really moderate right now, still. Okay, but yeah. Like what? Yeah, when you two made your closing points, yeah.
So done.
Yeah, we can wrap up still, man. Yeah, I want to jump over to Triluminati Live still, man. Because
yeah.
WhatsApp cracking me up still, fam. And true story is like it was only supposed to be a breakfast thing from 8 to 11, innit?
Yeah,
obviously because the man was on the panel, doing bits and pieces, and it helps out with the watch time on my channel as well. I just left it running, innit? So yeah, man, big up everyone that participated in the comment section, especially to the man that participated on the panel. Yeah, man. So beautiful. That was beautiful, man. I love that.
Respect.
Yeah, man. So yeah, go on then. Torok, I'll let you come with your closing argument first, and then you may be able to pick up.
I'll say what I'll say afterwards.
Yeah, all right. Well, then we can pick up after. You can pick up tomorrow. Oh shit, who's that? Angel Moon, yeah. Hold on a sec. Right, it. Yo, Angel Moon, you gotta turn your camera on and off quickly, or you gotta leave a message in the chat, or else I can't add you still. But yeah, carry on making your points, man.
I think I was gonna. He said I could go first, which I think is nice. I think, like I said, the idea of Pan-Africanism and the ideas around Pan-Africanism form a worldview. I think the ideas that inform Aboriginal you get catch. Like Angel Moon.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but do you know what I did though? I put my screen on in it, so I quickly add them. But then there's a new feature in it, man. You can block them. You can block from the stream still. So, boom. Yeah, baby. Yeah, you're gone, man. Fake Angel Moon still. That must be Afghan still, car. Yeah, the same thing happened on another channel still. So,
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it, to be fair.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Afghan showing his back, yo, and all them things there, little batty, man. Boy, a freak. Yeah, man. But all right, man, them do your closing points, and then we can wrap it up.
100. Let me give my closing one then. Cool. I'll just end it on this one because this is the one we got caught up on. The idea of Pan-Africanism being
caught up on when you didn't want to tell me who your real family is. That's why we got caught up.
Let him finish, Torok, bro. Come on, man. Let him just get his closing point at least, fam, and then you can go with your closing point.
And I'm salty. Okay. Yeah. So, right, the idea of Pan-Africanism is a collective of ideas that form a worldview. The idea around this sort of Aboriginal movement that has come around from a few people, it's not really that widespread yet, but it might start to spread from a few people from the Caribbean that, you know, they are not African, but they're somehow Aborigine. It's also an idea. Do you know what I mean? It's not a fact that we can say for a fact that's unchallengeable. Like your mum is your mum. That's an unchallengeable fact. Probably usually linked to DNA, right? And just because somebody claims to be somebody's mum doesn't always mean that they're the person's mum. Case in point being Godfather of Harlem with Bumpy Johnson and his wife pretending to be their child's mother. So that brings me to my next point around triangulation and academics. And when we talk about history and understand history, usually you have to triangulate your sources. You don't just take one source or one person or one group of people who are all from a shared perspective, right? Who come forward and say, this is how we know what we know. What you do, sorry, am I talking too fast, man? I'll slow it down. So you don't just take that point from that one group of people. Usually triangulate it and usually by as many different sources as possible. So if you could talk just to your grandparents, that's a great thing. But if you could talk to other people on the island, especially people who might have known your grandparents, but even people beyond that around the circuit of and find timeline links between them and dates which they talk about, and then you match up to dates that your grandparents have spoken about, then you start getting a much better a picture of what history is, because you're not taking it from just one source, you're taking it from a broad group of sources, and that's really how you really establish history, especially family history and things like that. So that is really what I was trying to get to. And I would agree with you, Velle, that we do need a platform where it is calm and people are allowed to finish their points rather than always getting cut off because somebody else might be angry about what they're saying.
Yeah, man. All right, man, like Torok, your time now, my brother.
Yeah, big up. Yeah, so really and truly, what people are unhappy with is that their ideology and their dreams is just somebody's idea. When I bring up people, indigenous people, is talking about people in real life. So these people are doing and behaving the same way as they did. So you can go in Google, and the only black line that you will see is in Google. You won't see it on the ship on the Atlantic Ocean and all these type of things. And for one black man from Jamaica, St. Anne's, is waiting for the whole of the continent of Africa to link up for his one self to live out his one ideal is very, very, very a big dream in his head, which he spoke out to a lot of people, and they had that vision in their head as well, because a lot of these people have never actually been to Africa itself and see how the politics of Africa actually runs. And Africa is not like the United States. Africa is actually a continent. So it's like saying Pan America. Could we really do that from all the way from Alaska to the tip of Argentina or Peru? Maybe, maybe not. But in Africa, I don't think that is ready yet. Maybe in the year, not to say that he shouldn't have wanted that, but realistically, and I know my people are proud people, we have a big chest and big heart. So yeah, we would have thought in that way, and I think a lot of our people still think in that way. But the key point of what I'm always saying is thinking and ideology, and this it's always an ideology. You know what I mean? It can never happen in Africa in real time with the native people on the land. And for people thinking my people don't exist, there's a people called the Garifuna people, black like the evening, and they speak an Arawak and a Carib-based language. You can look at the Mayans and the Incas; they're black and they have dreadlocks. You can see the Olmecs, for instance. Black people again. And the oldest bones you can find in America, it happens to be black people again. And some people said, my people do not exist. A lot of the words we are using today in the Latin language, and even a lot of the crops Africa are even using today, is because of the people of the Americas and things like that. So people need to get not hurt by their ideas and actually come into reality and talk to real people. Not because you're black, you're located in a certain section. Just talk to real people and understand where real people come from and their culture and certain things, and come out of the ideas, come into the real world, the physical. Stop staying in the matrix and pretending and thinking, yes, Pan-Africanism, this is my world. I live in Panland. Panland is in your head. Panland do not exist in Africa. Hector would tell you, any native African would tell you, this is an American philosophy. What Garvey wanted to do in Africa is what we call partner. It's called partner, or in America they call it a susu. And they say, don't get me wrong, it's a good idea what Marcus Garvey had, because Europe took it on. Even Chairman Mao and the Chinese people took on them type of things, but certain things can only run in certain places. So I didn't mean to hurt or crush your dreams about your Pan-Africanism, and I'm sorry that my people in real life really hurt your heart, and I'm sorry that you don't know who you are, that you have to run to an academic book for you to get a gathering of who you are, and actually not listening to your ancestors who can actually provide you this type of information. Hopefully because I do know how the world is, and not all the time we can get the answers what we want. Thank you.
Yo, all right, sir. So is that your rap? Yeah.
Yep.
All right, yeah, man. Scattered is a big enough man to let you rap there, and then
if you want to
know
rebut, I don't mind still. I'll go with me.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to wrap up in it, man. Obviously, I'm
and he ain't got no family to tell me about. All he's got to tell me is about academia and DNA, mate. He's got no.
All right, Turok, all right, bruv, all right. Fucking hell. Trust said he's not gonna bother coming back.
Everything what comes out of him now, everything for him to substance himself.
No, the jab though, man. Like I said, man, let the man them do a closing argument, yeah. And obviously,
it's not a closing argument. I'm just saying in general, he's hurt because I can actually do my thing and ask my ancestors who they are and actually look at culture. What people like him and the Pan-Africans do is put everybody who is black in one big black box. And this is what the Nazis and all these white supremacists want. But realistically, we are individual people because not all white people get along, as we can see in Europe. And not all white people can tick the box white because they would tell you, no, you're too dark, you don't have blonde hair, you don't have blue eyes. And we've taken on that type of mindset now, realistically. But we have to look and have better knowledge of ourselves and try and deal with reality and real people and real politics and real governments.
Bigger, do you want to come to do a show?
Yeah, come on. Yeah, I think you might have to get Turok on the Scattered Mind show so you can hash that out.
No, wait, disrespect people. I'm not going nowhere where you disrespect people, mate.
All right, listen, yeah, obviously.
So emotional, bro. What's going on?
You know how the thing said.
You make it sound like you make it sound like my relatives is Batman and Superman.
I mean, it sounds. Anyway, look. Regardless of my opinion,
my granny shoot out webs. She related to a Nancy.
I bigger up, but we should be able to have a conversation, even regardless of what I think, and regardless, we should be able to put our feelings to aside, our emotions to aside, and be able to just say, let's establish.
But you Pan-Africans are emotional.
Let's look at the claims. But the thing is, Turok, for the past 10-15 minutes, you've been going on about the fact that I called your ideas an idea, right? You're really hurt by that.
No, you diss my people. You said my people are made up.
I'm telling you it's an idea. I didn't say it was made up. I'm saying you have an idea.
How is the Garifuna people made up, Reggie? They speak Arawak Taino language.
The Garifuna people are there's barely any Garifuna people in Jamaica.
Hey, listen, I'm just gonna go and get my food and come back, yeah?
Yo, what's wrong with you, Belly, man? Lock the show off. What up to you?
Yeah, man's trying to lock it, fam. But
you trying to say these people don't exist.
Turok don't want to stop still. Turok, yo.
But Velle, you diss my people and try and pretend that they don't exist and that culture don't exist in the Caribbean.
Yo,
why are you making it
listen,
when did I say sorry.
Listen, come back tomorrow morning, yeah? Come back tomorrow morning and we can finish this discussion. Yeah, or even
just because
Scattered Minds does. Scattered Minds does shows as well. He's got a channel.
Turok knows.
Across his little Pan-African dream, and Marcus Garvey was living in England. He didn't go back to Ghana.
It's mad because I made a whole argument about that, and then you just have completely ignored the argument.
You took it to heart. You took it to heart after that. I was going through the times. I was going through the times of the early 1900s, what black people and the things of the time what they were going through, and you took it to heart.
No, I made a pretty succinct argument around the fact that fighting colonialism from the heart of colonialism was not a bad idea, actually, and that's how in the end it was done by many of the Africans on the continent who managed to achieve independence. So and how they now what I'm trying to explain to you, Turok, is I made that argument earlier and you didn't want to deal with it. And this is the problem about me having debates with you, is you don't actually listen to what I'm saying because you have like
a lot to what you say, fam.
Okay, cool. So let's argue about that point right there. Yeah,
I listen to a lot you say, but I'm saying be realistic.
Let's talk about that point. Let's try and finish a point. Yeah, let's try and actually finish.
I'm getting to that point. We're talking about
we jump around. Let's try and finish.
But be realistic, though.
Yeah, cool.
What I said to you was it out of no disrespect?
Okay, cool. I hear you. Okay, I hear you. And what I said to you was out of no disrespect as well. You took it offensively.
Disrespect. That is disrespect.
I understand you took it offensively.
It was because you can rewind the tape. You said that with Venom.
I didn't. I said that you're.
You can rewind it, and I'm glad Venom recorded it.
Sure. Go ahead, rewind it. Go ahead, please do. We can sit here.
You said it with Venom because he was hurt.
Turok, please go rewind it then, please. You just said it.
Swear on Allah, you wasn't hurt. Why you said that?
Wallahi, I wasn't hurt when I said that. I found it entertaining and a joke. Hence why I was.
So you wasn't trying to be venomous. Swear to Allah, you wasn't trying to be venomous.
Wallahi, I was trying to be hilarious rather than venomous. It was a joke.
Be honest. I didn't ask you that. I said tell the truth.
Wallahi, it was said with no venom at all. I'm just trying to explain something to you, right? There's not an issue about having ideas, right? The fact is, the fact that you believe your grandparents and so on to be Carib or Taino or wherever this is, that's an idea. And so you can substantiate it. It's going to remain an idea. You keep telling me
I know. I've done the history and the background, and I've looked at my people's language and everything.
What's the history in the background? So you looked at the language.
I've got St. Lucian background, and my father's side, they're from St. Vincent and Grenada.
Okay, so tell me the research. Tell me your research method. What methodology did you employ during research to make sure?
I had to first. I just do what Pan African done and done it in reverse. Basically, I looked at everything what was black and tried to see where these cultures are actually attributive and where they're actually coming from. So I had to learn everything from the West Coast and in the Caribbean, and a lot of the things where I started from was the food and the words, because there were certain words.
Analysis. Yeah, a cultural.
Yeah, I went through very detailed, and a lot of the things what we're doing is still from the Taino language and from the Taino culture. But I'm also from the Lesser Antilles, and we only got colonized in the early 1800s, and slavery finished 50 years afterwards. So like in the Lesser Antilles, we retained a lot more of the culture. The Garifuna people, they literally speak a broken Carib and a Taino language with little next to nothing of African words involved.
It's interesting because my friend is half St. Vincent, and his granddad is actually claims to be Garifuna, and his granddad says explicitly that their people are a mixture of African and Carib people, right? So they are a mixture of both. It's not that the Garifuna people themselves are an indigenous tribe; they're a tribe of a mixed people, yeah.
Yeah, but the funny thing about that now, like a lot of Garifuna people have took their DNA and the earliest African content. The earliest. I'm not saying there's not.
I just have to stop you there on this one point here, because you now believe in DNA, yeah, or you don't believe in DNA?
Listen, what how I look at. Just listen what I'm saying. A Garifuna person has done his DNA, and he's pulled up saying the earliest African connection. It's from 1445, but everybody know Columbus came in 1492. So I don't know what that means from that area during that time or whatnot. What does that mean and whatnot? But obviously, there's always been black people in the Americas, and the history of the Garifuna. They said they're not sure if it's a Spanish ship but I think it's more like a Spanish ship, and they said that they were coming from the Biafra, and they said it was a Moko tribe. So I was talking to Maku, and he was saying, yeah, the Maku people in the Americas. And I'm thinking, and my granny used to say certain things like Makuku, meaning like your head. So I just type in the Maku tribe, and I typed in Maku tribe. The majority of people, what Maku tribes are in America, and there was even a missing lost tribe called the Makuku tribe. Some things from my grandma always used to say from day dot since I was born. A lost tribe in the Amazon that came out. So I was talking to Maku now, that trying to research the name, because I see like they said, they took these people from the Biafra, but they're the Maku people. But now I've looked into even the artifacts, and there's like loads of black people in the Americas, like the Moshi tribe. So what I think was happened basically, I think they actually took these people, the Garifuna people, out of actually the Americas, and actually was traveling to Biafra, but actually got caught up in a storm. and actually they landed on where they landed on, basically. So I don't think these actual people was directly actually from Africa.
But I mean, to be fair, you've introduced several new things there to me. Several things there that also are tied to things that I know of, regarding Moko, etc., that I've never heard tied together before. So this is the first time you present the information. I'm not so ignorant as to dismiss it out of hand and to say it's impossible. However, I would say I am quite confident enough to say if I was to do the research into all of this, as when I do majority of research into majority of Aborigine claims that I've come up against, you find out that actually the claim itself is built off of like a little element of truth and exploded into this like strange sort of alternate history of reality. And this is what I was trying to say earlier is doing primary research is one thing, right? And then talking to people and getting first-hand witness, quote unquote witness account, that's one thing. But then when you try and now start putting those witness accounts, and this is what I was trying to explain to you about academia, is you have to triangulate those stories that you get from those one groups of people you get, and then see if it's replicated across the board, see if there's patterns within it. Like that's what I was saying with you when you were saying you was doing this cultural analysis. I would like to go deep with you on each area of the cultural analysis. I would like to talk about is a power show happening today? It should be happening. It should be happening today. I should.
Or even take for instance the name Gary Funa. They have a food which is called Gary in
Ghana,
West Africa. Yeah.
Nigeria.
So I've looked up the actual name and tried to see, where does the name come from? But I've only found
that sounds like very like, you know, that like third rate Hebrew Israelite linguists who take one English word and then they apply it to another word that it has no root in English at all, and then try and
but I'm hoping it's in Africa though, isn't it?
You know, I'm hearing you, but Garifuna is in the Garifuna people are mainly in like the small, like you said, Lesser Antilles, the places like St. Vincent and so on, and like I say, even they.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're spread all the way up. They're not only there in one particular part. There's a next set of people in St. Lucia what's called Makaba and Pai, and Makaba and Pai now they're actually in Carib mythology and things like that. And a lot of people.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt.
Hold on. A lot of people actually think they're African and certain things like that. But I've looked at their cultural dances and certain things, and they actually do the same type of dances what the Garifuna does, and they call it like I forgot the word they call it, but it's literally the same types of dances what they do, and the Carib Indians, like the Mongoloid looking ones. But what I was trying to say with the Gary now, the food. Where I found a connection now basically because they call Gary cassava. So I was thinking, that's So I've looked at these people now, what's called the Garifuna, but I find out actually cassava originates in the Caribbean and has been used by the Mayans, but has been used for the Mayans from the BC periods. So also we have the food what we call ganyi, which is literally could be cassava bread, cassava meal, and all these things. And we also call it arepa. So there's a lot of American words that's actually in Africa. So the word eba actually comes from the word arepa, and Gary is meaning Ganyi. But Gary Funa actually just means cassava clan. Say there's Kalinago. So that's the connections what I have been making.
As I say, all of this stuff I have to go and substantiate. Like I said, I have no issue with hearing it out though. And it does sound interesting, and there are some interesting links there.
If you know the history, culture, if you know the culture of the Americas, even the Arawaks or the Jamaicans, they make something that's called bami. But I've noticed in West
we know
Africa,
what bami is. We have bami every Friday. How you mean?
But I noticed in Africa they don't actually make the cassava bread, which is actually bami.
But there's a history, right? There's definitely a history that's different between Africa, and this is the thing, right? What I've looked at
hold on 2 seconds. I've looked at what the indigenous people use as instruments to cultivate cassava, and some of these same instruments now are used in Africa. And when I've gone into Google now and done the little research to say, when did cassava get introduced into Africa? It got introduced to Africa in between the 15th to the 16th century. So for you to utilize cassava now, cassava is also poisonous and they have different types of cassava. So for people to utilize this and have it on mass production because it's a foreign it's a foreign sort of a vegetable now. You're gonna need the people of that region to come and farm that in Africa. So these are the connections that I've been making.
All right, cool. So let me get in there now, yeah. All those connections, like I said, will have to be substantiated. And but the reality is that, like, even when we went through your cultural analysis that you was doing, and no disrespect, it's a good research method. It's one research method, but it's a research method that has many flaws, right? And so when you just to pick up one and you look at it and you do this cultural analysis, you're doing a cultural analysis on a history in which the established history shows us and tells us that there was counter and cross mixture between these groups of people, right? So for the Garifuna people to exist, it meant there had to be a mixture of 1, Taino or Native American people, and 2, African people, right? So once those African people exist mixed, it only stands to make sense that elements of both cultures would be translated into what we have today. When we look at and that goes for across the board. So when we look at the Caribbean in particular, and we look at the stories that are quite prominent around Nani.
How do you prove that in the Garifuna case? No, but hold on. How do you prove that in the Garifuna case?
I'll let you finish, bro. Let me just finish, right? So when we're discussing,
you said something, but you can't just jump onto something else and make a next subject of it.
No. It's all the point is.
Yeah, but he didn't cut you, yo, Tora. He didn't cut you when you was making any points on that, you know. So you gotta let him finish, bro.
No, but he's
looking biased. If I wait, listen. It's looking biased, yeah. If I just let you cut him all the time and then he don't cut you, you get me? So that's what I'm trying to say to you, cuz. Like, I beg you, just let him finish, man, and then rebut whatever points you disagree with after.
100. And to be fair, I do enjoy
yeah,
big up family, respect for that. I think I'm doing something wrong. Anyway, just banging this workout. But as I was saying, when you look at Nani and her brother Kojo and their arrival and the main stories about them in Jamaica, in Cockpit County and all these sorts of areas, what you kind of find out about is there was definitely a mixture and a combination of the indigenous Americans of the Arawaks, etc., and the freed maroon people who had escaped slavery and had intermingled and mixed. So the fact of cultures living aside by each other, and the fact that the cultures of the Americans have survived to this day comes as no surprise to Pan-Africanists. Pan-Africanists accept that and acknowledge that a long time ago. The fact that cassava was introduced to Africa, it comes as no surprise to Africans and to Pan-Africanists, and Pan-Africans accepted that long time ago. In fact, when we look at Mansa Musa and how he comes to the throne of Mali through his uncle, I believe, Abu Bakr, I think it is, Abu Bakari, his uncle actually steps away from the throne. He gives it up. He says, I don't want to be king. Well, he doesn't say I don't want to be king anymore. He says he's leaving to go and look for further glory. Although we do not have any sufficient history on the African side, per se, to say that Abu Bakr made it to the Americas, we definitely do have evidence that when Columbus had made it to the Americas, he had spoken about trading going on between the Africas and the Americas for prior to his arrival. So Pan-Africanists do not dismiss the fact that Africans had involvement within the Americas for going back a long time. Africans do not dismiss that American cultures have succeeded and survived and taken on into into modern day African cultures in the Caribbean. What we deny is the idea that there's this whole sweeping, especially in places like Jamaica, and even in places like the smaller Caribbean nations, but that you had this massive survival of American Indians and indigenous Indian culture that still survives to this day, to the point in which you have intact quote unquote languages and so on and so forth. We don't, sadly, that's just the reality. Majority of these things have been damaged through the process of slavery and colonization, and I don't think there is sufficient evidence at all to prove a counter sort of trade in which people were taken from the Americas to Africa. I don't think there's any evidence of that.
There's more evidence of that actually than on the other way around and certain things like that. But you did actually say that what actually you found wrong with my information. The only thing I can say what you did find wrong is maybe not really knowing plants and certain things of the Caribbean and the Americas and Africa, to be honest. and I've actually looked into the cultures, and actually, a fact, Garifuna language is a thriving language, mate. It's an Arawak and a Lakona-based language.
Let me explain it again, then, right? So what I point out to you is that your cultural analysis does not disprove current history, and the burden of proof is on you, right? Because history, as it stands, has already proven itself. It's proven the case that there was a slave trade, there was a period of colonization in Africa, and African peoples are in the Caribbean. DNA evidence shows that this too, right? So on a scientific level and on a historical level, and a geographic level, on all three of those levels, we have the proof that stands. You're now presenting a counter proof to that, right? And I'm saying to you, the evidences that you have presented thus far have mainly been cultural ones, which can easily be explained by African peoples who are the fact that African people had been taken to the Caribbean and the Americas as slaves. So the fact that you have this introduction of cassava into Africa coincides with the period in which slavery and trading and even coincides with the dates Mansa Musa.
So do you know about
Let me finish.
No, but you cut me, you know, to be honest, and I'll let you speak.
All right, go ahead.
But I was going to say, do you actually know about cassava itself?
Cassava, yes, a plant from the Americas that was brought to Africa. It's poisonous, like the ackee plant, which was brought from the Africa to the Caribbean. It's poisonous if you cook it wrong. You have to, or if you take it during the period of time it's unripe. You could use it to make all pairs of types of things. So in Africa, quite often they turn it into a flour. They can make things like
tell me this.
A pound of yam of it in Jamaica. We use it to make bami. We also use it.
Tell me this though.
Go ahead.
How did the Africans learn how to take out the poison?
I would imagine the same way the Americans learned how to take out the poison. As I explained to you earlier, right? As Pan-Africanists, we do not concede the fact that Mansa Musa's uncle had left Africa and traveled around the world. In fact, we don't concede the fact that Ramses was found with cocaine in his body, which showed that he had introduction with the Americas. What we deny is this idea that slavery didn't happen or somehow happened in reverse.
That's going all over the place. All right, so can you tell me one thing then? What is one thing they've actually brought back from the Americas to Africa? Mansa Musa and them man there.
Mansa Musa, I didn't say Mansa Musa went to Africa. I said Mansa Musa's uncle.
One of his family relative, or any of the Africans. What if they went to America and brought back to Africa?
Well, like I said, that would coincide with the idea of cassava being introduced during those same centuries in which Mansa Musa was on the throne. That being said, do you understand how trade works? Yeah,
it's a foreign plant, fam. It's the first time they've ever seen that plant.
But do you understand how trade works? So if I go to your country and I realize that you have cassava, right? And I've never seen cassava before, but then you feed me something that has cassava in it. I'm like, oh, that's banging. I want to grow some of this at home. You could give me the seeds. You could give me the knowledge of how to cultivate it. In fact, you could even come with me. You could even come with me. Language. Do you understand the trade tongue, right? So in the old days,
I'm talking about America and Africa.
Yeah, so what would have happened was a building up of a trade tongue. So within the Empire of Mali in specifically, they were very good at something called silent bartering, right? Where they would bring their stuff, especially because they were trading with so many different people. So they would use signals, gesturings, and other methods to signal when an offer was acceptable and when an offer was unacceptable. So the idea that a language barrier would have stopped experienced trade people in a period of time in which trade people were used to.
How are you going to tell them to take the poison out, bro? If you and I don't speak the same language.
By example, by signs. Like I said, sign language is quite often are universal, right? I could show you that something kills you without necessarily having to speak your language, right? I could definitely do that for you.
Brother, man. They had to use professionals for it, so they had to bring the people who utilize this thing in places like Nigeria, so it can be mass produced.
Turok, I know you don't understand how some of the concepts, right?
So just be honest, bro, because there's even proven fact. Hold on, there's even proven fact that Franco de Souza is the father of these communities called Afro-Brazilian communities from Ghana to Togo to Benin to Nigeria all the way to Congo and Angola. One thing you have to realize, like when you're using new products, especially like cocoa was only, not to say only, but cocoa was on a a particular island called Ferdinand Po. And it's only because somebody snuck out a bean of it why it's actually reached Ghana and all these type of things. So when you had new products,
right, cool. Let me stop you there. So when you say someone snuck out a bean of it, what do you mean by that?
There's a man called Kweche Teshe from Ghana who went to work in Ferdinand Po because Ferdinand Po was used as a Spanish penal colony for people in Cuba and certain Spanish regions. His name? Franco, who? Which one?
Kweche Teshe.
Let's type in the man that cocoa to Ghana. But it's spelled with a Q though, and Kweche Teshe. But he's the man that snuck out the bean from Ferdinand Po to Ghana, and this is how Ghana got the cocoa bean, because the cocoa bean originated in America, and all these other things. So
Kwashi
Teche.
Yeah.
So a lot of what the products what was used was like from the people. They had to bring the people over to Africa, like professionals and things like that. And there's even like history. When they talk about,
but the thing is though, right? So I've been trying to look into this thing, right? I've been trying to listen to your arguments, and the fact is, every time I'm trying to explain to you how your arguments are not substantive to prove factually or evidence, it's almost like you interrupt me. So one second. Let me finish, please. Yeah. So when you look at all of these examples that you bring, so cassava, right? Your argument about cassava is you need experts to maintain it. That's an assertion that you still haven't proven, right? So you're saying, one second,
hold on. Mass produce, I said.
All right, cool. So mass produce it, right? To mass produce it, but that's still an assertion, right? That is an assertion, right? The assertion is one, that you need an expert to mass produce it, and two, that it was introduced to Africa by a method of mass production, right? And the reality is, when we're talking about production of cassava, you're talking about growing a crop, right? So that's not necessarily something that you need expertise to grow the crop. You're talking about the need to process it to make it into a food is the issue.
No, if you know about cassava, certain times you're gonna know when to plant it. So take for instance, when you're moving a new product now into places like Africa, what's got different seasons, different climates, and certain things like that, your food reacts a bit different. So this is why you need professionals to come and do these things for it to be on a mass produce. Because they had Dutch companies and they also had the Portuguese companies and all these type of things. People forget.
So you say that cassava was mass produced in Africa by Europeans throughout colonization.
Well, there was a Portuguese that bring it to them in the 16th century. But what I'm trying to say, there was Afro-Brazilian community.
So basically,
hold on 2 seconds. There's people that have
important though.
There's people that
the argument that I believe we've been having, right? The argument that I believe we've been having is that your claim that this sort of counter slavery thing that has taken place, and that there was always these Aboriginal Americans who have survived to this day, have been based around this claim that cassava had to be introduced into Africa by professionals. My point is that in itself is not proof of a professional, right? That is not proof of there being a mass sort of Native American migration from.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, my brother, they're not looking like the Chinese ones, my brother. You're thinking that you're looking at the Chinese ones. There's black people that was already in the Americas when Columbus came.
No, what I'm trying to explain, that notwithstanding, right? So as a Pan-Africanist, we don't even argue that whether they were black or whatever, right? We understand that there was Native Americans already there who were already familiar with Africans because they had been trading with Africans prior to that. As I said to you, which we can document, was that Christopher Columbus wrote back.
I don't know, bro. To be honest, Christopher Columbus wrote back. The only thing I've heard from Africans coming to America is that they never turned back and they stayed in America. That's the only thing I've actually heard.
Huh?
I said the only thing I've actually heard of Africans actually coming to America is that they actually, when they went to America, they never turned back. That's all I've ever heard, and that's like Abu Bakari, somebody's brother, and he went to go look for his brother and all of this.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't go look for his brother. He was the uncle. He went missing. But yeah, and the brother went and looked for him as well, and he couldn't find him. But yeah, as what was you saying again? We're talking about, so Christopher Columbus, right? I'll send you links there, right? So Christopher Columbus wrote when he came back from visiting the Americas that the spares and many of the items that he was able to purchase from the Americans, he had noticed were very similar to ones that came from West Africa. And when they were tested by the metallurgist in Madrid, in Spain at the time, it was found that they had very similar, but not just methods of being created, but they had come from the same place, which showed that there was trading, not just method of creation, but they had been made in the same place by the same forger.
So what was it? Gold?
No, we're talking about spears. So the spears that were being used in the west of Africa and the spears that were used in the Caribbean had similar origins. And so therefore...
Man, allow it. Spears. I thought you meant gold or something.
You don't know what spear is?
Yeah, but everybody makes spear, man. Come on, man.
Do you understand, right, when you have a metallurgist looking into the process of how the spear was formed, right? The actual process of forging iron, right? It's not something that anyone just makes anywhere. There are usually quite marked differences from the forge to forge to forge, depending on who, especially depending on who the creator is, right?
Not really, because I'll be honest with you.
What do you mean, not really? Do you understand how metal gets forged, first of all? First of all, I want to ask you this question, right? Do you understand how metal is forged?
I'm trying to answer. So I said, for one, America's got like nearly twice the amount of pyramids than Africa and Asia. So these things, like to America, not to say like it should be happening, but I would have thought these things would have been going on for a long time, really, innit? Spears, and there's certain ways how we even made our swords, because like the Spanish talk about how we had our sort of swords and different things.
Yo, I think the point that Scattered is trying to make there, yeah, is, you know, with the forging thing, yeah, with forging iron, so like you can get different ways of smelting it and different ways of forging. So he's saying that the technique for making the spears in one place and the technique for making the spears in the other place sort of coincide with each other, like one's taught the other, or they've traded with each other to learn from each other.
So we can't have the same technique. We can't have the same technique now.
Yeah, of course, you can coincidentally have the same technique, but like saying, obviously, without knowing the full, you can still come to that conclusion as well.
You know what would be better? If they said, oh, the spears what you're using, this is actually an African material. How did you get that here? You know, that would be much better.
The point that I'm making is Columbus brought these spears back to his metallurgists, who proved that these had a similar origin to the spears from West Africa, which proves that there had been trading and been connection and collaboration between Africa and the Aborigines in the Americas. So the point that I'm making to you, and the thing is, I don't even understand why you're arguing with it, because it goes in line with many of the points that you really want to make. And the claims that you
saying it was an African spear.
Nah, he's not saying that it's an African spear. He's saying that's more evidence that there was trade between the Caribbean and the African people before the invasion of the Europeans in the Caribbean.
Is there an identical one in Africa? So that is an African spear that he brought back to Portugal.
100%, and not only that, His own words said specifically that the Aboriginal Americans with black-skinned Americans came to him and told him they had been trading with black-skinned Africans who brought these gold-tipped spears from the southeast on boats.
Oh, gold-tipped spears.
Mm-hmm.
And that's on his first voyage.
Yes.
Yeah, see, you man got so sucked in here that I even finished my lunch, mate.
I know. I ain't done no work today yet, you know. So you know.
Yeah. All right, listen, man. Let me lock it off, man. See, man's got to get that P as well, fam. You get me? Get that money, B.
Yeah. So even Columbus said he saw black people there. Then.
Hey, Toro. You gotta allow it now, man. We gotta lock it off.
No, because he said my people are fake, but only because Columbus said he saw black people there. Now it gives me some sort of leg to stand on.
Why? Did I say your people were fake? I said that it was an idea. That you hold an idea. You keep holding on to this thing.
You said it's an idea, yeah. You never said it was fake. So we did say
I'm telling you, it's an idea. There's nothing wrong with having ideas.
You gotta quote it correctly though, right? You didn't say it was fake. You just said it was an idea. Still, you gotta be.
Yeah, but how can it be an idea if my grandma looks African or she's got African heritage? My grandma's got Carib ancestry or things like that. Even my grandma's husband, who she's married to, her people are like some big Carib people and things like that. And they've got a registered what they call it again, like you know when you're official and all that in the UN, they're in the United Nations. They're called the Betela Kono people from St. Lucia.
Right.
And there's loads of these people, but you have to understand, a lot of us, we've integrated into society now, if you know what I mean, especially the black ones and things like that. We're just integrated.
I think another point here that I feel like Scattered was trying to make here, I don't feel like he was saying that he don't believe you. He was just saying he just wanted to give. No, but wait. Let me finish though, man. I think he wanted you to bring some sort of evidence so man can at least go through that rather than.
No, but the funny thing is, I will bring him something because all right then. Even in there's a castle called Portsmouth Castle, and they took this is the time of the Carib Wars, and this is where I say the Lesser Antilles, we only got colonized in the early 1800s, and slavery finished like 60 years afterwards, if that. So between that time, we've always been free in the Lesser Antilles, from Dominica all the way down to Grenada. We've always been free. Maybe Barbados had its little things, but the Lesser Antilles, the small islands, we had our freedom. The Garifuna people had never been enslaved. The same thing with the Maroons, they've never been enslaved. And they carry on the tradition. They even speak some of the language of the indigenous people and things like that.
What it was with the Maroons, is that they were enslaved, but they escaped on arrival. Or they escaped when they was on the plantation.
But who's telling this story? It's white people giving us this narrative and certain things like that. There's actually the tribe people called the Apocopicani. I can put in the side chat where they've actually had an interview, and the people from there, they would tell you, even the picture, what you have of Nanny, is only because there was a competition, and somebody said, yeah, that's the winning picture, and that's how we get the picture of Nanny. But there's also the word Nanny was given to women in the Taino language as well. So this is why I was saying to even Spice the other day, I know in Ghana you got Nana, but is Nana the way you say it for the females or for the males? And I've even asked her, most time when you hear somebody name is Nana, is it a female or a male? And she said, you know what, you're right, it's a male. So certain things like that I have delved back into. It's only Pan-Africans that they actually want to look at other people's tribes and details, and just want to put everybody as black.
All right. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's going too long.
I think we're done now, innit? We're done.
We're done. I might start my live show again in a second. Cause E Black was asking me. I might do a show around 4:00 today. If I could get some work done in the next hour, and maybe I might touch on some of these topics, but probably not, to be fair. But yeah, man, it's like Big was saying, really, I personally feel like there needs to be a lot of evidence brought about by this idea. And to be fair, I'm happy to scrutinize and look through all of these evidences. And to be honest, I'm not always sure the evidence reach the standard yet. But like I say, the more you dig, the better it comes. But don't get offended at me calling it an idea or anything like that. Because for me personally, from my perspective, that's what it is, and that's why I'm trying to get you.
Yeah, but the Kananaga people's not an idea. The Garifuna people's not an idea. So can you tell me? Can you tell me what African? Can you show me what African traditions you see we do in the Caribbean?
I can show you plenty, but the show is done, so I'm gonna let the show finish.
Yeah, man. Come on, we're wrapping up now.
Pan-Africans always run. They always run when you're asking the real essential questions that belong to you. And I'll be honest. Hold on 2 seconds. This is how people get caught up in cults and all these things, because they try to make you feel superior than your the people you actually belong to, like you're separate from them. No, we belong to people, not land.
I hear you, boy. But Turok, that's all very good. We belong to people with land. When you actually take that down and break it down, it's actually as meaningless as it actually sounds. But I can't.
Are you joking?
Yeah, completely. But
wait, what? Do you belong to land or people?
Both of those statements are both as meaningless as each other, right? So we belong to people, not land. And we belong to people, not land. And all people come from other people, right? And families are all these spread out. We all come from each other, and we all belong to each other. And so, how meaningless is that? How meaningless is that?
Shall I tell you why you lie to yourself?
And like I'm saying, it's nothing to do with running away. It's about respecting Velle. And Velle said he wants to close his platform down. I'm inviting you.
Shall I tell you why you're lying to yourself? Because there's nomadic people.
Formally inviting you.
There's nomadic tribes, mate. There's nomadic tribes. You belong to people, not land.
I am formally
inviting you.
I am formally inviting you to Rock within an hour to come to this guy on my show. So I'm not running away. So you can bring forth all your Aboriginal
names. Who do you belong to?
I don't even understand that question. It's a weird question, man. Like
it's a simple fact. No, the reason why I say that because people say, "Oh, I'm from England."
When you ask like sort of question, you're gonna have to give a definition of each of those points. And like I say, Bigger is trying to close the show. Bigger, are you closing the show or not?
It's simple. Yeah, man, I'm trying to close it, fam.
Yo, my things are not long like Scattered. My things are short. It's just like
I'm always seeing him on mute.
My things are short.
5 minutes.
Everything what I have to say is very short.
For so long.
Hey, Tura, let me tell you what tribe I'm from. You want me to tell you what tribe I'm from?
Hold on. Let me just make my point. This is my last point. Take for instance, you have nomadic people. You have nomadic people that move from A to B to A to Z. This is why I say we belong to people, not land. Some people say, "Oh, I'm English. Oh, I'm Nigerian." No, you belong to a specific type of people, not the land.
No, but even the land. Wait. You see that point there, yeah? But you're saying nomadic people don't belong to land, yeah? But the nomadic people are roaming along land, so they do span across one landmass.
Velle, that was over 10,000 years ago. The nomadic era was over 10,000 years ago, maybe 50,000, maybe 100,000. If we're not related to those first nomadic people, we're very bad at maths. Mathematics will tell us we would be related to those first nomadic people in some way or some form. Every single person on the planet. And if that is the case, we don't belong to people, not land. Everyone belongs to everyone because we're all related in some way or another. You understand how ridiculous that sounds?
Man, you're remixing things, man.
How ridiculous that sounds, Velle. How long ago was nomadic tribes a factor? How long ago was the whole, what do you call it?
The Fulanis are nomadic people. The Fulanis are nomadic people to this day, man.
Fulanis. They
don't belong to a particular area. They're everywhere.
Where did the Fulanis evolve from? Who were the Fulanis before they became Fulani?
Some people say they came out of the east.
So that means when you're talking about people belonging to people, those Fulanis don't even know who they belong to, do they?
Yeah, they're Fulanis, isn't it?
They belong to the east.
To their people.
They belong to the east.
No, what I'm trying to say to you, they belong to their people.
Where did they come from? I'm trying to show you your statement.
I'm trying to show you.
Because when we start going back, the further we go, everyone gets connected.
This is what I'm trying to say to you.
Idea is another idea, and this is the whole thing about ideas.
No. What I'm trying to say to you is it's irrelevant where they come from. They belong to the people.
Oh yeah, but what people do they come from? What people do the
Fulani come from? I'm saying they come from Fulani people, innit? I'm saying they don't belong to a specific land.
The Fulani didn't exist.
I'm saying people put land titles on themselves. So they say, I'm English, I'm French, I'm this, but no. During
the era of Kemet, who were the Fulani people?
They were the Fulani people.
They were called Fulani, yeah? So you can show us documentation of Fulani people during Kemet.
Or they might be called something different, but they're nomadic people.
You don't even know where they come from, do you?
They're nomadic. I'm saying I don't care where they come from. They belong to the people. They belong to their people.
What people?
They belong to their people.
What people did they belong to? Because they might have evolved from the same tribe as another tribe just down the street. So they might all be together, you know?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, they belong to that group of people, no matter where they are in the world. What I'm trying to show you, what I'm trying to say to you, their land, where they could have come from, their homeland, could go underwater, but they're still going to be that people. How about that?
What I'm trying to say to you is, this idea that people belong to people, the idea that people belong to people, you can't follow the chain up, can you?
Oh, yeah.
You can't follow the chain, can you, Tura? Your intellectual cognate is so... I don't even understand it, bro. I don't
catch you out there.
I don't even... Yo.
Catch him.
Where's my brother?
Listen, my battery's got 10% left, man. I gotta lock it off now still.
Lock the show.
I gotta lock it off now still, man. 10% left still. Big up to man them for passing through. Yeah, old tight everyone who left the comment. Everyone that enjoyed the show today. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. hopefully. Yeah, man. And now the thing set, man. Like, share, subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to the man them's channel. Like Scattered Minds has got his channel as well. Make sure you man subscribe to that as well. You get me? We want all the man them's channel to grow, so we can have a variety of choices where we want to chat, and you get me, loads of different options. So yeah, man, big up Scattered, big up Torok for the work you man are putting in still, man.
Pan-Africans for a living.
What's wrong with this brother?
He lives in the universe, you know. you know when science and maths and facts don't matter, and you could just imagine that you're Indian with flowy hair and your girlfriend's
I'm going to collect my wages.
Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know when you can imagine that you're Pocahontas and them. I think that is
all right. Everyone say bye, yeah? Say your byes now, yes.
This is a real woman. She's buried in Gravesend, mate. See, this is another thing. You think it was
I know,
Disney?
but she ain't related to you two.
It was real. It was real when she got raped. She got raped. So you're mocking a woman got raped.
No, I'm mocking you because you think you're related to her.
She got raped. You're mocking a woman that got raped. Oh, I need to be related to her. No, you see, you Pan-Africans, you got no respect.
You're not related to her.
Have no respect.
Suruk, you're not related to her. I understand it hurts you, but you're not related to her. You're a black man with black skin, African features, African hair.
It was black people in Virginia, mate. There's
Learn
black people in Virginia.
Learn to love
This is a real woman. She probably lives near you in their Gravesend in Kent.
Learn to love. No, don't live nowhere near Kent, boy. That's your side.
To you more than me.
That's your neck of the woods, boy. That's definitely your neck of the woods, boy. you know about them areas there. You and Jupiter, your auntie. Go and go sit down.
No, but you're related to everybody, so she's your auntie. She's your auntie. You're related to everyone. You said we belong to everyone, so she's your auntie. I'm carried.
No, that's your whole thing about we belong to people, not land, isn't it? So that's your thing.
And white people actually come out from Africans, so they're your people. I'm carried.
I mean, boy, that's whatever you're into, man. Like I said, go check your auntie. Go check your auntie Jupiter.
They're African children, like the rest. You should do Pan-Africanism with them.
Is Jupiter Pocahontas?
No, she's your African child.
Oh no, she ain't gonna do
the albino child that you left on the doorstep.
Are you? What are you then?
Oh,
which one are you?
Oh. All right. Listen, we're done now, man. My battery's 10%, man. Like, you can't take it no more. Lord, you can't take it no more. Yeah, man. Big up Scattered, man. Big up Torah, man. Yeah, man. We got to continue this still debate, though, man. Is it?
Yeah.
It's a good debate still, man.
Make albino's great again.
Big up, respect, man.
Yeah, man. Trust me. Yo, alright, say nothing, brother. You done there. Oh, hey, listen, Raspberry's just gone live as well still. Yeah, go on.
I might just go and jump over there. No, I'm joking, man. I was just joking.
You got the last word.
I ain't really got nothing to say, man.
Still.
I was joking. Shout out to Turak and his make-believe dreams, man. Pocahontas soon come for you.
Yeah, but never be to have you if it's like for evidence, innit? You know what I'm saying? If man are going through it like that, but like, with just the hearsay.
We need a mediator. We need a mediator. 100%. But we need a mediator because my man will present something that's blatantly not evidence and then run with it. And then I'll make an argument. I'll make a sick argument. And do you know how frustrating it is to make a whole argument and then the person they argue with doesn't even respond to it. Yeah. They just move to a next. They just move to a next topic. They don't even respond to it, and then they just bring it up later on in the argument and act like they won. It's mad. So I need a mediator to really like. I feel like we need to create a debating system with points and all that type of thing.
Right.
So people, when they're not answering a question, a point gets marked against them and all them types of thing there. So we can actually get to see fully who's telling truth, who's standing on realness, and who's just trying to do this whole. Because there's bare people with strategies and technicalities of how they're not going to answer a question and just be on a joke thing. So that's my thing.
Come on. All right. Say nothing, brother. Yeah, man. But the man them alive now still. Scatter's going to do a show a bit later as well, still we might do. So make sure you look out for one of the man them, you get me? Jump on Rass's live stream, jump on Jed's live stream. I think all Dan's live, TOITN. Many things have happened today, you know, but we've been here dealing with the matter, you get me? So that's good still, man. Like, we want to create multiple platforms, so there's loads of places that we can talk in, you get me? So, yeah, but really and truly, it's just going to be a breakfast show, though, yeah, from tomorrow. It should be started a bit late as a guest, so I was able to carry on, man. But that was good still. You know what I mean? Alright. But big up, Scattered. We done, my brother. Yeah, man.
Respect, family. In a bit, man. Take it easy.
Oh shit.